The following is a free-for-download audiobook available on krishnapath.org. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha, Splendid Instructions to the Mind by Raghunath Goswami, with the commentaries Bhajana Darpana and Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha Bas by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, including commentaries of contemporary Vaishnavas. Notes for this edition. The reader may wonder why a new edition of Raghunath Das Goswami's Manaḥ Shiksha is needed. Over the years, many devotees of Krishna expressed a longing for a trustworthy, literal translation of both the verses of Manaḥ Shiksha and Bhaktivinoda Thakur's commentary. We have tried our best to produce such a translation. Additionally, this edition contains Bhaktivinoda's song meditations on the original verses, the first time these songs are being published. This edition is also the first to be illustrated, a response to Raghunath Das Goswami's use of metaphors and similes. Tigress, ropes of wicked deeds, jewel of love, and so on, so forth, that practically beg for paintings. Bhaktivinoda's commentary is also filled with descriptions which inspire illustrations. The color illustrations are designed for deep meditation on each verse. In many cases, the details of those paintings are based on related descriptions from various shastras and works of the acharyas. The black and white drawings are based on the 12 verses as well as Bhaktivinoda's commentary, both prose and song. We have produced this work as 2 printed volumes, one in color for meditation and the other in black and white for more in-depth study. The second volume adds significantly to our understanding of the original text by including the commentary of contemporary Vaishnavas. We hope and trust that our expansion of the ocean of nectar in this way is pleasing to the predecessor acharyas. Manaḥ Shiksha was written as a guide for serious practitioners of bhakti yoga, and it is helpful for such practitioners to have commentary which relates the internal principles in this centuries-old work to current applications. When reading the commentaries by Jayadvaita Swami, Srivaram Swami, Satchidananda Swami, and Bhakti Vigyan Goswami, the reader should keep in mind that they were originally spoken seminars. Additionally, Bhakti Vigyan Goswami's seminars were translated from Russian. Readers familiar with BDVT publications will likely notice that this edition uses lowercase for pronouns connected with the divine, as well as lowercase for descriptions of the divine that are not proper nouns, such as, quote, divine couple, end quote. Our reason is that Srila Prabhupada wanted books to be in line with current scholarly standards. Such was his rationale in insisting on the use of diacritics rather than phonetic spellings for Sanskrit. Scholarly standards change with time and circumstance, and it is desirable, therefore, that our publication reflect current usage in order to follow Prabhupada's desire. Discerning readers will also note that the word-for-word translations of Raghunath Das Goswami's verses follows the order of words in the translations rather than in the Sanskrit. We have adopted this method as both Bhaktivinoda Thakur and his son, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, favored it in their own publications. Because, to a large extent, this book is Bhaktivinoda's book, we felt it appropriate to follow his preference. In Bhaktivinoda's commentaries, there were 6 instances where we were able to use Srila Prabhupada's translations for verses the Thakur quoted. These are noted in the text as being from the Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, or Chaitanya Charitamrita. Prints of the 12 color pictures and some of the black and white drawings are available at www.radharani.com. Introduction to Manaḥ Shiksha by
Satchidananda Swami.
I read Manaḥ Shiksha many years ago with various learned commentaries, but it struck me only recently how essential this book is. At that time, I had removed myself a little bit from my normal busy preaching pace doing extensive studies into our philosophy and into the question of how to present Krishna consciousness to a postmodern audience. I asked myself, quote, do we have in our tradition a guidebook to bhakti in its different stages, a book which will bring a person from the beginning to perfection, end quote. As I was asking and looking around, essentially to find a book which would save me from the tremendous work of writing something myself, I again came upon Shiksha. Then Vrndavan Prabhu told me that Shiksha is the guidebook which takes us to full Krishna consciousness. But still, I was a little doubtful whether or not this is really the book, the guidebook to Krishna consciousness, until I received a letter by our Srimati Devi Dasi. Srimati presented to me a statement from Bhaktivinoda Thakur in Jaiva Dharma, where he says that Shiksha is the padhati for Gaudiya Vaishnavism. When we call something a padhati, it means a step-by-step guide to progress. Pada, foot, and hati, progress. So, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says in his commentary to Shiksha, called Bhajana Darpana, or the mirror of Bhajan, that when a living entity has understood that his prime duty in life is to develop his Krishna consciousness, when he has awakened his faith in this understanding, then he will ask how to do it. Shiksha will answer this question. If we, the readers and I, have this question and have awakened some faith that we should develop our Krishna consciousness, then we are qualified to hear the secrets of this guidebook. When I was a young boy, there was a rumor amongst my friends that you could learn to make gold by an alchemical process. I remember the moment I heard about it. I said to my friends, quote, teach me all about it. How can I make gold, end quote. Then I went into the cellar. My friend Lawrence brought all sorts of things with him, and we little boys were in the cellar trying to make gold, but it didn't work. What we were doing only exploded in our face, and we couldn't go to school for 2 weeks. In general, I remember that from childhood I was extremely curious to get any guidebook for getting something valuable. When I stumbled upon this Shiksha, I thought, quote, see, Satchidananda Swami, now you have found what you were looking for as a child. You have really found something to get the highest value, end quote. I practice according to these guidelines. Once, I was finishing a month's time in a kind of private alchemical laboratory where I tried to do something with this Shiksha, and I found miracles developing just by instructing my mind with these verses. Raghunath Das Goswami promises, after the 11 verses, quote, becoming a follower of Sri Rupa and his companions, one who, with a sweet voice, loudly recites these 11 supreme verses which give instructions to the mind, and strives to understand all of their meanings completely, obtains the incomparable jewel of worshipping Shri Radha Krishna in the forests of Gokul. Now, at the very outset, I will be extremely blunt. As we follow Raghunath Das Goswami, you will see some open wounds in your heart and mind into which the words of Raghunath Das Goswami will go. It will not be easy. You will have to be very honest, because he presents a deep psychological analysis of the obstacles we face on our path, and it will be embarrassing. However, I can encourage you, because at the end of going through Shiksha, you will have love of Godhead in your heart. Shiksha means, quote, instructions to the mind, end quote. He is using a technique of Vaishnava writers to address all of the readers by addressing their own minds. In the Nectar of Instruction, Srila Prabhupada describes Krishna consciousness as a culture of the mind. This means we should gradually train our minds so that throughout the 24 hours of the day, we can't think of anything other than Krishna. Now, we know it is very difficult to train the stubborn mind to always think of Krishna 24 hours a day. Arjuna, the celebrated hero of the Bhagavad Gita, has expressed himself very candidly on this point. He says, quote, "The mind is so restless, so turbulent, so obstinate, so strong, O Krishna, that I think it is more difficult to control than to control the wind." Don't ask for too much, Krishna, when you tell me I should control my mind. How will I control a raging storm? End quote. But Krishna is a good teacher. He answers the arguments of his disciples, and he defeats them step by step. In the end, he encourages Arjuna to start a sadhana, a practice of mind control, when he says, quote, "It is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible with suitable practice and by detachment," end quote. So, Shiksha does exactly these two things which Krishna talks about in the Gita. He tells us a suitable practice we can do every day, and also helps us to detach ourselves from material things. To get the greatest benefit from this book, we need to keep in mind that there are two very powerful forces in this world. The first is kama, lust. Kama means not just the desire of man and woman to meet each other for sensual stimulation, but it means all desires separate from giving pleasure to Krishna. The other force, prem, love, which is not self-centered or pleasure-seeking, but is the desire to give pleasure or love to Krishna. I think all sadhakas, spiritual aspirants, have to deal with kama. The Rig Veda says, quote, "Kama is the basis of this world," end quote. And this desire for enjoyment, as Krishna tells us, it becomes many-branched, bahu shakahi anantascha. Kama is concentrated on many sense objects for selfish enjoyment. Prema is concentrating only on Krishna. To some extent, these two forces sometimes struggle. There's a voice in our heart which tells us, quote, "Follow the scriptures, chant Hare Krishna, concentrate on Krishna," end quote, and so on. And then there's another voice that says, yeah, how theoretical, how impractical, end quote. It's very interesting that these two drives, kama and prema, have something in common. Let's look at their verbal roots. Kam and prem both mean to desire. When we want to develop love for Krishna, we have to learn to do the practices which the Shiksha tells us about, practices which will help us look up in the direction of the spiritual reality. If we want to develop kama, the desire to enjoy, we will look down to the body and the mind. Shiksha, or the training of the mind, will teach us to look to spiritual things. This will activate bhakti first and the Hladini Shakti next. Then we enter into the realm of the pre-stage of prem, bhava, and finally prema itself. I can direct my attention down to selfish enjoyment, kama. I can desire sense objects, such as women, gold, ice cream, and pizza. And then I will see how my consciousness degrades. I can also choose to follow Shiksha and look upwards, learning to where to focus my mind. This is how the first verse starts. We will read about the Guru, the land of Raja, the Brahmanas, and the devotees. As I look upwards, I will feel in contact with these spiritual objects and persons. I will feel some bhakti and be pulled upward in a very nice way. These are the secrets of bhakti. Under which energy do we want to work in our lives? We can look downward toward our ordinary material consciousness, the materialistic mind, which talks like a monkey, and we see a degrading influence. Or we can train our mind to truly think of those agents and elements which will fill the heart with bhakti shakti and karuna shakti. We will be pulled upwards, not degraded, and it will be very good for us. Srila Prabhupada writes in the Nectar of Instruction in this connection, quote, "In the Bhagavad Gita it is stated, Sangat Sanjayate Kama. One's desires and ambitions develop according to the company one keeps. It is often said that a man is known by his company, and if an ordinary man associates with devotees, he will certainly develop his dormant Krishna consciousness. I want to take this statement a little bit further. If you allow your mind to associate with the beautiful instructions of Raghunath Das Goswami, your whole existence will be transformed. It really works. Association accompanied by mental practice is so important. If you don't have this mental practice, and you always associate with material sense objects and material thoughts, then your Krishna consciousness is only a hallucination. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Overview by Shiva Ram Swami. The first verse of Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha explains what conditioned living entities should do when faith in Krishna manifests within them. In Manaḥ Shiksha, Krishna means Shyamasundar Krishna. It doesn't mean Krishna in Dwarka, Krishna in Mathura, or any incarnation of Krishna. It simply means Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaj. So, by good fortune, Bhagavan Jiva Guru Krishna Prasade Pai Bhakti Lata Bij. By the mercy of both Krishna and the spiritual master, one receives the seed of the creeper of devotional service. This is Shraddha, a very difficult commodity to achieve. When someone acquires faith in Krishna Katha, hearing the topics about Krishna, then one should accept Diksha, initiation from a spiritual master, taking the mantra from Guru. Then one worships Radha and Krishna, Vaishnavas and Gurus, Diksha Guru and Shiksha Gurus. This first verse moves us from Ado Shraddha, the preliminary stage, to Sadhu Sangha, the association of Vaishnavas and the spiritual master. Then the process of Diksha takes the practitioner to Bhajana Kriya. Some questions may arise just by reading the first verse. We're advised to worship Radha Krishna, the Vaishnavas, and Gurus. So, first, if we're supposed to just take Diksha and chant Hare Krishna all day long, then how are we meant to maintain our body as well as perform our religious duties? How are we supposed to live and work in this world while being totally dedicated to spiritual life? This is a familiar question for spiritual practitioners. It is also Arjuna's question when he hears about work and renunciation. He considers it a contradiction, that renunciation means to go to the forest, which is irreconcilable with working. The first verse says, just to worship Radha Krishna, Vaishnavas, and Guru. Lord Chaitanya is not mentioned. So, second, one may ask what the relationship is between Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's worship and the worship of Radha Krishna. And the third question concerns the statement that one should also worship Vaishnavas and the Gurus. We may ask about the mood of worshiping Gurus or the spiritual master. We need to know how, when, and at what point we worship our Gurus. In verse 2, we find the answers to these three questions. To the first question, the answer is that there are two levels at which someone chants Hare Krishna after receiving Diksha. One is as a practitioner, a sadhaka. The second is when someone has become a siddha. As long as one is a sadhaka, still struggling to purify anarthas and come to the perfectional stage, one should perform one's religious duties, such as householder duties. But one should do them in a mood of detachment and as a service to Lord Krishna. Then, when through the process of offenseless chanting one purifies one's anarthas and comes to the perfected platform, then he or she is considered to be siddha. At that point, one can give up one's obligations, sarva dharman prityaja, and one can renounce and go to Vrndavan. Verse 2 also answers the second and third questions that arise from verse 1. Guru and Gauranga should also be worshipped. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says in his commentary that worship must be done in that order. First Guru, and then Gauranga, before one worships Radha and Krishna. In other words, worshipping Radha and Krishna means one must first worship one's spiritual master and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Ajashram, unceasingly. Raghunath Das Goswami uses ajashram to indicate that we will always worship. There is never any time when we are not worshiping, and in that particular order. Verse 3 answers an often asked question: can a person achieve the perfection of achieving Vrndavan Dham, where Krishna is engaging in loving pastimes, technically known as Ragatmika Bhakti, outside of the Gaudiya Sampradaya? In the third mantra, Raghunath Das Goswami says, in effect, that it is possible, but it is difficult and very rare. Of course, anything is possible, but in the Gaudiya Sampradaya, if one follows in the footsteps of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then this goal becomes very easy. Verses 4 through 7 deal with obstacles in this practice of devotional service. Raga Bhajan. These 4 verses are an extension of a phrase which Raghunath Das Goswami gives in the first verse, Dambam Hita. Damba means pride. He says in verse 1, quote, you should throw out pride, end quote. And then he goes on to answer in verses 2 and 3 questions as discussed above. Now, in verse 4, he begins the explanation of this point about getting rid of pride. In verse 4, he discusses external objects. First is mundane talk, or what we call prajalpa. The second is the desire for impersonal liberation as an impediment to raga bhajan. And the third, one may be surprised, is not particularly considered to be an anartha, but is rather an obstacle to going back to Vrndavan Dham. That is, becoming attached to Lord Narayan and Lakshmi, or other incarnations or forms of Krishna. Lakshmi Patim Vyo Vrahmanayanam. Lakshmi Pati Rati, to become attached to Lakshmi Pati, or the husband of Lakshmi. The fourth verse also shows how these things can be removed. Raghunath Das Goswami instructs that one should worship Radha and Krishna in Vrndavan. Thus it is a codified answer. Without Bhaktivinoda Thakur's commentary, it would be impossible to actually understand these brief instructions. In the fifth verse, Raghunath Das Goswami indicates that there are 6 internal obstacles, starting with lust. Bhaktivinoda lists them as lust, anger, greed, delusion, pride, and envy. Raghunath Das Goswami says that in order to be free of them, a person has to know how to cry out for the help of the devotees. We can't get their help unless we know how to actually ask for it. A little child who slams a finger in a door immediately starts to call out for mother. Children don't have any qualms about crying if there's a problem. So similarly, we also have to cry. And what obstructs us from that crying is often our pride. Pride that we are something other than what we actually are. In the 6th and 7th verses, Raghunath Das Goswami considers the results of being free from lust, anger, greed, etc., which are in one sense the gross manifestations of internal obstacles. But still, this is not freedom from deceit and false prestige, pratista. Deceit means duplicity. To be free of internal obstacles, aside from calling out for help from Vaishnavas, we must worship the pure devotees of the Lord. Verse 8 answers the question, quote, what if there are no devotees, pure devotees available, end quote. Raghunath Das Goswami answers that one should pray to Krishna with great humility and become Radharani's servant. In other words, one should simply pray and Krishna will do what is needed. Verse 8 of Shiksha is the turning point. If a spiritual practitioner has come this far, then by applying this particular instruction, one will become absorbed and realize that the end, or the goal, is sufficient to satisfy us and free us from all obstacles. Happily, one comes to the 9th verse, where Raghunath Das Goswami no longer speaks about anarthas or absorbing ourselves in our own deficiencies. In verse 8, he gave the general instruction to pray to Krishna with humility, In verse 9, we learn specifically what to pray for. We pray to Krishna for his mercy and to Srimati Radharani for her service. We pray to Lalita to be accepted as Radharani's servant and to Visakha to develop spontaneous devotional service. We worship Radha Kund to be able to get darshan of Radha and Krishna, and we worship Giriraj, Govardhan Hill, as a place of residence. In verse 10, there is a hint of the glories and aspects of service to Srimati Radharani, as well as the requirements to understand her service. These are humility, spiritual greed, and determination. The 11th verse is the last instruction. Here we learn the specific details of this service to Radharani, to which we aspire. The 12th verse is what is called Phalashtuti, an explanation of the fruit or the benefit of hearing and regularly reading this Shiksha. One should practice Shiksha and memorize the verses, not just hear them. This book is certainly something we need. Instructions to the mind. We are always getting instructions from our mind, so this is an opportunity to give some instructions to our mind. Śrī Manaḥ of Raghunath Das Goswami. The importance of Shiksha. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur and Raganuga Bhakti by Urmila Devi Dasi. Without any doubt, one of the key purposes for the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was to teach the path of spontaneous love, Raganuga Bhakti. As Mahaprabhu said, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 433, Vrajendra Nimala Ragasuni Bhakti Gana Ragamarge Bhajarena Chadi Dharma Karma. Then, by hearing about the pure love of the residents of Vraja, devotees will worship me on the path of spontaneous love, abandoning all rituals of religiosity and fruitive activities. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Many realized souls, such as Raghunath Das Goswami and King Kulshekar, have recommended with great emphasis that one develop the spontaneous love of Godhead, even at the risk of transgressing all the traditional codes of morality and religiosity. Sri Raghunath Das Goswami, one of the 6 Goswamis of Vrndavan, has written in his prayers called the Shiksha that one should simply worship Radha and Krishna with all attention. Nadarman Shruti Ganas Niruktam Kila Karu. Quote, one should not be much interested in performing Vedic rituals or simply following rules and regulations, end quote. Certainly, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, his disciples, grand disciples, and followers are dedicated to this mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Yet, historically, until the present day, there has been a controversy regarding whether or not Bhaktisiddhanta made the Ragamarg a core part of his teaching and practice. A study of Shiksha is pivotal to resolve this doubt. To understand the importance of Shiksha in this regard, we turn to Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Jaiva Dharma. Here is the relevant section from chapter 39. Goswami. The Śrī Manaḥ has laid down a systematic procedure for one to enter into and become absorbed in the pastimes of Shri Radha Krishna. One should follow it without guile. One should practice one's bhajan according to the bhava of ecstatic love expressed in the Sri Svaniyama Dasaka Stotram. These 5 books have all been composed by Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. Srila Rupa Goswami has exhaustively elaborated upon the details of Rasa Tattva. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally gave him this service and specially blessed him to fulfill the responsibility. However, the methods by which an aspiring soul may develop such rasa in the intimate service of Radha Krishna have been compiled by Srila Raghunath Das Goswami from the famous diaries of Srila Swarup Damodar Goswami. All followers received their particular missions on the order of Sri Chaitanya and were empowered by the Lord for the successful fulfillment of their particular order. Vijay. Gurudev, I am very curious to know what further responsibilities were given to whom by the Lord. Goswami. Sri Chaitanya instructed Srila Swarup Damodar to disseminate rasa upasana, the process of bhajan inculcated with rasa. Accordingly, he composed his diaries on rasa upasana, comprising 2 sections. Antapanta, the esoteric internal means of attainment, and Bahipanta, the esoteric external means of attainment. The esoteric process was entrusted to Srila Raghunath Das Goswami as amply exhibited in his books, and the esoteric rasa upasana was allocated to Shiva Kreshar Pandit, which is the treasure of our spiritual lineage. This exoteric rasa upasana was passed on to me by Srila Vikreshar Pandit and from me to Sri Dhyanachandra, who has compiled it in a book for which you are now the fortunate recipient. Bhaktivinoda Thakur accepted as bona fide both the exoteric and esoteric paths. He referred to each in his books and seems to combine the two to some extent. Such a combination can be observed when reading his commentary to Shiksha. In the many prayers and verses he quoted for meditation, especially in the later verses. Such meditative prayers remind us of one of the main practices Dhyanachandra favors on his path. The fact that Bhaktivinoda brought such prayers into his Shiksha commentary should refute the sometimes heard claim that the esoteric and exoteric paths are mutually exclusive. Rather, we find in Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's writing and lectures, as well as his personal practices and the general practices among his disciples, the manifestation of both Raghunath Das Goswami's verses and Bhaktivinoda's commentary. Apparently, the controversy about whether or not Bhaktisiddhanta taught the Ragamarg arose because he and his disciples, among them A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, mostly taught Raghunath Das Goswami's inner path as outlined here in Shiksha, rather than the equally bona fide outer system of Vikreshar Pandit as described by Dhyanachandra's Sri Gora Gadadesh, or Sri Gora Govindarchana Samarna Padati. Those who focus entirely on the exoteric path without proper understanding of the esoteric path then wrongly conclude that practical instruction in Raganuga Bhakti is virtually absent from the Gaudiya Math and ISKCON. We will examine the overall nature of each path, along with the differences and similarities between them. Then we will consider the reasons why Srila Bhaktisiddhanta did not at all favor the exoteric path, although he did bring in some of its elements. Finally, we will discuss the specific ways in which the esoteric path is an integral part of the process Bhaktisiddhanta taught, and which A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada has so faithfully followed. The nature of the external or exoteric path is a series of mantras with corresponding meditations on various personalities. There are some instructions about when to say which mantras, particularly in relation to waking in the morning, taking a bath, and doing formal external deity worship. Indeed, the name of the manual includes the word archana, meaning deity worship. The book is lengthy, and it would take quite some time each day to follow all the procedures, which are mostly in addition to what a practitioner should be doing already in terms of the angas of bhakti. Dhyanachandra Goswami prescribes meditations on Lord Chaitanya, the Panchatattva, one's guru, oneself as pure sadhaka, oneself in a siddha rupa of a young gopi, Shri Krishna, Srimati Radharani, Radha's 8 chief friends, Sakhis, and 8 chief maidservants, manjaris. These are also meditations on the holy places. There are also meditations on the holy places of Navadvip and Vrndavan, as well as the daily 8-fold activities of Lord Chaitanya and of Radha Krishna, each very briefly. The meditations are progressive and to be done in a particular order. The book concludes with blessing anyone who follows the process with the attainment of service to Radha and Krishna in Vrndavan. The inner or esoteric path of Manasiksha describes a practitioner's internal states of desire, motivation, and emotion progressing from spiritual inclination and orientation through increasingly deep and subtle purification to fully realized spiritual service. Raghunath Das Goswami, in many cases, describes corresponding external behaviors using only metaphor. He also describes external behavior using general words, such as meditating, serving, glorifying, offering of obeisances, and worshiping. However, he does not give any details of how to do those activities. His padati is very short and does not in any way prescribe a particular daily or regular routine of activities or mantras. The book concludes by blessing anyone who sings the verses and applies them with the attainment of service to Radha and Krishna in Vrndavan. Both the exoteric and esoteric paths as given in Shri Govinda Chana Smarna Padati and Manasiksha have particular implicit parameters of qualification for following their instruction. In both cases, the qualified practitioner would have a guru or gurus, have received the holy name and mantras from a guru, be aiming toward Radha and Krishna in Vrndavan, and be in the line of Lord Chaitanya. Meditation on Lalita, Visakha, and Shri Rupa are in both. The esoteric path has a strongly implied template of the practitioner being a Manjari Gopi, or possibly a Shaki Gopi in Radha's group. The exoteric path has the same template, but very explicitly so. The main difference is that the outer exoteric path is all about the details of what a practitioner should do, say, and think about. The inner esoteric path has brief and general prescriptions for what to do, say, and think about, being mostly about the deep interchanges of motive, drive, and desire that occur within as the path is traversed. The inner path has the additional explicit qualifications in the beginning of giving up pride, having rati, and already having spontaneous attraction, raga, for Krishna in Vrndavan, all of which are notably absent in Shri Govinda Chana Smarna Padati. Certainly, the two paths could be combined, with the exoteric path supplying the details for outer practice, and the inner path supplying the transformations which happen while engaged in that practice. There is no doubt that the outer path is dependent on the inner path for success. However, the inner path is not so dependent on the outer path. For example, as stated previously, we find that Bhaktivinoda's commentary on Manasiksha often gives extensive prayers for meditation when discussing a verse that simply prescribes meditation. However, those prayers are generally different from what Dhyanachandra Goswami writes. Nor does Bhaktivinoda ever stipulate that a practitioner must learn or recite the specific prayers he cites. Rather, he cites them as examples. The outer path is very open to misuse and cheap imitative travesty. A person could become expert at the rituals and prayers, even expert at the meditations in a superficial way, without either initial qualification or ongoing purification. This path is thus highly dependent on the personal presence and guidance of a guru who is both highly perceptive and scrupulously honest. Also, as it involves lengthy procedures, the outer path is most suitable for persons who have retired from the world. It cannot easily be followed in many different circumstances. The inner path, by its very nature, cannot be either imitated or ritualized. Also, as the external behaviors prescribed for this path are very general, there is broad scope for application to time, place, and circumstances. Of great importance is the fact that the superficial behaviors of those on the inner path can be almost indistinguishable from persons who are practitioners of Vaidhi Bhakti. Therefore, those who are attached to the outer path or do not know of the inner path may then think that those who follow the inner path are not on the Raga Marg at all. From the above analysis, it is readily apparent why Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati did not teach the outer path to his followers, but in many places and in many ways gave instructions that parallel the inner path. Let us examine the specific ways in which the outer path was misused in Bhaktisiddhanta's time and still is today, prompting his emphasis on the inner path. The first misuse is an exclusive or nearly exclusive emphasis on attainment of the mood of Radha's Manjari gopis. Even the mood of Radha's Sakhi gopis is usually excluded, often with some disdain, to what to speak of the mood of parental, friendly, or servant love. Instead of a guru aiding a practitioner to unfold and nurture an individual's own spontaneously awakened mood, a pseudo-guru prescribes the same generic Manjari Gopi mood to everyone. The second misuse is defining Raganuga sadhana exclusively as solitary bhajan with specific prayers and meditation in a specific order. Even a preacher or teacher of Krishna consciousness would be disqualified from being a practitioner of Raganuga Bhakti in this concept, what to speak of a householder with a job or business. There are even many persons in the line of Bhaktisiddhanta who misunderstand Raganuga sadhana bhakti according to those two ways in which the external path has been misinterpreted and applied as explained above. However, it is in this text, third area of misunderstanding and misapplication where confusion has been compounded. The third area is the external path as has been misapplied is in how a person starts the raga path and the relationship among the path itself, the guru or gurus, and the practitioner. We recall that in both the external and internal paths, a relationship with a guru or gurus is required. Instructions from and meditation on sadhus, whether physically present on the earth or departed, is also required in both paths. However, neither in Gaura Govinda Chana Smarna Padati nor in Mana Shiksha do we find clear or explicit instructions about what role specifically one's guru might or must play in the development of an individual's ragamarg beyond the giving of the holy name and mantras. We do find general statements, for example in the Sri Mukti Charitam of Raghunath Das Goswami, Namastreshtan manam api sat Chiputram atra sarupam, Shirupam tasya grajam urupurim maturim goshtavatim, Radhakundam giri varam ahoradika madhavasam, Prapto yasya prahita kripaya, Kshigurum tam natosmi. I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose causeless mercy I have obtained the supreme holy name, the divine mantra, the service of the son of Sachi Mata, the association of Sri Sarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami, and his older brother Sanatan Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrndavan, the divine Radhakund and Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart for the loving service of Shri Radhika and Madhava in Vrndavan. From the word prapto, the reader could infer that the Guru gives a siddha pranali initiation when the disciple is told his or her eternal name, form, dress, and so forth, the 11 items of identity. However, one could just as easily infer that the awakening and realization of the 11 items of our eternal identity happen from following our Guru's general or specific instructions. There are statements in various places that a Raganuga sadhaka should consult with guru or sadhus as revelations unfold, and such could also be a reasonable meaning of prapta. Unfortunately, deviant persons and groups, some perhaps well-intentioned, turned Siddha Pranali into a farce by giving unqualified persons a generic list of the aspects of their so-called spiritual identity. However, meditation on a pseudo-spiritual identity only has no value, but also impedes the awakening of one's real identity. The parody of Siddha Pranali has had ill effects for the Gaudiya Vaishnava community in general. Equating Raganuga sadhana with Siddha Pranali and rejecting the latter leads misinformed persons to reject the former also. Additionally, such equating prevents Vaishnavas from recognizing a non-Siddha Pranali path as bona fide. Therefore, they do not adopt the inner path even when they are qualified to do so. In Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's time, Gaudiya Vaishnavas in general identified Raganuga sadhana primarily with the above three perversions of the external path. Siddhanta, therefore, taught the inner path of Raghunath Das Goswami. He denounced the false practices that imitated the external path, resulting in much confusion as to whether he taught Raganuga Siddhanta or sadhana at all. Most certainly he did so. Bhaktisiddhanta writes, "You should not mistakenly consider anartha nivritti as prayojana, for one thus surmising can never enter into artha pravritti. Therefore I will begin speaking about Astakaliya Leela. Let those who have chanted Harinam for 15 or 20 years hear such topics. Do not think that Astakaliya Leela is the property of Prakriti Sahajas. It is actually our affair. It has to be retrieved from the hands of those cheaters." Gaudiya 13:214. Let us briefly examine some of the strongest evidence that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was teaching the inner path of Raganuga Bhakti. First, we can study the Gaudiya Mat logo, which Bhaktisiddhanta designed himself and which was on every issue of his official magazine. Lord Chaitanya is at the top, and the words Guru and Gaudiya, the latter indicating the Sangha or group of devotees, at the bottom. In the middle is the holy name, Om Nam, as truly the center of everything. Counterclockwise from the top, on the left half of the circle, is the word Vidhi, devotional practice impelled by scripture and logic. Clockwise from the top, on the whole right half of the circle, is the word Raga. The Vidhi half contains a book of Pancharatra, the rules of deity worship. The Lord and his consort are pictured on this left side as Lakshmi Narayan, followed by a bell, incense, and the word Archana, deity worship. The Raga half contains a book of Bhagavatam, the stories and philosophies of Krishna, his devotees, and his incarnations. Then there is a drawing of Radha Krishna, followed by a mridanga drum and a printing press alongside the word Kirtan, chanting the holy name. The inner points of the star have the words Yasha, fame, Sri, beauty, Gyan, knowledge, Vairagya, detachment, Aishvarya, wealth, opulence, and Virya, strength, power, or potency. From the logo, it is clear Bhaktisiddhanta's process of Raganuga sadhana bhakti is based on the holy name and on shastras such as the Srimad Bhagavatam, with the aim of pleasing Radha Krishna and obtaining their shelter. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada used the same Gaudiya Mat logo on the gate of the ISKCON property in Mayapur, West Bengal. Here, he writes about the principle behind the logo and then speaks about the logo itself. Neophyte devotees worship the Lord according to Pancharatrika Vidhi, or the regulative principles enjoined in the Narada Pancharatra. Radha Krishna cannot be approached by the neophyte devotees. Therefore, Temple worship according to regulative principles is offered to Lakshmi Narayan. Although there may be a Radha Krishna Vigraha or form, the worship of the neophyte devotees is accessible as Lakshmi Narayan worship. Worship according to Pancharatrika Vidhi is called Vidhi Marg, and worship according to the Bhagavat Vidhi principles is called Raga Marg. The principles of Raga Marg are especially meant for devotees who are elevated to the Vrndavan platform. The inhabitants of Vrndavan are actually on the Raga Marg or Bhagavat Marg platform. They participate in 5 basic rasas: Dasi, Shakya, Vatsalya, Madhurya, and Shanta. Srimad Bhagavatam 424, 45 through 46 purport. My Guru Maharaj introduced, you have seen what is called Signia, one side Pancharatrika Vidhi, one side Bhagavat Vidhi. That is, I have seen that Gaudiya Mat emblem. Yes, and so actually Bhagavat is very strong. That is sufficient. But without Pancharatrika Vidhi, this polluted body, polluted mind of the devotee cannot be purified. Lecture, Srimad Bhagavatam 6.2, and 25, February 13th, 1971, Gorakhpur. From Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's logo, we find both his emphasis on Raganuga and the means to follow it. Let us examine his own personal practices and what he taught his disciples. Regarding his own practices, he was the disciple of Gaur-Kishore Das Babaji, who taught him the worship of Radha Krishna in Vipralamba, the mood of separation. Bhaktisiddhanta especially liked one song of Raghunath Das Goswami expressing separation from Srimati Radharani. He copied these songs of separation and made them the basis of his personal meditations. He revealed that Naya Namani Manjari is his ultimate spiritual identity. It is well known that Sri Vrajapatana was the place of his intense bhajan, where he had performed the vow of chanting 1 billion names. Therefore, rather than receiving formal Siddha Pranali, we find evidence that Bhaktisiddhanta himself, under the guidance of his guru, accepted at least some of the major practices of the outer path. However, the bulk of his life was an active preacher, establishing temples, distributing the holy name, and printing books. Bhaktisiddhanta's critics claim that printing and preaching is merely preparation for private meditation. Yet, Bhaktisiddhanta's equating of book publishing with kirtan, and both with raga bhakti, is firmly based on the esoteric path of spontaneous love. Let us consider these verses from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 8:211 through 214. Verse 211 is quoted from Govinda Lilamrita 10:16. Sekhya Shri Radhikaya Vraja Kumuda Vidhor Ladini Nam Shakte Shash Ramsha Prema Valya Kishalaya Padala Pushpadi Tulya Shvatulya Shiktayam Krishna Lila Mrita Rasa Nichalyar Ula Santyam Amusyan Jato Lasha Shvasechach Chatta Gunam Adikam Shantitan Arshatiyatan Na Chitram Yadhyapi Shakira Krishna Sangame Nahimana Tatapi Radhika Yatne Karana Sangama Nanach Chale Krishna Preri Sangama Karaya Atma Krishna Sangha Haite Koti Sukapaya Anyone Vishuddha Prema Kare Rasa Pusta Tansabara Prema Deki Krishna Hayatusta. Ramananda Roy explains here how the gopis, including Srimati Radharani, feel more happiness when bringing others to enjoy with Krishna than when directly enjoying with Krishna themselves. This attitude of feeling more happiness in the happiness of others brings Krishna great satisfaction. Lord Chaitanya himself, Krishna in Radha's mood, spent a large portion of his manifest time on earth as a public preacher and teacher, bringing many persons to Krishna consciousness. Many of his disciples, who were the chief examples of Raga Bhakti, spent much of their time in both studying and writing books. It is entirely fitting that a person who follows Sri Rupanuga, and who is aspiring for or already on the Raga Marg, would use a mridanga at printing press to nurture their attachment to the divine couple. Bhaktisiddhanta consistently gave emphasis, as does Raghunath Das Goswami in Shiksha, for an internal change of motive and consciousness that must occur when traversing the path of raga. It is on this point more than any other that we find firm evidence for Bhaktisiddhanta teaching the inner path of Raganuga sadhana. He does not deny the role of guru and sadhus in understanding one's spiritual identity. Rather, the following letter encapsulates Bhaktisiddhanta's teachings and view. The Asta Kaliya Lila and related topics that you have heard about from Vaishnavas in Vrndavan is undoubtedly worshipable. Yet how these pastimes are conceived in the state of infestation by anarthas is not at all worshipable. By repeated chanting, a special individual is capable of knowing these matters, which is the identity of the Swarup. By attaining anartha nivritti, one's Swarup is automatically awakened, and the eternal mode of thinking that is innate to it is manifest. Those who profess to teach or reveal this identity are deceitful, for it cannot be done. On the other hand, if a devotee receives some inspiration after sincerely chanting for a long time, he should go to the Sadguru or an advanced devotee and ask that it be confirmed and purified by him. The Swarup has 11 ekadas aspects. There are many cases of unscrupulous gurus who artificially force-feed these topics to unqualified practitioners, yet that cannot be called a symptom of spiritual perfection. Those who have achieved Siddha or Swarup Siddhi gain such realization through internal revelation. The Guru's only involvement is to assist his disciples' ongoing advancement. As a sadhaka progresses towards Siddhi, all these things are naturally revealed within the Sevan Mukha heart. Bhaktisiddhanta's letter, 17th of November 1930, Patravali 289-90. So, by the grace of Guru and advanced devotees, all is revealed, but a formal Siddhi Pranali is not necessary. As Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote, Purna Vikashita Haya Braji Mora Jaya Layala Dekaya More Sarup Vilas Mora Siddha Diya Krishna Pasi Rakagiya E Dehara Kare Sarvanas. Blossoming fully, the flower of the holy name takes me to Vraja and reveals to me his own love dalliance. This name gives to me my own spiritual body, keeps me right by Krishna's side, and completely destroys everything related to this mortal frame of mine. Sharanagati Śrī Manaḥ, the Glories of the Holy Name, verse 7. In a letter, 18th December 1932, Bhaktisiddhanta similarly wrote, quote, Only the holy name can reveal the spiritual form of the living being and cause him to be attracted to Krishna's form, qualities, and pastimes, end quote. Indeed, the potency of the holy name is one of the key teachings of Lord Chaitanya himself, as we see in Chaitanya Charitamrita Anti Lila 471. Tara madhye sarva shreshta nam sankirtan niraparade namalaya payat premadan. The ultimate conclusion is that Bhaktisiddhanta taught purification of anarthas through chanting the holy name, deity worship, study of the Shastras, visiting the holy places, serving the devotees, and helping others to take up Krishna consciousness, all under the direction of Guru. Let's look very briefly at the inner path of Shiksha and compare Bhaktisiddhanta's teachings on Raga Bhakti with it. Raghunath Das Goswami says that a practitioner must have Ratim Apurvam atitaram, unprecedented excessive attachment for Krishna and all related to him, at the very beginning of the path. Similarly, Bhaktisiddhanta writes, quote, when you are sincerely eager to serve Krishna, your eternal connection to him in one of 5 rasas will be open to you, end quote. Srila Prabhupada Vakritavali 1:134. Throughout Shiksha, especially in verses 8 through 11, there is an emphasis on serving the Swarup Shakti Radharani. Similarly, Bhaktisiddhanta writes, quote, without serving Radha, no one can ever be eligible to serve Krishna. May you be overwhelmed with desire to be situated in your eternal individual serving position in Madhura Ras as an eternal maidservant of Radha's Palya Dasis. One of the prime methods of purification given in Shiksha is to cry out for the help of the Lord and his devotees. Bhaktisiddhanta writes, quote, by sincerely calling out to Bhagavan, the jiva may attain anartha nivritti. There is no other means. Srila Prabhupada, Bokrita Bali 2:176. If we want to show the real glory of Raganuga Bhakti, we ourselves must become expert in the art of bhajan. Bhajan is not an external activity. Loudly call out Nam. Then the spirit of enjoyment in the form of laziness will not be able to devour us. Letter 13th December 1928. Following Shiksha, the practitioner must give up pride, interest in mundane talks, sinful behavior, deceitfully using Krishna for one's own sense gratification, and the desire for honor. Only then does Giridhari allow the jiva to fully worship Gandharva, and only then does the jiva fully enter into realized spiritual service. Bhaktisiddhanta writes in Prakash Rasa Stava, or Sata Dushini, Na utiya vrikshopadi paladadi tane na Rupanuga Kramapanta Vilopata Karena. One should never climb into a tree, grasp the unripe fruits, and forcibly pull them off. Similarly, for the followers of Srila Rupa Goswami, never abolish the initial systematic process of devotional service. Sevaya unmukha haile jada kata hayana Natuva Chinmaya Kata Kuba Shrota Hayana. When one is enthusiastic for constantly rendering unalloyed devotional service, there is never any possibility for becoming distracted by idle talks related to the mundane world. Otherwise, if one is not enthusiastic, then confidential topics about the all-conscious spiritual world should never be heard. The essence of the inner path involves getting rid of even the finest traces of anarthas, like the second cleaning out of fine shukshma dust and sand in the Gundicha temple as described in Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 293 and 94. Shukshma duli trina kakara sabakarara dura balamata subhana karara prabhura antapura sabha vaishnava lana yabe dura bara sodhila Deki Mahaprabhura Mane Santosha Laila. Siddhanta also describes the awakening of raga as a gradual process of internal purity. Nama Parad Kirtan is not Nam Kirtan. As the bud of the holy name begins to sprout just a little, the supramundane forms of Krishna and his associates become manifest, and when it reaches the flowering stage, the fragrance of Krishna's 64 qualities is experienced. When the lotus of the holy name fully expands, Krishna's Ashta Kaliya Nitya Lila, although beyond material nature, manifests within this world. Gaudiya 13:213. As evidenced in this chapter, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati taught the path of spontaneous love for Krishna in Vraja, Raga Bhakti. He accepted as bona fide both the external and internal paths which Swarup Damodar had imparted to Varkreshwar Pandit and Raghunath Das respectively. However, In Bhaktisiddhanta's time, the external path had generally become a mockery due to unqualified persons' imitative methods. Bhaktisiddhanta and his faithful followers therefore emphasized the internal path of Shiksha, which is almost impossible to counterfeit. Śrī Manaḥ of Raghunath Das Goswami. Invocation by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Bhajan Darpana. Shri Guru Charane Bhya Nama. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Chandraya Nam. Shri Radha Krishna Bhyam Nama. To compose this commentary on Shiksha, I fall at the lotus feet of Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. He is worshipable by the whole world because he displayed how to cut all worldly ties by taking full shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. By the instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Sarup Damodar Goswami taught Raghunath Das Goswami all the secrets and mystery of the worship of the name of the Lord, Harinam Bhajan. These 12 shlokas of Shiksha are the wealth and life of all Gaudiya Vaishnavas, because Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, by addressing and instructing his own mind, is teaching everyone these same secrets. He reveals what people should or shouldn't do when, after the accumulation of devotional good fortune, they gain faith, shraddha, in devotional service for Sri Krishna. Shiksha Bhas. Shri Guru Charane Bhyo Namah. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Chandraya Namaha. Shri Raghunath Das Goswami Charane Bhyo Namaha. Offer my respects to the lotus feet of Shri Guru, the moon-like Shri Krishna Chaitanya and Shri Raghunath Das Goswami. Shri Vrajadam Nityadana, Radha Krishna Duijana, Lila Avesha Aika Tanahai, Dhamma Shaha Gaudadesh Prakata Haileesh, Nija Nitya Parishada Laila. The eternal treasure of Vraja, Shri Radha and Krishna, absorbed in their play, melded into one body and manifested in Bengal, along with their timeless abode and their entourage of eternal associates. Mana Tumi Satya Bali Jana, Navadvipe Gora Hari Nama Sankirtana Kari, Premavrita Goda Hailadana. O heart, know it to be true. By performing congregational chanting of the holy name, Nam Sankirtan in Navadvip, Gaur Hari gave the immortal ambrosia of sacred love to Bengal. Sanyasera Charikare Nila Chale Se Hari Sri Krishna Chaitanya Yatishwar Damodara Ramananda Lai Kari Parananda Guda Tattva Janaya Vishtara. The same Hari became the best among wandering ascetics, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, who lived in Nilachala in the pretext of being a sannyasi, enjoying unsurpassed bliss with Sarup Damodar and Ramananda Roy, exploring deep and intimate mysteries of Krishna's love. Raghunath Se Tattva Shikhaya Paramarta Pataila Shri Rupera Kache Shri Das Govindi or Goswami Braje Rupa Saha Krishna Bhaje Shiksha Shloke Likiyache. Teaching these spiritual truths, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sent Raghunath Das Goswami to Rupa in Vraja. It was there that Raghunath Das Goswami adored and worshipped Krishna alongside Sri Rupa and wrote this Shiksha. Tanara Dasera Das Haite Yara Bade As E Bhakti Vinod Akinchana Shiksha Basagai Yate Suda Bhakta Pai Dayakadi Karine Sravana. I, poor Bhakti Vinod, cherishing the intense desire to become the servant of their servants, sing these commentaries on Mana Shiksha wherever I find pure devotees. Please be merciful and listen. Śrī Manaḥ of Raghunath Das Goswami. Chapter 1, Verse 1. Goro goste gostaliishu sunjane bhusuragane shvamantre Śrī namni Vrndavan yuva dvandva sharane sada dambam hitva kuru ratim apurvam ititaram ayes vantar bharatas chat tubir abhiyache dritapad. O dear brother, O mind, having given up all pride, please develop unprecedented and excessive attachment to Sri Guru, to Sri Vrndavan, the abode of cows, to the devotee residents of Vrndavan, to all the devotees on this planet, to the confidential mantra given by Sri Guru, to the holy names of Shri Radha Krishna, and to the process of surrendering to the fresh, youthful couple of Vraja, holding your feet, I beseech you with sweet words. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajan Darpana Commentary. Shlokarta, meaning of the verse. Shri Guru. Guru includes both Diksha Guru and Shiksha Guru, initiating Guru and instructing Gurus. The types of attachment one should develop towards the Guru while serving them is clearly explained in the next verse, Mana Shiksha 2. Goshta, 3 Vrajadam. This includes Gokul, Nandeshwar, Govardhan, Shamakund, Yavat, and all other places of Krishna's pastimes in Vraja Mandala. Gostalian, the residents of Vraja. Those who reside in Vrajadam for the purpose of pleasing the Lord through devotional service are called Vrajavasi Gana. Vrajavasi indicates a pure devotee, an elevated Uttama Bhagavat. Such a person resides in Vrajadam both physically and in meditation, or just in meditation. Sujan, the Vaishnavas, devotees of the Lord. Vaishnavas may belong to any Vaishnava Sampradaya school. Perhaps they may not reside in Vraja even in meditation, but still they are bona fide and are devotees of the Supreme Lord, Bhagavan. These are the intermediate Madhyama Bhagavat devotees. Bhusuragana, the Brahmanas. These are persons who are teachers, priests, intellectuals, scholars, counselors, or healers, and who are firmly fixed in the scriptural duties for their occupation and life stages, Varnashram Dharma. Such persons also teach the worship of the Lord, Vaishnava Dharma, to all pious persons, Varnashram followers. They are known as juniors, or Kanishta Bhagavat. Swa mantra, one's Diksha mantra. This is the spiritual mantra, or Bhagavan mantra, that a bona fide guru gives as part of initiation. For example, Kama Gayatri. Shri Harinam, primary names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in relation to the spiritual world and the spiritual eternal functions are names like Shri Hari, Shri Radhakanta, Shri Krishna, Shri Govinda, and so forth. Secondary names such as Patita Pavana, the deliverer of all fallen souls, and Paramatma, Supersoul, are related only to the material world. One should always take shelter of the Lord's primary names. Vraja Nava Yuva Dvandva Sharana, surrender to the youthful divine couple of Vraja. One should take shelter exclusively and one-pointedly of Vraja Yuva, the divine couple Shri Radha Krishna. Bandham Hitva, give up pride. The varieties of Damba include Maya, illusion and trickery, Avidya, ignorance, Kapatata, cheating, Asaralata, lack of direct simplicity, and Shastya, deceit and duplicity. While cultivating pure devotional service, if there is any other motive besides progression in bhakti, then one is engaged in a kind of cheating or duplicity. If philosophical detachment, gyan, or good works for material enjoyment, karma, is prominent in the devotional process, then ignorance, avidya, will be seen as more powerful than bhakti. If any unfavorable mood is present in the development of bhakti, it is a disguised form of maya. One must give up all such things. When one engages in the cultivation of pure devotional service, illusions about duties of occupation and stage of life, varnashram dharma, material desires, the self, God, material energy, life's goal, and the process of success will all disappear. Apurva rati. The love inherent in the soul is pure love for the Lord. Atma rati is Suddha rati. When that pure love in the conditioned soul comes into contact with the dull matter of maya, it transforms into material attachment. In pure Krishna bhakti, the original, eternal, deeply emotional attachment remains fixed and visible at all times because Sri Krishna is the soul of all souls. During conditioned life, while performing devotional service, the soul becomes filled with apurva rati, love that has no material precedent in proportion to the expression of the soul's inherent emotional attachment. Atitaram kuru, make intensive endeavor. Atisaya vidhana, enthusiastically feel encouraged to progress and take full shelter in the devotional path. Do not become complacent, thinking, quote, if I am lucky, I will get spiritual success, or if it is not in my fortune, then I may not achieve it, end quote. As much as the mercy of Guru and Krishna combine with one's own endeavors, one gets spiritual potency. As much as that spiritual potency manifests, one desires to enjoy the fruits of one's own actions will be diminished. Instructive commentary. To be eligible to receive the pure instructions in this verse, a person should already have achieved faith, shraddha, in the path of loving devotion to Krishna. Such faith comes from the potency of association with saintly persons, sadhu sangha manifesting within the heart. That potency diminishes the tendency to perform karma, actions for material gain. When shraddha develops, the first action is to accept and take shelter of an initiating spiritual master, Diksha Guru, as well as the Diksha mantra to worship Yugala Kishore, the divine couple Shri Shri Radha Krishna. After receiving the mantra, one should worship one's Shiksha and Diksha Gurus with pure devotion and attachment to their lotus feet, Atmarati. One should not only respect Gurus as saints, using rational intelligence, but one should also deal with one's Gurus as well-wishing friends. Always respect and serve the three types of Vaishnavas, junior, intermediate, and advanced, according to their eligibility, with love and in a friendly manner. One should also develop deep attachment to chanting the mantras and serving the holy name. One should come to the point of complete surrender to the lotus feet of the divine couple, knowing them to be one's life and soul. This surrender is called Sharanagati. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manashiksha Bas, Song 1. Gurudev Vrajavane Vrajabhume Vasejane Sudha Bhakti Ara Vipragane Ista Mantre Harinam Yugala Bhajane Kame Kararati Apurvayatane. O mind, desire to serve the young couple of Vraja with uncommon, wonderful attachment. Gurudev, the forest of Vraja, the residents of Vraja, the pure devotees and the brahmanas, your Ishta mantra and the holy name. Dari mana charane tomara, jani yache ebe sara, Krishna bhakti vina ara, nachi guche jivara samsara. O heart, I beg you, falling at your feet, please love them all of them. I know the essence. Without devotion for all these, along with devotion for Krishna, the soul will not escape the cycle of birth and death, samsara. Karma Gyan Tapa Yoga, Shakali Tat Karma Boga, Karma Chandaita Karinari, Shakala Chadiya Bai, Shraddha Dev Vira Gunagai, Yanra Kripa Bhakti Dite Pare. Consider that action, knowledge, asceticism, and yoga only further bind one to karma and certainly are unable to free one from it. Renounce all these, O brother, and sing the praise of the goddess of faith, whose grace can bestow devotion. Chadi Damba Anukshana Smara Asta Tatvamana Karatape Nishka Patarati Se Rati Prartanaya Se Sri Dasa Goswami Paya E Bhakti Vinod Karinati. Give up all pretenses and meditate on the eightfold truths. Guru, Vrndavan, Vrndavan's residents, Vaishnavas, Brahmanas, one's mantra, the holy name, and the process of surrendering at every moment. Love them all, without ulterior motives. With prayers for attaining such love, Bhakti Vinod bows at the lotus feet of Śrī Raghunath Das Goswami. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 2. Na dharmam nidharmam shrutigana niruktam kilakuru Vraje Radha Krishna Parachura Paricharyam Ihatanu Sachi Sunam Nandishwar Pati Satut Tatve Guru Varam Mukunda Prestatve Smaraparam Ajashram Nanamana. Indeed, do not perform any pious acts prescribed in the Vedas and supporting literature, or sinful acts forbidden in them. Staying here in Braja, please perform profuse service to Shri Radha Krishna. O mind, unceasingly remember the son of Sachi as the son of Nanda Maharaj, and Sri Guru as the dearest servant of Lord Mukunda. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajana Darpana Commentary. Purva Paksha. This verse deals with three doubts. The first doubt concerns how an individual jiva who gives up false pride and takes shelter of Krishna Bhakti will earn living. It might appear that no one who gives up dharma and adharma, as prescribed in this verse, could maintain a livelihood. The second doubt concerns accepting the worship of Sri Radha Krishna, the divine couple, as the ultimate and only object. Such a person needs to understand how to know and regard Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu without disturbing one-pointed worship. The third doubt concerns needing to know the method in which one should meditate on Sri Guru. Answers to all these are provided below with proper analysis. Shloksartha, meaning of the verse. Nadharmam shrutagana niruktam kilakuru. Do not perform the pious or sinful activities mentioned in the Shrutis. The Shrutis' essence is the esoteric conclusion that one should serve the divine couple Shri Radhakrishna uninterruptedly. Externally, whatever a human being does fall in one of these two categories of dharma and adharma. If we reject both, life cannot be sustained even for a moment. Therefore, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami did not actually prohibit all activities in relation to engaging the senses in the world, nor did he prohibit all prescribed duties in relation to awakening a soul to the ultimate goal of life. In this world, there are two categories of living beings, the spiritually ignorant and the spiritually intelligent. For spiritually ignorant living beings, the Vedas as Shruti and Smriti list many rules and prohibitions to promote piety and discourage sin. Fear of punishment motivates spiritually ignorant jivas to follow such rules. Whenever they do anything independently of such scriptural guidelines, their actions have inauspicious result. Those who have attained self-realization are spiritually intelligent, conscious of their spiritual identity as servant of God. They do not need and shouldn't do actions motivated by fear. Srila Raghunath Das Goswami has instructed such persons who have realized their spiritual identity to pursue the worship of the divine couple without much regard to dharma or adharma. Even while performing whatever required duties are needed in their life, spiritual practitioners, sadhakas, should infuse those activities with service to the divine couple, Shri Radha Krishna. Those persons who live according to Varnashram Dharma, scriptural rules of occupation and life stages, should do those actions in a mood related to pure devotional service. For example, those who are married, grihastha, should establish the deity form of the Lord, Sri Vigraha, at home. Then, all activities such as earning money, farming, supporting one's family, protecting wealth and assets, building houses, and so forth, should be done in the mood of identifying oneself as the servant of the deity who is the enjoyer of all those activities. One should never think, quote, I am the enjoyer and master. I can exploit the fruits of my work for my own enjoyment, end quote. According to Hari Bhakti Vilas, even rituals such as the Shraddha, oblation offering to ancestors, should be performed in the mood of the service to the deity. When a person has more attachment and dependency upon the principles of Varnashram Dharma, the pure intrinsic nature of devotional service for the pleasure of to the divine couple is easily available. Then one can live in Vrajadam at least mentally, if not both physically and mentally. Sachi Sunam Nandishwar Pati Sutatve. Meditate on Lord Chaitanya, the son of Sachi, as non-different from Lord Krishna, the son of Nanda. The very beginning of worshipping the divine couple starts with worship of one's guru, Shri Guru Puj, and pleasing the gurus. When one remembers Lord Gauranga, meditating upon him to appear in the form of Krishna. That if worship is done otherwise, the ultimate perfection will not come. However, if someone worships Sri Chaitanya separately from the divine couple, one will be unable to understand how he is non-different from Sri Krishna. Having established that Sri Krishna, Sri Nandanandana, is non-different from Lord Chaitanya, Sri Sachinandana, one is then able to remember Sri Chaitanya even while worshipping Sri Krishna. Guru Varam Makunda Prastatve Smara. Meditate on Sri Guru as being the dearest to Makunda, Krishna. The term Makunda Preshta means someone who is very dear to Lord Makunda, the Lord who gives mukti, freedom from the material world. The worshipper should think, quote, Sri Krishna, who is like an ocean of mercy, has sent his intimate associate in order to take me home, back to Godhead, end quote. It is also most appropriate to respect and regard Sri Gurudev as an intimate friend, Priyashaki, of Srimati Radharani. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manasiksha Bas, Song 2. Dharma Bale Veda Yare Ete Ka Prasamsakare Adharma Baliya Ninde Yare Taha Kichunari Kara Dharma Adharma Parihara Rao Rata Nid Guda Vyapare. Engage neither in anything that the Vedas proclaim to be Dharma, nor in anything that it censures. Rather, leaving all Dharma and Adharma aside, enrapture yourself in the supreme mystery. Yachi mana dari tavapai, se sakala parihari, brajabhume vasakari, ratahao yugala sevaya. O heart, I beg you, holding on to your feet, abandoning everything, live in Vraja, and be always absorbed in the loving service of the divine couple, Shri Radha Krishna. Shri Sachinandana Dane, Shri Nandanandana Sane, Ekakari Kahara Bhajan, Shri Mukunda Priya Jana Gurudeva Janamana, Toma Lagi Patita Pavan. Worship our treasure, Sri Sachinandana, the son of Sachi, Gaurahari, and Śrī Nandanandana, the son of Nanda, Krishna, as one. Know that Gurudev is Sri Krishna's beloved who manifested in this world, dear mind, as the savior of the fallen for you. Jagate prakata bai tanha vine gatinai yadi chahad apana kulshala. Tanhara charane dari tad edesha sarashmari e bhaktivino deha pala. You cannot progress without Guru. If you want your own welfare, hold tight onto the Guru's lotus feet, always keeping the Guru's instruction in your mind. Bhaktivinoda begs, quote, please grant me strength that I may do this myself, end quote. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 3. Yadicher avasam vraja bhuvi saragam pratijanor yuva dvandvam tachchet paricharitam arad abhilase sarupam si rupam saganam iha tasya grajamapi spurtam premna nityam smaranam tadatvam Śrī Manaḥ. Listen, O mind, if you desire, in every birth, to reside in the land of Vraja with loving attachment and to serve the youthful couple Shri Radha Krishna in close proximity, then clearly remember and offer obeisances to Sri Sarup and to Sri Rupa and his associates in Vrndavan, and to Sri Rupa's elder brother Sri Sanatan. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajan Darpana commentary. Purva Paksha. This verse addresses whether or not it is possible for someone to attain residence in Vrndavan with spontaneous love, Ragatmika Bhakti, if one accepts initiation, Diksha, and instruction, Shiksha, from any of the Vaishnava schools, Sampradaya. Shlokarta, meaning of the verse. Ragatmika Bhakti. We will first consider the words in this verse, Sri Raga, which refer to Ragatmika Bhakti. The practice and perfection of pure Bhakti is categorized into three states, Sadhana Bhakti, Bhava Bhakti, and Prema Bhakti. Srila Rupa Goswami's conclusions in this matter is explained in the following verses. Ado Shraddha Tata Sadhu, Sango Ta Bhajanakriya, Tato Narta Nivritti Shyat, Tato Nishta Ruchistata, Ata Shaktis Tato Bhavas, Tata Prema Bhudanchiti, Sadha Kanam Ayam Premna, Pradurbhave Bhavet Krama. Sadhana Bhakti begins with faith, Shraddha, followed by association with pure devotees, Sadhu Sangha, engagement in devotional service, Bhajana Kriya, removal of unwanted desires in the heart, Ananta Nivritti, firm faith in the process of bhakti, Nishta, experience of taste in performing activities of bhakti, Ruchi, feelings of affection towards the Lord, Asakti, attainment of deep attachment to the Lord, Bhava, and attainment of spontaneous love for the Lord, Prema. These are the stages of attaining pure love for Krishna for the sadhakas. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1:5-14-16. Sadhana Bhakti, which is performed during the devotee's stage of practice, is divided into two categories. These are Vaidhi Bhakti, or regulative devotional service, and Raganuga Bhakti, or spontaneous devotional service. There is a subtle distinction that is maintained between these two categories of practice and a different result at maturation. Srila Rupa Goswami gives his definition of regulative devotional service, Vaidhi Bhakti, as follows. Yatra Ragana Vap Tatvat Pravritir Upajayate Sanane Naiva Satrasya Savaidhi Bhakti Ruchate Shastroktaya Prabalaya Tattan Maryad Dayanvita Vaidhi Bhaktir iyam kaishan Maryada Margu Uchate. When engagement in bhakti occurs solely by the discipline given in scriptures and not due to spontaneous attachment, such practice is known as Vaidhi Bhakti. Due to being restricted, Maryada, by the strong statements of the scriptures, some people call Vaidhi Bhakti the path of scriptural restriction, Maryada Marga. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 126 269. Srila Rupa Goswami describes spontaneous devotional service or Raganuga Bhakti as follows. Virajitam abhivyaktam vrajavasi janadishu ragatmikam anustista yasa ragan nugochite raganuga vivekartam ado ragatmikochite iste Shvara Siki Raga Parama Vistata Bhavet Tanmayai Ya Bhavet Bhakti Shatra Ragat Mikodita Sa Kamar Rupa Sambandha Rupa Cheti Bhavadvida. The eternal residents of Vraja possess and vividly express Ragatmika Bhakti, or devotional service fully in spontaneous love. Engagement in bhakti as a follower of the eternal residents of Vraja is known as Raganuga Bhakti. To better understand Raganuga Bhakti, we must define Ragatmika Bhakti first. Bhakti composed of spontaneous attraction to Lord Krishna according to one's natural inclination to love is known as Ragatmika Bhakti. It can be based either on amorous attraction or on other relationships, parents, friends, etc. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 12270-3. Who is qualified for Raganuga Bhakti or spontaneous Vraja Bhakti? In this regard, Srila Rupa Goswami has given his conclusion. Ragatmika aika nishtaye Vrajavasi janadaya tesham bhavaptaye lubho bhavet atra dikaravan Tatad bhavadi madhurye shruti dir yad apekshate natra sastram nayuktim cha ta labdho pati lakshanam vaidha bhakti adhikari tu bhavavir bhavana vadi tatra shastram tatatarkam anukulam apekshate krishnam smaram janam Chasya prestam nija samihitam tat kasta rachaschaso kuryad vyasam braje sada seva sadakarupena siddharupena chatradhi tadbhava lipsuna karya vraja lokanu sarata shravano kirtanan dini vaida bhakti uditanitu yani angani chatani atra vejayani manisibi. Ragatmika, a variety of one-pointed devotion, is found solely in the residents of Vraja. Those sadhakas who are eager to obtain a similar mood are eligible candidates for Raganuga Bhakti. A symptom of the emergence of this spiritual greed is that one's intelligence immediately becomes attracted to the mood of the residents of Vraja on hearing about its sweetness, without caring for scriptural instructions or logical arguments. In contrast, a person eligible for Vaidhi Bhakti depends on scripture and logic until bhava or prema has arisen. One who is eligible for Raganuga Bhakti, always meditating on Sri Krishna and his devotees, should choose a dear associate of Krishna, favorable to one's mood, and, residing in Vraja, become absorbed in hearing the pastimes of that devotee and Krishna. One who desires to obtain the specific mood of a particular resident of Vraja should perform service externally in the form of a sadhaka and internally in the form of a siddha according to the mood of that eternally liberated devotee. An intelligent devotee should consider the limbs of Vaidhi Bhakti, such as hearing and chanting, as limbs of Raganuga Bhakti also. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.291-6. When devotional service in practice matures, one is endowed with a stage of bhavadas, also known as rati, or strong attachment. Srila Rupa Goswami describes rati as follows. Iyam eva rati prodha mahabhava dasambrajet yamrigya syad vimuktanam bhaktanam cha varish yasam syad dridhayam rati prema prodyan sneha karmadayam syan mana pranayo rago anurago bhava iti api bijam ikshu sachas rasa sa gudha kanda evasa sa shokora sita sa cha sa yata syat sitopala ata prema vilasa syur bhava sneha dayastusat prayo vyava hrinante mi prema sabdena suribi yasa yadrisha jatiya Krishna prema budanchati tasyam tad drisha jatiya sa Krishna syapi udiyate. When this rati, samartha, in which the desire for enjoyment attains oneness with rati, attains maturity, it becomes mahabhava. It is a difficult state to obtain for devotees in general, and even for the liberated souls. When samartha rati becomes intense, it is called prema. On becoming more intense, prema turns successively into sneha, affection, mana, indignation, pranaya, love, raga, attachment, anuraga, higher attachment, bhava, ecstasy, etc. This intensifying is just like sugarcane, which progressively turns to juice, jaggery, candy sugar, ordinary sugar, white sugar, and refined sugar. The root of all these transformations is the sugarcane. Similarly, prema is the root of all the transformations such as sneha and mana. Thus, devotees sometimes use the general term prema for all these transformations. There are unlimited varieties and details in such prema due to the unlimited variety in the living entities. Whatever variety of prema arises in those devotees who are in amorous love with him, Krishna reciprocates with them in the same way. Ujjval Nilamani 14:57-59-62. To answer the original question, with deeper analysis of the love which is connected to the Shingara rasa of Vraja, we can understand that this prema is not generally available from other sampradayas, and then only to a small degree. For this reason, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami instructs all practitioners to desire to attain the mood of the Vrajavasis to accept Sri Swarup Damodar, Sri Sanatan Goswami, Sri Rupa Goswami, and all the other recipients of Sri Krishna Chaitanya's mercy as their instructing spiritual masters. Pratijuna, life after life. Generally, it takes many lives to perfect spontaneous devotional service with symptoms of pure love. However, with mercy, perfection can happen very quickly. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manasiksha Bhasa Song 3. Ragavesha Vrajadam Vasi Yadi Krit Tivra Kama Take Tava Hridaya Bitare Radha Krishna Lila Rasa Praicharya Sulalasa Haya Yadi Nintanta Antare. If there is a spontaneous desire and an extreme craving in your heart to live in Vraja in intense blissful passion, and if you have the longing to understand the divine sweetness of Radha and Krishna's divine play, Balitaba Suna Mama Mana Bhajana Chatura Vara Shri Sarupa Damodar. Prabhu Seva Yanhara Jivan. Then, O heart, listen to me. Swarup Damodar is the best among experts in bhajan, and his very soul is the service of his Lord, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sahagana Sri Rupa Yini Rasa Tattva Ganamani Lila Tattva Ye Kaila Prakash Tanhara Ad Graja Bai Yanhara Samana Nai Varnila Ye Yugala Vilas. Sri Rupa and his associates reveal sweet pastimes of Krishna as a crest jewel of the entire knowledge of rasa theory. Rupa's elder brother, Sanatan, who has no equal, has described the divine couple's eternal, all-blissful love affair. Se Saba Mahajane Spasta Prema Vignapane Smara Nam Tumi Nirantara Bhakti Vinodera Nati Mahajana Ganaprati Vignapita Kahara Satvara. Offer your respects and constantly remember all such great souls who reveal this love so clearly. Bhaktivinoda respectfully asks all these great souls to quickly grant him attainment of all they have described. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 4. Asad Varta Veshya Vishrija Mati Sarvasva Harani Kata Mukti Vyagirya Nashrinu Kila Sarvatma Gilani Api Tyaktva Lakshmi Pati Ratim Ito Vyoma Nayanim Vraje Radha Krishno Swarati Mani Dao Tvam Bhajamana. O mind, abandon the prostitute of mundane talks, who plunders all intelligence. Do not listen to all the stories of the tigress named Mukti, liberation, who devours all souls. Moreover, also give up attachment to the husband of Lakshmi, Sri Narayan, who only leads one to Vaikuntha. Instead, here in Vraja, serve Shri Radha Krishna, who give one the jewel of their own love. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajan Darpana Commentary. Shlokartha, meaning of the verse. Mati Sarvasa Harini Asad Varta Rupa Vishvya. Mundane gossip is like a prostitute who plunders the treasure of the heart. Just as a prostitute takes away wealth and everything else from an immoral person, material gossip plunders one's intelligence. The only wealth of a living being is the discriminating intelligence that has spiritual attainment as the goal of life. In contrast, any material gossip in relation to sense enjoyment, or any kind of connection to sense enjoyment, is all temporary and useless. Even lessons in Shastra which promote greed for more wealth, sexual pleasure, or connection with people who are attached to sex are all asat, temporary, material, and useless. Any process that increases one's association with and attachment for temporary, useless objects is called asatvarta. Regarding Krishna-conscious intelligence, Mati, Sri Ramananda Roy has said the following: Krishna Bhakti Rasa Bhavita Mati Kriyatam Yadi Kuto Pi Labhyate Tatra Lolyam Api Mulyam Ekalam Janma Koti Suktar Na Labhyate. If it is possible to obtain intelligence absorbed in the rasa of pure devotional service to Krishna, then one must acquire it without delay. Intense greed for that rasa is the only price. It cannot be obtained even by pious activity in millions of births. Padyavali 14. Sarvatma Gulani Mukti Vyagriya Kata. Discussions of mukti, or merging into impersonal Brahman, are like a ferocious tigress which devours everyone's soul. Here the word mukti, or liberation, refers to Brahma Nirvana, also called Sayuja Mukti. This type of liberation involves merging into either the impersonal Brahman effulgence of God or the body of God directly. Sayuja Mukti negates the eternal individuality of the self. The establishment of this merging as ultimate liberation is based on word manipulation. It is not the ultimate truth any more than there are flowers growing in the sky. In reality, the only ultimate truth, Paramatattva, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the possessor of all inconceivable potencies. The supreme potencies of the Lord are eternal. The divine potency, Chit Shakti, manifests the Lord's transcendental pastimes. In the form of Maya, she creates endless material universes, as well as the physical and subtle material bodies of conditioned souls. In her aspect as the marginal potency, Tatashta Shakti, she manifests countless minuscule living beings, jivas. Some people are envious of Bhagavan, the supreme personal form of God, and his devotees. There are also some who are apathetic to Bhagavan's name, form, qualities, and pastimes, considering them to be imaginary. Although such envious or apathetic persons continue to suffer the reactions of their karma, they experience some sort of pleasure by discussing impersonal liberation. But that happiness is like the happiness of a criminal who commits suicide in order to escape punishment. Therefore, we must very carefully abandon all topics and all contemplation of the process of worship for attaining impersonal liberation. Also, one must give up the association of those who are eager for impersonal liberation. Such liberation is like a tigress who devours the soul. Srila Rupa Goswami explains this topic as follows. Bhukti mukti spriha yavat pishachi hridi vartate tavad bhakti shukash yatra katam abhyudayo bhavet Shiksha taranam boja seva nirvrita chetasam esha mokshaya bhoktanam nakarachit spriha bhavet. The desire to enjoy the material world and the desire to become liberated from material bondage are considered to be two witches who haunt one like ghosts. As long as these witches remain within the heart, how can one feel transcendental bliss? Those dedicated devotees whose minds are always absorbed in the loving service of the lotus feet of Sri Krishna never have the slightest desire for impersonal liberation. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1, 22, and 25. Vyo Nayani Lakshmi Pati Rati. The attachment for Lakshmi Pati Narayan takes one to Vaikuntha. The abode of Narayan is known as Paravyoma or Vaikuntha, the spiritual world. There, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the possessor of all opulences in full, resides eternally. In this abode, one can achieve 4 kinds of liberation by serving the husband of Lakshmi, Narayan. Sarupya, achieving the same features and form as Narayan. 2. Samipya, living in Narayan's close association. 3. Salokya, residing on the same planet with Narayan. And 4. Sarsti, obtaining the same opulences as Narayan. Srila Rupa Goswami very clearly describes this as follows. Atra chad jatav yaivokta mukti pancha vidapichet salokyadis tatapyatra bhaktya nati virudyate shaktaisvar yotara seyam prema sevo tareti api salokyadir dvidhatatra nadya seva jusamata kintu premaika madhurya Buja ekantino haro, Naivan gikut vate jatu muktim pancha vadamapi, tatrapi ekantinam stresta govinda hrita manasa, yesham shrisha prashado pi, mano hartum nak shaknuyat, sadhatatas tu abde pi, Shiksha Krishna Swarupaya, Raseno Krityate Krishna Rupam Esa Rasastiti. Although this book, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, has suggested that a devotee give up all 5 types of liberation, still 4 of them, Sharupya, Shamipya, Shalokya, and Sharsti, are not very much against bhakti. These 4 types of liberation may be motivated either by the desire for personal opulence and happiness, or by the desire for prema and service to Krishna. Of these, the first motivation is not suitable for those who only desire loving service. However, one-pointed devotees of the Lord who desire to experience only the sweetness of prema do not accept any type of liberation to Vaikuntha. Among all these devotees, those whose minds have been stolen by Govinda are the best. Even the favor of the Lord of Lakshmi, Narayan, cannot capture their minds. Although in principle there is no difference between the forms of Narayan and Krishna, Krishna is superior due to principles of rasa, divine aesthetics. Such is the conclusion of the rasa point of view. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1-255 through 59. In this regard, Srila Haridas Thakur has expressed transcendental sentiment. Alam tri diva vartaya kim iti sarva bhauma shriya. Vaduratara vartini bhavatu moksha lakshmi rapi. Kalinda giri nandini tata nikunja punjo dare. Mano harati kevalam nava tamala nilam mana. I've had enough with talk of celestial planets and have no use for a great kingdom on earth. Even the opulence of liberation should go far away from me. My heart is stolen by that person in the groves of the Yamuna whose shining, dark, bluish complexion is like a young tamala tree. Padyavali 103. Swarati Manudo, giving the jewels of their own love. Swarati Do also means Atmarati Do. The soul of all souls is Shri Radha Krishna, and the love that each individual has toward them is called Atmarati. That love is covered by various desires born of ignorance when souls are enchanted by Maya, although such love is the jiva's eternal dharma in the perfected state. Shri Ishvarapuri exemplifies this love. Danyanam hridi bashatam girivara pratyagra kunjo kasham satyananda rasam vikara vibhava vyavritam antarmaha asmakam kila valavi Ratiraso Vrndatavi Lalaso Gopakopi Mahendra Nila Ruchiras Chite Muhu Kridatu. May the cowherd boy, who is a festival of ecstatic bliss for the hearts of the fortunate creatures residing in the groves of Govardhan, who eagerly enjoys loving pastimes in the forests of Vrndavan with the gopis, and whose complexion is as splendid as a great sapphire, eternally enjoy transcendental pastimes in our hearts. Padyavali 75. Sri Madhavendra Puri has beautifully expressed his enduring attachment for Sri Krishna. Rasam prasam santu kataiva nishta Brahmam ritam veda shiro vista. Vayam tu gunja kalita vatamsam. Gihita vamsam kam api shriyama. Those devoted to poetry may praise its sweetness, and those devoted to Vedic study may praise the nectar of impersonal Brahman. We praise neither. We simply take shelter of that person who plays a flute and wears a necklace of gunja berries. Padyavali 76. Shikshā also states, Jatu pratayate na prativa padam naindre pade modate. Sandate na cha yoga sadisho diyam moksham cha nakankshati. Kalindi vara simani stira tadin mega dyuto kevalam. Sudhe brahmani balavi bujalata bade mano davati. My mind never prays for the post of an earthly king, nor desires the post of Indra. It does not like the yogic perfections, nor yearn for liberation. It only runs after the pure Supreme Brahman, who, in the forests by the Yamuna, is bound by the vine of a gopi's arm, and so appears like a dark rain cloud surrounded by lightning. Padyavali 78. Śrī Manaḥ also expresses such spiritual sentiments. Angana rasa chituri chapala charu netran chalas. Chalan makara kundala spurita kanti gada stala. Rajola sita nagari nakara las rasa lasyo shuka. Sames sapadi man nase spurato kopi gopalaka. I pray that a certain cowherd boy who expertly casts amorous glances from the corners of his beautiful restless eyes, whose splendid cheeks are decorated with glistening, swinging, sharp-shaped earrings, who is very eager to enjoy the rasa dance with the radiant girls of Vraja, may at once appear within my heart. Padyavali 97. Only through worshipping Sri Radha Krishna, the divine couple of Vrndavan, with these jewels of attachment awaken within the practitioner's heart, elevating the sadhaka to a higher state of ecstasy of love of Godhead, called Mahabhava. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Shiksha Song 4. Krishna Vartavina Ana Asad Varta Balijana Se Vesya Ati Bayankari Shri Krishna Visaya Mati Jivera Durbala Ati Saivasya Mati Layahari. Discussions about useless things without speaking of Krishna are like a frightening prostitute. Such talks take away thoughts about Krishna, which are extremely rare for living beings. Sunamana Bari He Tomaya Mukti Name Sodolini Tare Kata Yadi Suni Sarvatma Sapati Gila Hakai. Listen, O mind, let me tell you. If you listen to the crouching tigress called liberation, Mukti, it devours all the opulence of the soul. Tadubaya Tyaga Kare Mukti Kata Parihara Lakshmi Pati Rati Rakak Dure Se Rati Prabala Haile Paravyomi Dea Pile Nahi Dea Vasa Vrajapure. Renounce both liberation and useless discussions, and even give up attachment for the Lord's form as Lakshmi's husband, Narayan. If your love for Narayan is too strong, it will send you to Vaikuntha, Paravyoma, and you will not find shelter in Vraja. Braje Radha Krishna Rate Amulya Danada Ati Tai Tumi Braja Chiradina Rupa Raganatha Paya Serati Prantanaya E Bhakti Vinod Dinahina. But love for Krishna, Radha and Krishna in Vraja grants a unique and incomparable treasure, so pray for that every day. This lowly and poor Bhakti Vinod prays for such love at the feet of Rupa and Raghunath. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 5. Asach chesta kasta prada vikata prasalabir iha prakamam kamadi prakata patapati vyakti karai gai badva hanye ham iti bakabid vart mapagane kurutvam futkaran avati sa yata tvam mana ita. While here on the revealed path of devotion, I have been attacked by the gang of my own lust, etc., who have bound my neck with the troublesome, dreadful ropes of wicked deeds. I am being killed, end quote. Cry out piteously like this to the devotees of Krishna, the destroyer of Baka. O mind, they will save you from these enemies. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajan and Darpana commentary. Shlokarta, meaning of the verse. Kamadi prakata patapati vyakti karai, lust, etc. The gang of plunderers on the open road. Lust, anger, greed, illusion, false pride, and envy are plunderers on the open road of one's spiritual life. These 6 muggers attack their victims forcefully upon meeting together. In Srimad Bhagavatam 262 and 3, a clear explanation is given on this subject matter. Dhyayato vishayan pumsa sangas teshu pajayate sangat sanjayate kama kamat kroda bhajayate krodad bhavati samaha samahat smriti vibrama smriti brahmsad buddhi raso buddhi nasat pranasyate. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them, and from such attachment, lust develops, and from lust, anger arises. From anger, complete delusion arises, and from delusion, bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. Srila Baldev Vidubhasan has explained the meaning of these 2 verses. Vitendriyai syapi mai anivesta manasa punar anarto durvasa iti aha dayata iti dvaibhyam vishaya sabda din sukha hetutva badya dhyayata puna punas chintayato yoginas teshu sangha asaktir bhavati sangade tos teshu kama trishna jayate kamachcha kena chit prati hatat krodas chitta dvalas tat prati gat tako bhavati krodat samoha karya visheka vijnasa vilopa samohat shmitir indriya vijayadi prayatnanu sandir vibramsa smriti brahmsad buddhir atma shnanar ta kshayad vasayasya nasa buddhi nasat pranasyati punarvishaya boga nimango bhavati samsaratiti artha madana shreyas yanad durlabham manastani sva vishayar yojayantiti bhava tata chabano vijigishnuna mad upasana videyam. Quote, even for those persons who have conquered their senses, if their mind is not fixed on me, Krishna, then the mind again becomes unfavorable and impressible, end quote. The Lord says in these two verses, 262 and 63. The Lord continues to say, quote, when the sense objects such as sound, touch, etc. are meditated upon in order to attain gratification, then the yogi who thinks repeatedly about them develops a strong attachment to such sense objects. Due to such association with sense objects, a strong desire for those objects is born in the yogi's mind. If somehow the yogi is able to check the fulfillment of such strong desires, then the result is the generation of anger due to dissatisfaction, which burns the heart, thereby disturbing the yogi. From such disturbing anger comes bewilderment, which is nothing but a loss of discrimination about what should be done and what should not be avoided. Due to loss of discriminatory power of the intelligence, the efforts of conquering over the senses start faltering, and by such forgetfulness, the enthusiasm of the intelligence to gain knowledge of the self is lost. By such loss of intelligence, the yogi falls down. In other words, such a yogi again becomes absorbed in sense enjoyment and wanders in such enjoyment. The gist is that the weak mind, having taken shelter of the lust god, engages such yogis in the service of its own objects. Therefore, my worship is prescribed for those who wish to fully conquer the mind. Gita Bhushana Bhasya. Asach Chesta Kasta Prada Vikata Pasha. The troublesome, dreadful ropes of wicked deeds. The 6 enemies, lust, anger, greed, illusion, madness, and envy, have been previously explained. They create wicked deeds that are like a rope that ties up the neck of the living being, which causes pain and fear. Baka bid vartmapagane, protectors of the path leading to the killer of the Baka demon. Baka bid refers to Sri Krishna, the killer of the Baka demon. The demon Baka crane is the embodiment of duplicitous hypocrisy. Sri Krishna killed Baka by splitting his beak into 2 pieces. Vartma indicates following the devotional path, which brings about cultivation of love for Krishna. The suffix pa refers to the Vaishnavas, the devotees of Krishna, who are the protectors and guardians of that devotional path. The conclusion is that one should cry desperately to the Vaishnavas for protection from all unwanted enemies, such as lust, anger, greed, and all other anarthas. The merciful Vaishnavas will definitely provide protection upon hearing a living being's cries. For example, one great devotee from South India prays, Prahlad Narada Parashara Pundarik Vyasam Barisha Sukha Saunaka Bhishma Dalbyam Rukma Gando Dava Vibhishan Falgunyadin Punya Idam Paramam Bhagavatam Namami. To the saintly devotees of the Lord, headed by Prahlad, Narada, Parashara, Pundarik, Vyas, Ambariksh, Sukha, Saunaka, Bhishma, Dalbya, Rukmangada, Uddhava, Vibhishan, and Arjuna, offer my respectful obeisances. Padyavali 52. Sri Sarvajna prays, Tvad Bhakta Saritam Patim Chalukavat Kadyo Tavad Bashkaram Merum Pasyati Lokshravat Kim Aparam Bhume Patim Brityavat Chintaratna Chayam Shila Shakala Vatkalpa Duman Kastavat Samsaram Trina Rasivat Kim Aparam Deham Nijam Bharavat. O my Lord, your devotee seeks the king of rivers as a handful of water, the sun a firefly, Mount Meru a clump of earth, the emperor of the world a servant, a multitude of Chintamani jewels, simply pebbles, a valuable Kalpavriksha tree a mere stick, the entire world a bunch of straw, and his own body a burden only. Padyavali 56. Śrī Madhava Saraswati describes further. Nirmamsa Rajasa Malimasa Drishtam Tavad Nadir Ishvare Garvodarka Ku Karkasha Diyam Dure Pivarta Hare Jananto Pi Najanate Shruti Mukam Shrirangi Sangadrite Susvadum Padivishayanti Apirasam Gurvi Na Parvi Spesit. Those whose eyes are blinded by the dust of the Karma Mimamsa philosophy cannot fix their hearts on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those whose intelligence is atrophied by illogical conclusions dictated by pride stay far away from the topics of Lord Hari. Those who seem to understand the Vedas but cannot become devotees of Lord Krishna do not actually understand the Vedas. They are like large ladles that distribute the sweetest nectar but cannot taste it themselves. Padyavali 57. The glories of the devotees' association are explained when Hiranyakashipu speaks to Prahlad about the importance of association in general. Yasya yat sangati pumso manivatsyat tadgunas sasvakula ridhyai tatodiman svayutan eva samshrayat. Just as a transparent crystal takes on the colors of nearby objects, the association of a person determines one's qualities. Therefore, the intelligent take shelter in like-minded, similarly practicing groups for the sake of bringing auspiciousness and prosperity to their group. Hari Bhakti Siddhodaya, quoted in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.229. The essence is that the impurities of the heart cannot be obliterated with yoga or fire sacrifices. Through the association of a Vaishnava who is free from envy, gradually those impurities will be removed. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manasiksha Bhasa, Song 5. Kama Krodha Lobha Moha Mada Matsara Saha Jivera Jivana Pate Base Asat Chesta Raju Fanse Pati Kera Dharma Nase Prana Lai Ya Kare Kasha Kasi. Desire, anger, greed, bewilderment, intoxication, and pride are 6 enemies that wait on the path of a soul's journey in life. They have lassos, which pull the soul so he slips from righteousness, dharma, and performs unscrupulous activities, asat chesta. These enemies pull tightly to drag away one's life. Mana tumi dara vakya mora e saba batapad ati saya nivara yakhana geriya kare jora. O heart, please seriously consider my words. These highway robbers are incredibly difficult to resist. Thus, whenever they surround and attack you, Achi kinchu na kariya Vaishnavera nama laya Pukaraya Daka Ucharaya Baka Satru Senagane Kripakare Nijajane ate kara udara tomaya. Do nothing else but utter the name of Vaishnavas at the top of your voice. Then the soldiers of Krishna, the slayer of Bakasura, will come to save you out of their mercy. The devotees of Lord Krishna will come and save you from these enemies. Bhattapad chaya jana asate chesta rajugana diagale karira bandhana pranavayu gata praya rupa raganatha haya kara bhakti vinod raksana. Bhakti Vinod says, quote, "These 6 horrible enemies have tied me up and tightened the noose of unscrupulous activities around my neck. My life breath has almost left me. O Rupa Raghunath, please protect me." Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 6. Are cheta prodyat kapata kuntinati barakara karshan mutre snatva dahasi katam atmanam apimam sadatvam gandharva giridhara para prema vilasat sudham bodhau snatvatvam api nitaram mam chasukaya. O ruffian mind, why do you burn yourself and me, the soul, by bathing in the trickling urine of the great young donkey of full-blown hypocrisy and duplicity? Instead, you should always bathe in the ocean of love emanating from the lotus feet of Shri Gandharvika Giridhari, thereby delighting yourself and me. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajan Darpana Commentary. This verse gives advice to those practitioners who may be able to subdue the 6 enemies of lust, anger, greed, illusion, madness, and envy, but have failed to vanquish the great enemies of deceit and hypocrisy. Shlokartha, meaning of the verse. Prodyat kapata kutinati barak kara karan mutre snatva. This verse describes bathing in the trickling urine of the donkey of complete, ostentatious duplicity and hypocrisy. There are 3 categories of spiritual practitioners, or sadhakas. The Svanishta sadhaka only endeavors to please Sri Bhagavan, Lord Hari, and completely rejects all the regulations and injunctions of Varnashram Dharma. Parinishta sadhakas engage themselves in all prescribed duties, taking shelter of all the rites and rituals used to worship the Supreme Lord. These 2 types are grihastas, householders. The 3rd type of sadhaka is nirapeksha, a devotee who is renounced. Such persons are of a detached nature and not known in the grihasta ashram. All 3 types are benefited only when they become thoroughly honest and give up deceit, pretense, and hypocrisy. Otherwise, they are surely vanquished. Each type of sadhaka has distinct ways of exhibiting a deceitful nature. The deceitful nature of the Svanishta sadhaka can be exhibited in 6 ways. Number 1, indulging in sense gratification on the pretext of satisfying the Supreme God. 2, serving rich, influential materialists instead of serving simple, nirapeksha servants of Krishna. 3, accumulating more wealth than would ever be needed. 4, enthusiasm for meaningless temporary gains, even at the cost of envying and harming others. 5, teaching twisted logic and self-motivated speculation in the name of giving education instead of cultivating spiritual knowledge. And 6, wearing the dress of a materially disinterested renunciate in order to gain material prestige. The deceitful nature of the nirapeksha sadhaka can be exhibited in 8 ways. 1, thinking oneself as an advanced Vaishnava. 2, thinking of oneself as superior to others simply by wearing the dress of a renounced person. 3, collecting material wealth for food or clothing more than required. 4, improperly associating with the opposite sex in the name of spiritual practices. 5. Staying with materialistic people with the expectation of receiving wealth rather than visiting Krishna's temple. 6. Being inwardly anxious and worried about collecting more wealth while making a pretense of performing devotional service or chanting. 7. Being more concerned with external dress and rules and regulations than devotion for Krishna. And 8. Overlooking or neglecting the main purpose of spiritual life, developing love for Krishna. Various cheating propensities, kapatata, such as bad arguments, kutarka, false philosophical conclusions, siddhanta, and maintaining impediments to devotional service, anarthas, arise from a deceitful nature. All of these propensities are very detrimental to true Krishna consciousness and are compared to the urine of a donkey. Many practitioners may think that they're getting cleansed by bathing in the unholy urine of the donkey of deceit. Actually, they're just burning and destroying their own lives. Gandharva Giridhara Pada Prema Vilasat Sudha Bodhau Snatva. Instead, one should bathe in the ocean of nectarian love that emanates from the lotus feet of Shri Gandharva Giridhari. Gandharva refers to Srimati Radhika, who is the internal energy, Sarup Shakti, of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Giridhari refers to Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who possesses all unlimited, inconceivable potencies, and is thus known as Shaktiman Purusha. Here, one is advised to bathe in the Visuddha Chidvilas, the ocean of nectar of transcendental spiritual transformation. This nectar arises from love of the shelter of Gandharva Giridhari's lotus feet. To elaborate this subject, Srila Rupa Goswami prays in the Pramartha Padihati of his Stavamala as follows. Sudha Gangeya Gangarim Kurangi Lagime Krishanam Jita Konditu Bibhyashyam Abudam Bara Sambritam Navina Valavi Vrinda Damilo Pula Malikam Divya Ratnadi Alankara Sevya Mana Tanu Shriyam Vidagda Mandala Gurum Gana Gaurava Manditam Ati Presta Vyavashyabir Astabir Abhiveshtitam Chanchala Panga Bangena Vyakuli Krita Keshavam Gostendra Sutta Jivato Tu Ramya Bimbadaram Mritam Tvam Aso Yachate Natva Vilotan Yamuna Tate Kakubir Vyakula Vishvanto Jano Vrindavaneshwari Kritagaske Pi Ayoge Pi Janesmin Kumatava Pi Dasya Dana Pradhanasya Lavamapi Upapadyate Yuktastvai Jano Naiva Dukito Yam Upekshitum Kripad Dyota Dravachchita Navanitasi Yat Sada. O Sri Radha, I offer obeisance to you. You have a complexion of pure golden hue, possess a pair of doe-like restless eyes, your face that conquers the beauty of millions of moons, and dress in dark cloud-like garments. Your hair is decorated by the gopis using malika, jasmine flowers, and your body is decorated with divine gems and ornaments. You are the guru of all the expert gopis, the receiver of the admiration of your followers, extremely dear to your confidants, and surrounded by your 8 primary Shaktis, female friends. By the mere movement of the corners of your eyes, you make Lord Keshava restless, and the nectar of your delightful lips is the only source of life for the son of Nanda Maharaj. Having offered obeisances in these ways, I, a distressed soul belonging to you, beg you with sweet words while rolling on the banks of the Jamuna. Although I am unfit, an offender with a crooked mind, please bestow on me a fragment of the gift of service to you. This unhappy soul is not fit to be neglected by you, for you have a buttersoft heart that melts constantly by the warmth of your compassion. Srila Rupa Goswami further elaborates on this subject matter in his Shri Madhava Madhavayor Nama Yugastakam of his Stavamala. Radha Madhavayor Etad Vakshe Nam Yugastakam. Radha Damadaro Purvam Radhika Madhavotata Rishabhanu Kumaricha Tatagopendra Nandana Govindasya Priya Saki Gandharva Bandhavastata Nikunja Nigaro Gosta Kishora Jana Shekharo Vrindavana Dipao Krishna Vallabhara Dika Priyo. I now recite the following 8 names of Shri Radha Madhava. 1. She is Radha, and he is Damodar, whom she is bound during the month of Kartik. 2. She is Radhika, and he is Madhava, the husband of the goddess of fortune. 3. She is Vishabhanu Kumari, the daughter of Vishabhanu, and he is Gopendra Nandana, the son of Nanda Maharaj, the king of cowherds. She is Govinda Priya Shaki, the dear female friend of Govinda, and he is Gandharva Bandhava, the dear male friend of the Gandharvas. 5. They are Nikunja Nagaro, the couple enjoying amorous moods in the forest bowers of Vrndavan. 6. Gosta Kishore Janak Shekharo, the leaders of the young gopis and gopas of Vrndavan. And 7. Vrindavana Pita Dipo, the 2 presiding rulers of Vrndavan. 8. She is Krishna Vallabha, the dear darling of Krishna, and he is Radhika Priya, the beloved of Shri Radhika. One's deceitful nature is removed when the heart is completely pure with humility. Taking shelter of such names and soaking one's mind in the spiritual rasas, please ceaselessly wander around the land of Vrndavan, meditating on Shri Radha Govinda's pastimes through the periods of the day, Astakayala Lila. Then the mind, purified by humility, will not give any space to deceit. Otherwise, the moment any other thought gives an opening, deceit again attacks. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manasiksha Bhas, Song 6. Kama Krodha et Adhikare Bihare se Saba Adi Ache Eka Guda Satru Tava Kapatata Namatara Tare Kuti Nati Bara Kara Murti Parama Kitava. Aside from desire, anger, and the other thieves, there is one subtler enemy of yours. His name is deceit, and is also known as insincerity. That enemy is a tricky entity, and is in the form of a donkey. Ore mana guda karadara, se kara mutre bule, snanakari kutu hale, pavitra balya manekara. My dear mind, please try to understand the deeper essence. You are joyfully bathing in this donkey's urine by mistake, thinking it to be something pure. Vani va grihe taka, se kare duri raka, yare mutre tumi ami jvali, chadia kapatya vas gugala visara vilasa ras, sagari kahara snanakeli. Whether you live in a forest or at home, keep away from that donkey, whose urine burns both you and me. Let's escape the charm of your own duplicity, and sportingly bathe in the beautiful ocean of the divine couple's sweet love. Rupa Raganatha Paya, E Bhaktivinoda Chaya, Dekite Yugala Rasa Sindhu, Jivana Sartar Kahe, Sarva Chitra Chitrahade, Se Sagara Ekabindu. At the lotus feet of Rupa and Raghunath, Bhaktivinoda begs to see that beautiful ocean of the divine couple's love. A single drop from that ocean makes life worth living and steals away the hearts and minds of all living beings. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami, verse 7. Pratistasa drishta shrapacha ramani mehrida katam sadhu prema sprisati suchir etananumana sadatvam shevasva prabhudaita samantam atulam yatatam nikaishya tavaritam ihatam veshayatisa. As long as the unchaste, dog-eating woman of desire for prestige dances in my heart, how can the chaste and pure lady of love for Krishna touch it? Therefore, O mind, you should always serve the incomparable, beloved devotee commander of Krishna's army, who will immediately throw out the unchaste woman and establish the pure lady of love in the heart. Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajana Darpana commentary. This verse answers any doubts about why a person who has given up material enjoyment may still have deceit in the heart. Shlokarta, meaning of the verse. Drishta svapacha ramani pratista tasa. The desire for prestige is an unchaste, dog-eating woman. Pratistasa is the desire for honor. Even though one may have dispelled the other anarthas, unwanted things, it is not easy to uproot pratistasha. It nourishes and generates other forms of deceit. This desire for honor is the root of all other anarthas, but since it is never able to recognize its own fault, it is shameless. Fame is like dog flesh, and one eager for such fame is called Drishta Svapacha Ramani, a dog-eating promiscuous woman. In the previous verse, the three types of sadhakas were explained. Each type demonstrates the desire for pratista in a different way. A Svapachanista sadhaka, or Svanishta sadhaka, wants to become renowned as religious, benevolent, and sinless. A Paranishta sadhaka hopes to be known as a devotee of Vishnu, as a knower of spiritual subject matters, and as detached. And a Nirapeksha sadhaka wants to be known as spotless and renounced, as a master of the conclusions of Shastra, and as having a perfect understanding of devotion. As long as one maintains a desire for honor, pratista, deceit, kapatata, will also remain. And until one is free from deceit, one cannot obtain the saintly people's pure love. Suchir Sada Prema, pure love of God. Sri Rupa Goswami states, Samyam Marshnita Svanto Mama Tati Shayanti Kita Bhavasaeva Sandratma Buddhai Prema Nigadyate. When bhava condenses and intensifies, it softens the heart completely, and one becomes filled with great attachment and possessiveness towards Krishna. That intense love is called prema, love for Krishna of a feminine nature, by learned scholars. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 141. Only when the desire for pratistha is cast away does one's whole heart become softened. Otherwise, it is not possible. Prabhu Daita Atula Samanta, powerful, incomparable commanders of Sri Krishna. The meaning of Prabhu Daita is a pure servant of Krishna. The word Atula indicates that there is no comparison to such a person who is a Samanta, special commander of the Lord. The rays of the Lord's internal pleasure potency are always reflected in the heart of such a devotee. This potency can very easily flow and accumulate in the heart of another individual, which will cast away any misgivings and help pure love grow there. This flow of spiritual potency can happen through the pure devotee's embrace, the dust from their lotus feet, their leftover food, and their beautiful instructions. But thus, Lord Shiva says in the Padma Purana, Adharanam sarvesham Vishnurardanam param tasmat paratanam Devi tadinam samarcharam. Of all kinds of worship, worship of Lord Vishnu is the best. Recommended more than worship of Lord Vishnu is worship of the Vaishnava. In Srimad Bhagavatam 3.7, 19, and 20, it is further said, Yat sevaya bhagavata kuta stasya madhudvisha rati raso bhavet tivra padayor vyasanadana durapa hi alpa tapasa seva vaikunta vartmasu yatro pagyate nityam deva devo janardana. By serving the feet of the spiritual master, one is enabled to develop transcendental ecstasy in the service of the personality of Godhead, who is the unchangeable enemy of the Madhu demon and whose service vanquishes one's material distresses. Persons whose austerity is meager can hardly obtain the service of the pure devotees who are progressing on the path back to the kingdom of Godhead, the Vaikunthas. Pure devotees engage 100% in glorifying the Supreme Lord, who is the Lord of the demigods and the controller of all living entities. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita Anti Lila 1660 through 61, it is said, Bhakta pad duli ara bhakta pad jala, bhakta bhukta aveshesha, tina mahabala, tina seva haite Krishna premahai, Puna Puna Sarva Shastri Fukariya Kai. The dust of the feet of a devotee, the water that has washed the feet of a devotee, the remnants of food left by a devotee, are three powerful substances. By rendering service to these three, one attains the supreme goal of ecstatic love for Krishna. In all the revealed scriptures, this is loudly declared again and again. Rupa Goswami says in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.219, Yavanti Bhagavat Bhaktir Agani Katita Niha Prayastavanti Tad Bhakta Bhaktirapi Buddha Vudu. All the limbs of bhakti that have been described here in this book, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, in relation to Lord Krishna, the intelligent consider most of them to also be applicable to the Lord's devotees. Srila Rupa Goswami describes how Bhava Bhakti manifests by association with pure devotees in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.241. Dig ambobir dauto pulaka patali mandita tanu skalan anta phalo dadhad ati pritum vepatum api disho kaksham yavanmama sa purasha kopi upayayo Najanakim tavan matir ihagrehi nabhiramate. Ever since I saw that person whose heart was filled with spiritual ecstasy, exhibited through flowing tears, erect body hair, stumbling and shivering, I do not know what has happened. My mind simply refuses to take interest anymore in household affairs. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manashiksha Bhas, Song 7. Kapatatta haile dura praveshe premarapura jivara hridaya danyakare ataiva bahut yatne ani bare prema ratne kripatya rakhaha ati dure. Once deceit is cast away, a living being's heart becomes blessed, and one enters the city of sacred love. Therefore, take great care to keep pretense far away from you when you try to acquire the jewels of love. Sunamana niguda vachana tatista ara dishta adam chandalini ride mama yatakala karibe nartana. Listen, O mind, to these secret words. As long as my audacious desire for fame in the form of a fallen, low-class, dog-eating woman shall remain within my heart, kipatya tad upapati nacha dipe mamamati swapachini yahe hayadura yarta yatanakari prabhu presta padadari seva tumi kahara prachura. Her paramour, deceit, will not stop holding sway over my mind. To cast away that dog-eater, hold on to the feet of the beloved devotees of the Lord, and very carefully, and render a lot of service. Tena Prabhu Senapati Vikrama Kariyati Shrapachini Sangachadiya. Radha Krishna Premadani Deva Kave Akinchane Bola Bhaktivinoda Kandiya. Bhaktivinoda weeps, asking, when will the commander-in-chief of the Lord take me away chivalrously from the company of the dog-eater and give me the treasure of the love of Radha and Krishna? Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 8. Yata dustatvam me davayati satasyapi kripaya yata mayam premaritam api dadati ujvalamaso yata Shri Gandharva bhajana vidaye perai yati imam tatagoste kakva giridharam ihatvam bhajamana. Even though I am a cheater, the Lord's mercy can drive away my inherent wicked nature, giving me the glowing nectar of divine love, and inspire my heart with the process to worship Sri Gandharvika. Therefore, O mind, with pleading words, you should worship Sri Giridhari here in Vrndavan. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajan Darpana Commentary. With the association of sadhus and the gradual transfusion of spiritual energy, wickedness in the heart of a devotee disappears, and all success is achieved. But such association of sages cannot be obtained so easily. Therefore, Raghunath Das Goswami gives us the instruction in this verse. Shlokarta, meaning of the verse. Katva, the helpless, destitute practitioner's expression that is a humble plea. Devotion that is free of deception is always combined with the attitude that I am extremely destitute and wretched. Srila Rupa Goswami's Sri Gandharva Samartana Stakam Stavamala expresses such feelings. Vrindavane viharator iha keli kunje matadvipa parvana kautuka vibramane mena sandhyar shayashva yuvayor vrindavaravinda dvandvam vidhehi mai Devi kripam prasida. You were roaming freely in this pleasure grove of Sri Vrindavan, enjoying love like the greatest of intoxicated elephants. O Devi, Radharani, please show me your face and the face of your beloved, and kindly bestow your mercy on me. Ha Devi kaku bara gadgada daya yadat vacha yache nipatya bhuvi dandavad ubhara tarti yas asya prasadam abudasya janasya kritva gandarvike nija gane gananam videhi. O Devi, falling in the ground like a rod, I, an extremely distressed soul, beg you, in a stuttering voice filled with a piteous mood, having bestowed your mercy on this unintelligent soul, O Gandharvika, please count me as one of your near and dear ones. Shyam Rama Ramana Sundarata Varista Sundarya Mohita Samastra Jagajanasya Samasya Varambuja Bada Tanum Kadakham Tam Indira Virala Rupam Baram Bhajami. O Shyam, Radharani, Shyam's, Krishna's beauty surpasses the beauty of Lord Narayan and enchants the entire world. When will I be able to worship you in a form embraced by the left arm of Shyam? Indeed, even Devi Lakshmi rarely sees this form. Tvam prachadena mudira chavina pidaya manjira muktam charanam chavidhaya Devi kunje virjendra tanayena vraja jamane nakam kada pramuditam abarayise. O Devi, when will I dress you in a cloud-colored sari, remove your ankle bells, and help you excitedly attain the forest grove where the son of Nanda resides at night, waiting for you? Kunje persuna kuta kapita keli talpe sam vistayor madhura narma vilasabajo loka traya Baranayos Charanam Bhujani Samba Hayisyati Kadayuvayor Janoyam. The two lotus feet of the two of you are resting in a forest grove on a bed that is ornamented with hosts of flowers. Those feet have enjoyed delightful love sports and are the ornaments of the entire world. O Devi, when will this servant of yours be able to massage those feet? Tvatkunda rodhasi vilasa parishrimena Shvedambu chumbi vidanambu ruha shriovam Vrndavaneshwari kada taru mula bajo sambijayami chamari chaya chamarena. You two are seated under a tree on the banks of your Kunda, the lake named Radhakund. O Vrindavaneshwari, when will I use a yak-tail whisk to fan both your faces, which are kissed by the moistening perspiration formed due to the effort of love-making? Linam nikunja kurare bhavati mukunde chitraiva Shuchita vatim ruchirakshi naham bungam bruvam na rachayeti mrisharu samtvam agre virgender tanayasya kadanu nesye. O splendid-eyed beauty, when you, who are hiding in a secret spot in the forest grove, will be discovered by Mukunda, you'll then accuse me by saying, quote, you told him where I'm hiding, end quote. At that time, I will say in front of Krishna, quote, it was not me, but Chitrashaki who told him about you. Kindly do not be falsely angry with me like this, end quote. When will such a day come? Yagyuda keli tuke raja raja sunim jivan madham akida darpa vikashik jalpam fulabir alibir analpam udira mana strotam kuda kada nubat bhavatim avalokayeshe. When you, having defeated the son of Raja Raj in a playful war of words, will express pride by speaking even more clever words to celebrate your victory, your jubilant friend, Sakis, will shout out heaps of praiseful words such as Jai Radhe. When will I witness this occasion? Ya kopi sustu rishabhanu kumari kaya samprartanastakam idam pratati prapana sa prayasa saha sametya drita pramoda tatra prasada laharim urari karoti. The surrendered soul who beautifully recites this Gandharva Samartana Astakam, dedicated to the daughter Vrishabhanu, will be able to approach her in a mood full of joy along with her lover, Sri Krishna, and will experience and spread their mercy. Satata me dustatvam. Cheating and deception are my wickedness. Deceit, or pretense, is the wickedness of the conditioned soul, whereas a pure soul is by nature simple and thoroughly honest. When souls take shelter of ignorance and illusion, they at once become deceitful, falsely proud, and obsessed with the desire for honor, worship, adoration, and prestige. They become hypocritical and consumed by dishonest activities. Such souls seek distance from everything related to the Lord. When those unfortunate conditioned souls realize their true positions as servants of the Lord, they feel more humble than the straw on the street and gain the intelligence to respect others according to their respective positions. They also take complete shelter of the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They receive the mercy of Sri Krishna and his beloved devotees. Ujjvala Premamrita, the supremely radiant nectar of love for Krishna. Here, Ujjvala refers to Shingara Ras, which is also known as Madhurya Ras, the transcendental emotion of amorous love of God. Srila Rupa Goswami describes this as follows. Mukhya raheshu puraya sham kshe penodita rahasyatvat pritag eva bhakti rasa ratsa vishtarano Chyate Madhura Vakshamanar Vibha Vadai Swadayatan Madhura Rati Nita Bhakti Rasa Prokto Madhurakto Manisabi. In the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the king among all rasas, Madhura, was described only briefly due to its confidentiality. Now here, in Ujjal Nilamani, I am separately elaborating on it. When Madhura Rati becomes tasty with the presence of Vibhava, Anubhava, Sattvika Bhava, and Sanchari Bhava, the experts call it Madhura Bhakti Ras, Ujjval Nilamani Nayaka Beda Prakarana 1, 2, and 3. Srila Rupa Goswami describes in Shri Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu that pure devotional service is cultivated in 5 different transcendental types of attachment, namely Shanta, neutrality, Dasya, servitorship, Shakya, friendship, Vatsalya, parenthood, and Madhurya, amorous love. These 5 primary relationships are also known as continual loving attraction, Sthai Bhava. The support in Madhura Rasa is Krishna and his pleasure potency, and their qualities are the stimulants. During their amorous pastimes, the gopis, including Srimati Radharani and even Krishna himself, display the 8 symptoms of love, Sattvika Bhava, and the 33 emotional waves, Vyabhichari Bhava. These bhavas rise up like tides, causing the ocean of Bhakti Rasa to swell. When devotional service in practice is transformed into devotional service in ecstasy, one develops steady attraction, sthāyi bhava. That steady, attractive attachment, combined with vibhava, anubhava, sattvika bhava, and vyabhichari bhava, attains a state of rasa. This state signifies the visible appearance of pure love, prema, and is known as bhakti ras. Shri Krishna's Vraja Leela and the Leela that he enacted with his dear gopis all over Vrajamandala are the best examples of this rasa. Those who are fortunate and awaken a strong greed to obtain this transcendental amorous rasa should follow in the wake of the gopis. They should pray continually with intense longing and anguish, with voices choked with emotion. In such a state of intense prayer, the sadhaka obtains Srimati Radharani's mercy. The rays of Hladini Shakti, the internal pleasure potency of the Lord, enters such a practitioner's heart, thus making this transcendental rasa visible. There is no other method or circumstance by which one can achieve this transcendental Madhurya Ras. Shri Gandharva Bhajan, worship of Shri Gandharvika. The infinitesimal living being, in its limited capacity to experience bliss, may sometimes experience Brahmananda, the bliss of realizing Brahman, or Atmananda, the bliss of knowing oneself to be a spiritual soul. However, without the mercy of the internal pleasure potency, Hladini Shakti, one can never experience the transcendental ecstasy of Paramananda, the supreme bliss of loving service. When one gets that mercy when, after hearing about the eternal loving emotions of the eternal residents of Vrajadam, a greed may awaken in the heart of the practitioner to achieve that very same devotional sentiment. In this way, the sincerity to beg and pray for that sentiment will begin. Once that sincere desire has awakened, the devotee should take shelter and serve one of Srimati Radharani's girlfriends, Shakis or Manjaris. Only by the mercy of the Shakis can one be eligible to serve the divine couple. By getting the mercy of a Shaki, one can gradually obtain the mercy of Shri Radha. With the increase of such mercy, Hladini Shakti proportionally manifests in the heart, which makes the spiritual bliss of service to the divine couple eternally available to the soul. As long as a practitioner maintains mental masculinity, he remains ineligible to serve in this way. There is no connection to one's worldly male and female body to this mood and service. In its original form, the jiva has a spiritually feminine nature. If a person superimposes concepts of masculine or material gender, everything is destroyed. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manasiksha Bhas, Song 8. Vrajabhumi Chintamani Chidananda Ratnakani Yata Nitya Rasera Vilas Jivadibba Gudajan Chintiti Krishna Vrndavan Jada Ane Karila Prakash. The land of Vraja is a wish-fulfilling gem. Indeed, it is a jewel mine of consciousness and bliss, where Shri Krishna's eternally sweet playful pastimes manifest. Krishna thought, quote, "If I bring Vrndavan and make it manifest on earth, then I can give the greatest, most secret treasure to the souls there." End quote. Krishna Mora Dayara Sagara, Tumi Mana Vrajadam, Brahmi Avirama, Daka Krishna Haya Katara. My Krishna is an ocean of mercy. O heart, keep wandering in Vraja ceaselessly, and cry out for Krishna in despair. Avidya Vilas Vase, Chile Tumi Jadarase, Dushtata Hridaya Palat Stan, Haila Tumi Sashta Raj, Bulile Arpanakaj, Hriday Varile Abhiman. You were in the grip of illusory delights, reveling in mundane romance, and evil found a place in your heart. You became a master cheater, forgetting your own duties, and began to foster ego in your heart. Eve upadesha suna, gayak galaguna, goste karana rodana, Dayakari Giridhara Suiniya Kakuti Swara Tabe Dosha Karibe Sodana. Now, listen to this instruction. Sing the glories of the divine couple and cry, right here in the pastures of Vraja. When Giridhari listens to such pitiful weeping, he will cleanse me of all my faults. Ujvala Rasera Priti Shirade Bhajana Niti Anayase Dibena Amaya Rupa Raganatha More Kripa Kare Atapare E Tattva Gopine Sikhaya. He will give me that bright and shining sweetness of love, easily showing me the ways of worshipping Sri Radha. When Rupa and Raghunath have mercy on me, they will teach me all these mysteries in secret. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 9. Mat Ishra Natatva Vrajavipina Chandram Vrajavane Shvarim Tan Natatve Tad Atula Sakitve Tu Latinam Visakham Shiksali Vitarana Gurutve Prayosaro Girindo Tat Preksha Lalita Rati Datve Smaramana. O mind, meditate on Krishna, the moon of the Vrndavan forest, as the lord of my leader, Śrī Radhika. Meditate on Śrī Radhika as his most dear object of love. Meditate on Śrī Lalita as her most incomparable friend. Meditate on Śrī Visakha as the foremost guru distributing the teachings of love. And meditate on Radhakund and Govardhan as givers of the sight and love of Śrī Radha Krishna. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajana Darpana Commentary. In this verse, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami guides the practitioner, sadhaka, on what the mutual relationship should be between spontaneous devotional service, Raganuga Bhajan, and amorous transcendental love of God, Madhura Ras. Shlokartha, meaning of the verse. Vraja Vipina Chandram Smara. Meditate on Sri Krishna, the glowing moon of the forest of Vraja, Vrndavan. The following verses from Sri Rupa Goswami's Mukta Vali Stava and his Stavamala exemplify this instruction. Navajala Dada Varnam Champa Kobashi Karnam Vikashita Nilanasam Viparan Mandahasyam Kanaka Ruchi Dukalam Charobhava Chulam Kam Api Nikila Saram Naomi Gopa Karmaram. His complexion is like a new monsoon cloud. His ears are effulgent like champak flowers. The smile on his face is like a blooming lotus in a lake. His effulgence is like the color of gold. His head is decorated with a host of peacock feathers. Truly, I offer my obeisances to that young cowherd, Krishna, who is the essence of everything in the world. Mukha Jikta Sarad Indu Kali Lavanya Sindhu Kara Vinihita Kandur Valavi Pranabandhu Vapur Aparista Renu Kaksha Nikshepta Venur Vanchana Vashaga Denur Patamam Nanda Sunu. His face defeats the excellence of the autumn moon. He is a great ocean of joy of sportive pastimes. He holds a ball in his hands. He is a gopi's life support. His body is covered in the dust raised by cow's hooves. His flute is tucked in the belt around his waist. He captivates the cows with his voice. May he, who is the son of Nanda, protect me. Srila Rupa Goswami prays to Krishna in this mood in the following two verses from the supplementary section to the Sri Bhangi Panchakam in Stavamala. Virachaya Maya Mayi Dandam Dinabandhu Dayamba Gatir Iha Nabhavata Kashit Anya Mamasti Nibatatu Satakotir Nirbaram Va Navambas tad api kila padioda shuyate chatakena. O Lord of the distressed, whether you inflict on me a strong punishment or your mercy, I have no other shelter but you. Indeed, the Chataka bird glorifies the cloud, whether the cloud punishes it with a strong thunderbolt or mercifully showers rainfall on it. Pranchinanam bhajanam atulam duskaram shrinvanto me, nirasyena jvalati hridayam bhakti lesha lasasya, vishachidrichim agrahara tava karnya karunya vichim, asa bindu shiktam idam upaiti antade hanta saityam. O killer of Aga, when I hear about how great souls in the past performed unparalleled devotional service, even in most unfavorable conditions, the heart of a devotionally void person like me burns in disappointment. Then again, when I hear of your omnipresent mercy on all living entities, my burning heart experiences a cooling sensation due to being moistened by a drop of hope. Vraja vanesh shvarim tan natatve smara. Meditate on Sri Radhika as one's dearest queen of Vraja. Srila Raghunath Das Goswami in his Vilapi Kushmanjali 7-8 clearly acknowledges Srimati Radharani as his Swamini, female master. With intensity and great care, he prays with one-pointed devotion in order to attain Srimati Radharani's service as follows. Ati uktatena nitaram viraha hanalena danda yamana hridaya kila kapi dasi ha swamini kshanam iha pranayena gadam akran danena vidura vilapami padyay. O Swamini, Radhika, I, a certain maidservant belonging to you, cry here at every moment in deep love. I am expressing my feelings in the form of poetry, and as my heart burns with the excessive and constant fire of separation from you. Devi dukkha kula sagaro dare, duya manam ati durgatam janam, tvam kripa prabala no kayad bhutam prapaya swapada pankajalyam. O Devi, Radhika, this maidservant of yours has fallen immensely into the depths of the various oceans of distresses. Through the amazing boat of your strong mercy, kindly rescue this servant and make her attain the liberating shore of your lotus feet. Lalitam tad atula shaktithitve smara. Meditate on Sri Lalita as the matchless bosom friend of Srimati Radharani, the Queen of Vraja. Srila Rupa Goswami elaborately expresses this mood in his Sri Lalitastika prayers from the Stavamala. Radha Mukunda Pada Sambhava Garma Bindu Narmanchano Pakarani Krita Dehalaksham Utunga Sarida Vishesha Vasat Pragabam Devim Guna Sulalatim Lalita Namami. Offer obeisances to Lalita Devi, who is extremely expert due to her excellent qualities. Out of her elevated and intimate feelings of love, she wipes away glistening drops of perspiration from the lotus feet of Radha and Mukunda. Raka Sudha Kirana Mandala Katidandi Vaktra Shriyam Chakita Charu Chamura Netram Radha Prasadana Vidana Kala Prasidam Devi Gunai Sulalitim Lalitam Namami. Offer obeisances to Lalita Devi, who is extremely expert due to her excellent qualities. Her beautiful face defeats the brilliance of the rays of the full moon, and her eyes are ever restless like those of a startled doe. She is famous for her extraordinary proficiency in the art of dressing Radha, of whom she is an expert servant. Lasyo lasad bujaga satru prapatra chitra, papatam shuka barana kanchuli kanchikatangrim, gorochana ruchi vigarhana gori manam, devim gunai sulalitam lalitam namami. Offer obeisances to Lalita Devi, who is extremely expert due to her excellent qualities. Her body is decorated with an attractive blouse and equally attractive cloth, whose design resembles the tail of an ecstatically dancing peacock. Her golden complexion defeats the brilliance of Gorachana, bright yellow pigment. Durte Rajendra Tayane ye Tanu Shustavayam Ma Dakshina Bhava Kalankini Lagavaya Radhe Giram Shinu Hitam Iti Shakshaintim Devim Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namami. Offer obeisances to Lalita Devi, who is extremely expert due to her excellent qualities. She teaches Radha by saying, quote, "Listen to words of wisdom, O Radha Kalankini, girl who has spoiled her reputation. Never take a subordinate position and show a liberal heart to that great cheater, Krishna. Always dominate him in all ways." End quote. Radham abhi vrajapati kritam atmajena, kutam manag api vilokya vilohitakshim, vagbangibis tam achirena vilajayantim, devim gunai sulalitam lalitam namami. Offer obeisances to Lalita Devi, who's extremely expert due to her excellent qualities. When she hears even a few crafty flirtatious words from Krishna to Radha, she becomes furious and with reddish eyes speaks clever words that immediately embarrass Krishna. Vatsalya Vrindavasatam Pasupala Ragnai Sankyanu Sikṣana Kalashu Gurum Saksinam Radha Balavaraja Jivita Nirvishesham Devim Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namami. Offer obeisances to Lalita Devi, who is extremely expert due to her excellent qualities. Various parental affections of the queen of cowherds, Rishoda, reside in her. She is the guru of all her friends, Sakhis, and in the arts of friendship. She considers Radha and Balaram's younger brother, Krishna, as non-different from her own life. Yamkam api vrajakule vrishabhanu jaya prekshya swapaksha paravim anuruddamanam sadyas tad ishtagatanena krita hayantim devim gunai sulalitam lalitam namami. Offer obeisances to Lalita Devi, who is extremely expert due to her excellent qualities. When she sees any young maiden anywhere in Vraja, she immediately considers whether that maiden is favorable to Vishwabhanu's daughter, Radha. If so, Lalita fulfills all of that maiden's desires and thus fills her with gratitude. Radha Virjendra Sutta Sangama Rangacharyam Varyam Vinichita Vatim Akilotsavebhya Tam Gokula Preya Shaki Nikaramba Mukyam Devim Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namami. I offer obeisances to Lalita Devi, who is extremely expert due to her excellent qualities. She gives priority to the great and colorful love sports of Sri Radha and the Prince of Vraja, Krishna, over all other festivals. She is the leader of the most prominent, loving, and friendly girls of Gokul. Nandan Amuni Lalita Guna Lalitani Padyani Ya Patati Nirmala Drishti Asto Pritya Vikarsati Janam Nija Vrindamadye Tam Kirtida Pati Kulojvala Kalpavali. The person who, in a joyous mood and with clarified vision, recites these 8 verses decorated with the qualities of Sri Lalita, receives the gift of being attracted to and counted among the near and dear associates of the desire-fulfilling creeper in the lineage of the husband of Kirtida, Srimati Radhika. Vishakham Shiksali Vitarana Gurutve Smara. Meditate on Sri Visakha as one's instructing teacher. Vidyabhushan cited the following verse, commentary on Yamunastikam verse 1, to confirm that the Yamuna River is non-different manifestation of Sri Visakha. Visakha rasi ya Vishnur yasyam Vishnur jalatmani nityam nimad jati pritya tam shorim yamunam stuma. We offer prayers to the daughter of Surya, the sun god, the Yamuna River, where Lord Vishnu, Krishna, sports with delight in her waters, and whose spiritual body is Visakha. Vidyabhushan further remarks on the above verse as follows. Visakha Yamuna Vepur iti vicharena, Yamuna sututya tadshrutir iti Vidyabhushana. Sri Visakha is considered to be the spiritual body of the Yamuna River. Thus, by humbly offering prayers to the Yamuna, one automatically offers prayers and worship to Sri Visakha. Sri Rupa Goswami has compiled these 8 verses that glorify Sri Yamuna as Sri Yamunastikam in the Stavamala. Bratur antakasya patane bipati hadani Preksayati papino hi papasindu tarini nira madhuribir api ashesha chitta bandhini mam punatu sarva daravinda bandhu nandini. May Sri Yamuna, the daughter of the lotus-friendly sun god, always purify me. She saves one from entering the abode of her brother, Yamaraj, who punishes the sinful after death. She allows sinners who merely see her to cross over the ocean of sin. Through the sweetness of her waters, she binds the hearts of unlimited souls to herself. Sri Hari Vadi Daraya Biman Ditaro Kandava Pundarika Mandalodyad Anda Jali Tandava Snana Kama Para Pamarogra Papa Sampadandini Mam Pinatu Sarvadaravinda Bandhu Nandini. May the daughter of the lotus-friendly sun god always purify me. Her pleasing streams decorate the Kandava forest. Her lake is filled with hosts of lotuses, around which various birds dance and sing uproariously. She neutralizes the terrible sins of those lowly souls who even want to bathe in her waters. Shikara Bhimashmrishta Jantu Durvi Paka Mardini Nanda Nandana Taranga Bhakti Pura Vardini Tira Samgama Bilasi Mangalanu Bandini Mam Punatu Sarva Daravinda Bandhu Nandini. May the daughter of the lotus-friendly sun god always purify me. She crushes the sins of those living entities who immerse themselves in her waters. She greatly enhances the flood of internal loving devotion to Krishna, the son of Nanda, and repeatedly bestows auspiciousness on those who come in contact with her river banks. Dvipa Chakravala Justa Shapta Sindhu Bedini Sri Mukunda Nirmitaro Divyakeli Vidini Kanti Kandali Bir Indra Nila Vrindanindini Mam Punatu Sarva Daravinda Bandhu Nandini. May the daughter of the lotus-friendly sun god always purify me. She penetrates the 7 oceans of the Rig Veda, Sindhu, Sarasvati, Vitasta, Sutadri, Vipasa, Parusini, and Aksini which are served by those who live near them. She knows all of Sri Mukunda's wonderfully divine pastimes, and with her abundant effulgence she surpasses the beauty of a host of blue sapphires. Matarena Mandalena Chanura Bimandita Premanadha Vaishnavadva Vardhanaya Pandita Urmidor Vilasa Padmanabha Padavandiri Mam Pinatu Sarva Dharavinda Bandhu Nandini. May the daughter of the lotus-friendly sun god always purify me. She is beautifully decorated with the jewel of the circle of Mathura around her. She increases the beauty on the path of Raga Bhakti for the Vaishnavas devoted to divine love, prema. Sri Yamuna's multitude of waves grasp and serve the feet of he who has a lotus navel, Krishna. Ramya Tira Rambamana Go Kadamba Busita Divyaganda Bak Kadamba Pushparaji Rusita Nanda Suna Bhakta Sangha Samgama Bina Nandini Mam Punatu Sarva Dharavinda Bandhu Nandini. May the daughter of the lotus-friendly sun god always purify me. She is decorated with beautiful riverbanks, around which herds of cows moo happily. The Yamuna is adorned with many divine and fragrant rows of kadamba flowers. She is very delighted by the association of the devotees of Nanda's son, Krishna. Phula Paksha Mali Kaksha Hamsa Laksha Kujita Bhakti Vida Deva Siddha Kinarali Pujita Tira Gandharva Ha Ganda Janma Banda Randini Mam Punatu Sarvadaravinda Bandhu Nandini. May the daughter of the lotus-friendly sun god always purify me. She resounds with the joyous cries of the Malikaksha swans. Those who are regulated by devotion, Vaishnavas, demigods, siddhas, and kinnaras, classes of living beings belonging to higher planets, worship her. Even a trace of the fragrance of the mud on her riverbank decimates the bonds of material birth and death. Chidvilasa Vadipura Bur Bhuvasvar Apini Kirtitapi Durmadaro Papamarma Tampini Balavendra Nandanu Garaga Banga Gandini Mam Pinatu Sarvadaravinda Bandhu Nandini. May the daughter of the lotus-friendly sun god always purify me. Her waters, spiritualized by love pastimes of Krishna, flow through the lower, middle, and higher planetary systems. Her fame is sufficient to burn away the core of the toughest of sins, and she remains aromatically scented with the soap extract used by the son of Nanda, the cowherd leader. Tusta bidhir asta kena nirmam lormi chetitam tvam anena banuputri sarvadeva vastetam yastaviti varhayasva sarvapapa mochane bhakti param asti devi pudarika lochane. O daughter of the sun god, O you with beautiful waves, O rescuer from all sins, may you increase the flood of Krishna bhakti of the person who, with a self-satisfied mind, glorifies you with these 8 prayers. Priyashara Smara. Meditate on Sri Radhakund, the famous pond of Srimati Radharani. Radhakund bestows loving sublime attachment to an affection for serving the lotus feet of the divine couple. Srila Raghunath Das Goswami expands the same instruction in his wonderful prayer in the Viblapa Kushmanjali 98. He Sarova Sarovara Saditvayi Sa Madisha Prastena Sardam Iha Kalati Kamarangai Tvam Chet Paryat Priyam Ativa Tayor Itiman Hadarasyadya Kripaya Mama Vitam Tam. O Radhakund, in your waters, the worshipable divine goddess, Śrī Radha always sports in various pastimes with her beloved Krishna. You therefore are extremely dear to both of them and all their dear subjects. Therefore, O divine lake, kindly reveal to me the spiritual form of Śrī Radha, who is the source of my life. In the same song, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami prays sweetly to Sri Visakha, making a similar request. Kshanam api tava sangam na chajyat eva Devi, tvam asi samavayas tvan narma bhumir yad asya, iti sumukhi Visakhe darshayit vamad isam, marma vihara hataya prana raksham kurushva. O beautiful Visakha, I shall not leave your association for even a moment. You are the same age as Śrī Radha, and for this reason, you are the abode of her confidential secrets. O goddess, showing me the form of my divine goddess Radha, please save the life of a person like me who is dying in separation. Garindra Smara, meditate on Govardhan, who bestows sublime love to the lotus feet of the divine couple. Srila Raghunath Das Goswami prays to Govardhan Hill in his Sri Govardhanasa Pratarna Dasakam. Giri Nripa Haridas Srini Varite Nam Mritam Idam Uditam Sri Radhika Vaktra Chandrat Rajanava Tila Katve Klipta De Vedai Sputam Me Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhana Tvam. O King of Mountains, Govardhan, the moon-faced Sri Radhika spoke a beautiful verse, proclaiming you to be the best of all devotees. The confidential Vedas clearly glorify you as the tilak decorating the land of Vraja. Kindly grant me residence near you. The essence of the above composition is that Srila Raghunath Das Goswami desires residence at the feet of Giriraj Govardhan and prays that Sri Giriraj will cause ecstatic love in his heart to awaken for the lotus feet of the divine couple Shri Radha Krishna. Or seeing or taking darshan, Radhakund and Govardhan evokes exclusive devotion in one's heart. Indeed, all of the locations of Krishna's transcendental playing and pastime bestow pleasure, and one should therefore always meditate on them. The spiritual practitioner should always remember the above 6 subject matters with great affection. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manasiksha Bas Song 9. Vrajavana Sudakara Vrajavanera Ishvara Rajeshvari Amara Ishvari Lalita Tanahara Saki Tulya Tara Nahi Liki Visakha Shikshika Padadari. My goddess, Śrī Radha, is the moon of the forest in the forests of Vraja, the ruler and master of Vrndavan. I cherish and hold the feet of Śrī Lalita, the divine couple's intimate friend beyond compare, as well as the feet of Śrī Visakha, the beloved teacher. E bhave bhava orimana Radhakunda Sauro Svara Govardhana Girishvara Rati Prada Tattva Kadi Kshana. O heart, meditate on them like this. The lake, Radhakund, Govardhan, king of mountains. The sight of these places gives love, rati, to the viewer. Brajagopi Dharadari, Manjari Ashrayakari, Prapta Sevakara Sampadana. Manjarira Kripa Habe, Shakira Charana Pabe, Shaki Dekhabe Nityadana. Dear mind, taking the body of a cowherd maiden in Vraja and taking shelter of a maidservant, Manjari, do whatever service you have received according to her guidance. If you get the mercy of the Manjaris, you will attain the Sakhi's lotus feet. Then the Sakis will show me their eternal treasure. Prahari Prahari A Dande Dande Sevasara Kariya Yugala Dane Daka Sakala Anarta Yabe Chidvilasa Rasepabe Vipakti Vinod Kataraka. Serve constantly according to the 8 times of the day, Asta Kaliya Lila, completing your service every danda, and keep calling out the names of the divine couple most beloved by you. In this way, all your anarthas will be gone, and you will attain divine rasa. Please honor Bhaktivinoda's words, dear mind. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 10. Rachim Gauri Lile Api Tapati Sondarya Kiranyai Sakshi Lakshmi Satya Paribhavati Sobhagya Vilanai Visikarais Chandravali Mukha Navina Vrajasati Kshipati Aryad Tad Yatam Haridita Radham Bhajamana. O mind, offer your worship unto Sri Radhika, the beloved of Lord Hari. She outshines Rati, the wife of Kamadev, Gauri, the wife of Lord Shiva, and Leela, the potency of Lord Vishnu, by the effulgence of her beauty. She defeats Sachi, the wife of Indra, Lakshmi, and Satya, Krishna's wife, by the waves of her good fortune. She defeats the pride of the newly married gopis of Vraja, headed by Chandravali, through her power to control Krishna. Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajan Darpana commentary. What is the foundation of this shloka? No one can ever obtain the lotus feet of Sri Krishna, the source and form of all powers, without first approaching and taking shelter of the Lord's internal potency, called Shrarup Shakti. Therefore, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami says to his mind to offer worship to the beloved of Lord Hari. Shlokartha, meaning of the verse. Srimati's Radharani's special, extraordinary qualities. Srila Rupa Goswami nicely elaborates Radha's 25 main qualities in Sri Radha Parakarana in the Ujjvala Nilamani 4:11 through 15. Ata Vrindavaneshwarai Kirtyante Praravaguna Madhurayam Navayas Vayas Chalapano Gvalam Shmita Charu Sobhagya Rekadya Gando Madita Madhava Sangita Prasara Bijna Ramye Van Narma Pandita Vinita Karuna Purna Vidagda Patanavita Laja Shila Sumaryada Darya Gambirya Salini Suvilasa Mahabhava Paramo Karsha Tarshani Gokula Prema Vasatir Jagat Cheni Lasad Yasa Guru Arpita Guru Sneha Shaki Pranayita Vasa Krishna Priyavali Mukhya Santata Shrava Keshava Bahuna Kim Gunastasya Shankya Tita Hare Iva. Srimati Radharani's 25 chief transcendental qualities are: 1. She's very sweet. 2. She's always freshly youthful. 3. Her eyes are restless. 3. She smiles brightly. 5. She has beautiful, auspicious lines. 6. She makes Krishna happy with her bodily aroma. 7. She is very expert in singing. 8. Her speech is charming. 9. She's very expert in joking and speaking pleasantly. 10. She's very humble and meek. 11. She is always full of mercy. 12. She is cunning. 13. She is expert in executing her duties. 14. She is shy. 15. She is always respectful. 16. She's always calm. 17. She's always grave. 18. She's expert in enjoying life. 19. She's situated in the topmost level of ecstatic love. 20. She is the reservoir of loving affairs in Gokul. 21. She is the most famous and submissive devotees. 22, she is very affectionate to elderly people. 23, she's very submissive to the love of her friends. 24, she is the chief gopi. 25, she always keeps Krishna under her control. In short, she possesses unlimited transcendental qualities, just as Lord Krishna does. Quoted from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 23:87-91. Srimati Radharani's glory is again elaborately described by Srila Rupa Goswami in the Ujjwal Nilamani 4:3-6. Tayor api buryar madhye radhika sarvatadika baha bhava sarupyayam gunar atavari yasi. Of these two gopis, Radharani and Chandravali, Srimati Radharani is superior in all respects. She is the embodiment of Mahabhava, and she surpasses all in good qualities. Quoted from Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila 470. Gopalo tara tapanyam yadgandarveti vishruta radeti rikparisiti cha madhavena sahodita atas tadiya mahatyamyam Padme Devarsinoditam. Srimati Radharani is called Gandharva in the Gopala Uttara Tapani Upanishad. In the Rik Parishishta, she is called Radha and described as being always with Madhava. Therefore, her glories are explained in the Padma Purana by Devarshi Narada. Tata yata radhas priya vishnos tasya kundam priyam tata. Sarva gopishu sai vaika vishnur ayantam vallabha. Just as Radha is dear to Lord Krishna, so her bathing place, Radhakund, is dear to him. She alone is his most beloved of all the gopis. Quoted from Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila 4:2-15. Ladini ya mahashakti sarva shakti variyasi tatshara bhave rupayam iti tantre prasitita. The great potency named Ladini is the topmost among all potencies of the Lord. Her essential personified form is renowned by the name Radhika. This is established very well in the Tantras. Sanat Kumar Samhita 298. Srila Rupa Goswami vividly glorifies Srimati Radharani in the Chatu Pushpanjali in the Stavamala as follows. Nava Gocharam Gurum Parvaren Drivarambaram Manistavaka Vidno Yoti Veni Vyalanganafanam. O Radhika, you are as fair as fresh Gorochana, bright yellow color, and have garments as splendid as a blue lotus. Your braids, being decorated with jewels and flowers, give the appearance of a serpent's hood. Upamana gatamana pari prahari mukamandalam navendu nindibalos dyat kasturi tilakashriyam. Your incomparable face defeats any object of comparison. You have a beautiful forehead, decorated with an elegant musk tilak which defies the beauty of the new moon. Bruhu jitanaga kodandam lola nila lakamvalim kajalo valatara jak chakori charu lochanam. Your eyebrows conquer the beauty of the love god's bow. You have dark, bluish, curly locks of hair, and your eyes, decorated with kajala, reign supreme, appearing as two splendid chakori birds. Tila pushpaba nag sagra virajad varamaulikam adaro bhuta bandukam kundali banduru dvijam. The tip of your nose resembles a sesame flower and is decorated with a splendid pearl ring. Your lips defeat the beauty of the flowers that redden at noon, and your teeth are like a row of jasmines. Saratna Svarna Rajiva Karnika Krita Karnikam Kasturi Bindu Chimbutam Ratna Graiv Vyakojvalam. You have earrings which resemble a golden whorl of a lotus embedded with jewels. Your chin is decorated with a dot of musk, and you wear a shining, gem-studded necklace. Divyangada Prishvyanga Lasad Buja Mrinalikam Bralari Ratna Valaya Kalalambi Kalavikam. Your divine lotus stem-like arms are decorated with shining armlets and with tinkling bracelets made out of jewels and blue sapphires. Ratna Guriya Kolasi Varanguli Karambajam Manohara Mahahara Vihari Kucha Kutmalam. Your lotus hand has attractive fingers that shine with gem-studded rings. Your beautiful breasts have an attractive necklace that playfully moves around them. Romali Bunjagi Mudha Ratnaba Taralanchitam Valitrayi Latabada Kshina Bangura Mandyanam Yamam. The necklace on your heart is made of small dark beads, in the center of which is a shining jewel appearing like a scaly dark serpent having a gem on the top of its head. Your graceful stomach has 3 folds of skin appearing as if there were 3 tender vines like a belt around your slender waist. Mani Sarasana Dara Vipara Shroni Rodasam Hema Ramba Madaramba Stambaranu Ronu Yugatkritam. Your broad hips are decorated with a belt composed of golden beads. Your 2 beautiful thighs defeat the pride of golden plantain trees. Jana Duti Jitakshula Pita Ratna Samudrakam Saran Niraja Nirakja Manjira Viranat Padam. Your knees defeat the beauty of a topaz-studded chest of jewels. The autumn lotus flowers worship your feet, along with their tinkling anklets. Rakkendu Koti Sodarya Jati Pada Nakam Dutim Astabi Satvikar Badyar Akuli Krita Vigraham. The splendor of your toenails defeats the beauty of millions of full moons. Your body is always agitated by 8 ecstatic symptoms. Mukundanga Kripa Pangam Anangormi Tarangitim Tvam Arba Shyanandam Vande Vrndavaneshwari. When you cast a sidelong glance at the transcendental body of Lord Mukunda, the waves of amorous desire toss you about. You then enjoy various pastimes with Krishna. O Queen of Vrndavan, I bow down and offer my respectful obeisances to you. Ayi Prodyan Mahabhava Viduri Vivel Lantade Ashesha Naikavasta Praktaya Buddha Chetstite. Your heart overflows with the sweetness of Mahabhava. Through your actions, you exhibit the characteristics of all kinds of heroines. Sarva Madhurya Vinjoli Nirmanchita Padambuje Indira Mrigya Sondarya Shurad Angri Nakanchale. Your lotus feet are equipped with all varieties of sweetness, and even the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, seeks the beauty of your toenails. Gokulendu Mukhi Vrinda Siman Tot Tam Samanjari Lalita di shaki yuta jivatu smita korake. You are the flower worn in the parted hair of the moon-faced girls of Gokul. Your budding smile is the life of Lalita and your other friends. Chatula panga madhurya bindu madita madhave tata pada yasa stoma kiravan chandike. A drop of the sweetness of your restless sidelong glance maddens Lord Madhava. You are the moonlight of bliss for the white lotuses of your father Vrishabhanu's fame. Apara karuna pura puritanor mano hridai prasidasmin jane Devi nija dasya sprita juicy. The lake of your heart is filled with an unlimited flood of mercy. O Devi, please be kind to this person who yearns to attain your service. Kachit tvam chatupantuna tena gostendra sununa pratarvan prarthyamana chapalanga prasida drakshase maya. When will I see the sweetly speaking Prince of Vraja beg for the mercy of your restless sidelong glance? Tvam sadhup madhavi pushpire madhavena kalavida prasadamya manam svidyantim vijanisyami aham kada. When will I fan you as you begin to perspire a little at the time when Śrī Manaḥ artistically and carefully decorates you with Madhavi flowers? Keli Vishram Sino Baka Kesha Vrindasya Sundari Shamkaraya Kada Devi Janam Etam Nikeksyasi. O beautiful one, when will you order this person to fix your curly locks of hair now disarrayed due to your amorous pastimes? Kada bimbosti tambulam maya tava mukumbuje arpyam manam vrajadisa sanur ajidya bokshyate. O Radhika, whose lips are like bimba fruits, when will the Prince of Vraja snatch away and enjoy the betel nuts as I place them in your lotus mouth? Vraja Raj Kumara Vallabha Kula Simanta Mani Prasidame Parivara Ganasya Te Yata Padavi Name Arme Na Davi Yasi Bhavet. O jewel in the parted hair of the gopi lovers of the Prince of Vraja, kindly be pleased with me and keep me on the path of your intimate friends. Karunam Mahur Arteye Param Tava Vrindavana Chakravartini Api Kesharipur Yata Bhavet Sachatu Partana Bhajanam Jana. O Queen of Vrndavan, at every moment I beg only for your kindness, by which this person may be able to offer proper prayers to Lord Krishna, the enemy of Keshi. Imam Vrndavaneshvarya Janoya Patiti Stavam Chatu Pushpanjalim Nama Sasyad Asya Kripa Spadam. May whoever reads this prayer to the Queen of Vrndavan, which bears the name Chatupushpanjali, a flower offering of sweet words, become the object of her mercy. One should worship Srimati Radharani by always reciting these kinds of devotional prayers. Srila Raghunath Das Goswami vividly reveals this mood in the Vilapa Kushmanjali 101 and 102. Lakshmir yad angri kamalasya nikanchalasya Sondarya bindu api narhati labhum eshe. Satvam vindasyasi nachen mama netra danam. Kim jivitena mama dukkha davagnigdena. Asa bandar amrita sindhu maya katanchit kalo mayati gamita kila sampratamhi tvam chet kripam mayi vidayasyasi naiva kimme pranayar virjana cha varoru bakarin napi. My queen, Lakshmi is not able to attain even a drop of the beauty of the tip of your lotus toenails. If you do not give charity to my eyes, then what is the use of my life, ablaze with a great forest fire of sufferings? O Radha, with the most beautiful thighs, now this servant of yours is somehow passing time in this material world, full of a nectarian flow of hopes for your mercy. If you do not bestow your mercy on me, then what is the use of maintaining my life, staying in Vrndavan, or having the association of Krishna, the enemy of Bhaka? Fortunate spiritual practitioners will develop deep spiritual attachment called rati towards Vrajabhava, or devotional practice which is aligned with eternal sentiment and devotional service that is displayed by the eternal associates of Krishna. Then such persons must approach a guru to know their spiritual identity. In that relationship, they should execute spiritual practices, bhajana and sadhana, taking shelter of the manjari who manifests in the form of the guru. Through continued service to that manjari in the form of the guru, Guru Rupa, the practitioner receives her grace to obtain the service of the Shakis of Srimati Radhika. Only by her mercy can the practitioner be able to serve the divine couple in their eternal pastimes. All this becomes possible only when the practitioner possesses humility, eagerness, and focused resolve. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manasiksha Bhas, Song 10. Sodarya Kirana Malijina Rati Goralila Anayase Sarupa Vaibhave Sachi Lakshmi Satyabhama Yata Bhagyavati Rama Sobhagya Balane Parabhave. Her, Radha's, splendorous beauty overpowers that of goddess Rati, Gauri, and Leela. Her good fortune is far greater than the lucky divine women, Sachi, Lakshmi, and Satyabhama. Bhaja Mana Charana Tanhara Chandravali Mukachyata Navina Nagari Sata Vasikare Kare Tiraskara. Worship, O heart, her feet. She controls her beloved and wins his allegiance over Chandravali as well as thousands of other lovely young women. Se ye Krishna Paneshwari Krishna Prana Ladakari Ladini Sarup Shakti Sati Tanhara Charana Tvaji Yadi Krishna Chandrabaji Koti Yuge Krishna Gehi Gati. She is a goddess of Krishna's life breath, the delighter of his soul. In fact, she is the embodiment of the power to give bliss, and the most chaste of all. If people neglect her lotus feet and only worship the moonlight Krishna, though such persons may worship for 1,000 years, they will not attain him. Shaki Kripa Bela Dadi Prema Sindhu Maji Chadi Vishabhanu Nandini Charane Kabe Pa Padia Rabe Ishwarira Kripa Pabe Ganita Haibe Nija Jane. Climb in the boat of the Saki's mercy and sail into the ocean of love, where you will find the lotus feet of the daughter of Vishabhanu, Radha. When will I fall at her feet and stay there? When will I get her mercy? When will she count me as one of her own? Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 11. Samam Shri Rupena Smara Vivasha Radhagiri Britor Vraje Sakshad Seva Labhana Vidiye Tagana Yujo Tad Ijyakya Dhyana Shravana Nati Prachamrita Idam Dhyan Nitya Govardhanam Arudinam Tvam Bhajamana. O mind, you should every day drink the 5 nectars: worship, glories, meditation, listening to divine pastimes, and offering obeisances, and worship Govardhan according to the rules. In this way, follow the instructions of Sri Rupa and obtain the direct service of Shri Radha Giridhari, who are captivated by the God of amorous love in the company of their associates in Braja. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajana Darpana Commentary. What is the most confidential, deeply esoteric, and exalted science of devotional service a sadhaka practitioner can perform to the divine couple? Raghunath Das Goswami gives the answer within this text, shlokarta, meaning of the verse. Tadgana yujo, with confidential and eternal associates. Lord Shri Krishna is always surrounded by his friends, such as Sridham and Subal, and Srimati Radharani is surrounded by friends such as Sri Lalita Devi and Sri Visakha Devi. Smara Vilas Prayana, absorbed in attractive amorous pastimes. Become deeply absorbed in and attached to Radha Krishna's amorous Sringara Ras, after finding it more attractive than the other rasas, such as servitorship, dasya, friendship, sakhya, and parental relationships, vatsalya. Vraje Sakshad Seva Labha, achieving direct service in Vrajadam. Whatever service is rendered in the stage of sadhana bhakti, devotional service according to scripture and practice, is a simulation of direct service. In the stage of perfection, siddhi, one first attains service to the Lord from a distance. After gradually serving under the guidance of a manjari from a distance, one gets service that brings one closer to the Shakis. After that, the practitioner gradually achieves the direct service of the divine couple, Shri Radha Govinda. There are unlimited varieties of direct services, such as cleaning the forest groves, making the bed of the divine couple, fetching water, preparing tambula, betel nut and leaf, stringing garlands, and offering camphor. The services are endless, and unlimited maidservants are each engaged in their specific respective service. The direct service of Radha and Krishna is possible only when a living entity achieves an eternal, perfected, original spiritual form. In the direct service of amorous love, one experiences the highest, purest bliss at every moment in one's heart from the deepest emotions, bhava. That bliss never diminishes, nor does it ever get quenched, because the object of love is eternally new and fresh. At that stage, one has no selfish desire and is only motivated by direct service. Therefore, not even an iota of suffering can touch one's heart. The misery that arises out of separation, vipralamba, in amorous love is just a transmutation of this ultimate bliss, and is not like the suffering one experiences due to the material body. Śrī Rupena Samam, aligned with the teachings of Srila Rupa Goswami. Being aligned with the teachings of Sri Rupa means to follow the process, niti, that the master teacher of amorous rasa, Srila Rupa Goswami, has taught in Sri Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu and Sri Ujjvala Nilamani. In this regard, he says in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1:290 through 193, Shraddha Visa Shata Priti Sri Murtir Angri Sevani Shri Bhagavatanam Avado Rasika Shaha Sajatiya Sahe Snighe Sadho Sangha Svato Vare Nama Sankirtanam Shriman Mathura Mandale Sthiti Anganam Panchakasyaya Kasyasa Puram Vilikitasya Cha Nikhila Shraistya Bodhaya Punar Api Atra Kirtanam. With love and full faith, one should worship the lotus feet of the deity, Śrī Murti. One should taste the meaning of Srimad Bhagavatam in the association of pure devotees, and one should associate with the devotees who are more advanced than oneself and who are endowed with a similar type of affection for the Lord. One should congregationally chant the holy name of the Lord and reside in Vrndavan. The glorification of these 5 items is to make known the complete superiority of these 5 practices of devotional service. Quoted from Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 22:130 through 132 and 22:129 purport. Ijja, worship of the Lord. Ijja includes serving the soles of the feet of the Lord's mercy, or the Murti in general, honoring the special day of Lord Hari, Ekadasi, wearing garlands or necklaces, malya, and tilak, and taking the vow of accepting remnants of food offered to the Lord and water that has washed the feet of the Murti. Serving tulsi and similar services are also included within this category. Akya, glorification. Akya includes studying devotional literature and hearing and chanting the names and pastimes of Lord Hari. Dhyana, meditation. Dhyana is a special category of smarana, meditation on or remembrance of the Lord. But in this verse, Raghunath Das Goswami has used dhyana to refer to smarana in general. Sri Jiva Goswami gives a detailed explanation of smarana in the Bhakti Sandarbha Anucheda 278. Ata pravavat krama sopana ritya sukha labhyam guna parikara seva lila smaranam chanu sandeyam idam artadidam smaranam panchavidam yatkanchid anusandamanam smaranam sarvatas chitam akrishya samanya karena mano dharanam dharana visheshato rupadi vichantanam dhyantam amrita darivad achidinam tad durvanu smriti dhyeya matra spuranam samadhirti. Meditation on the Lord, smarana, progresses in the following order. First, one should meditate on the Lord's holy names, nam, then his form, rup, his divine qualities, guna, his associates, parikara, one's service in connection to him, seva, finally, his pastimes, lila. Smarana may be categorized in 5 stages. 1, to meditate on whatever spiritual topics come easily to the mind is simply smarana. 2, to attempt in a general way to thoroughly fix the mind on the Lord is called dharana. 3, to make a focused attempt to meditate on specific forms, pastimes, etc. of the Lord is called dhyana. Meditation on the Lord that occurs spontaneously as a constant flow of nectar is called dhruvanusmriti. And when only the Lord, the object of meditation, exists in one's consciousness, it is called samadhi. Shravana, hearing. Hearing includes listening to saintly people glorifying the playful pastimes of the Lord. The cultural system of hearing Puranas in the evenings is part of this practice. Nati, offering obeisances. One should offer prostrated obeisances, satsanga pranam, before the Lord's murti or any object or place that awakens one's remembrance of the Lord. Shri Govardhan Bhajan, worship Shri Govardhan. Shri Raghunath Das Goswami offers this particular instruction for himself, as well as for everyone else. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the moon of the sky-like heart of devotees, personally gave his Govardhan Shila to Sri Raghunath Das Goswami, who describes this incident in Sri Gauranga Stava Kalpataru, verse 11 from Stavavali. Mahasampadavad api patitam udrita kripaya svarupe ya Sviye kunjanam api mam nyasa mudita urogunja haram priyam api cha govardhan shilam dadome gorango hridaye udayam mam madayati. Although I am a fallen soul, the lowest of men, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu delivered me from the blazing fire of great material opulence by his mercy. He handed me over in great pleasure to Sarup Damodar, his personal associate. The Lord also gave me the garland of small conch shells that he wore on his chest, and a stone from Govardhan Hill, although they were very dear to him. That same Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu awakens within my heart and makes me mad after him. Quoted from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antiyat 6, 327. A Govardhan Shila is a direct manifestation of the Supreme Lord. Worshipping this Shila, or harboring the attitude, quote, I will never leave Govardhan, where Sri Raghunath Das Goswami resides, is also service to Govardhan. This conception of worship to Govardhan has two meanings. The first is that the practitioner should respect and worship a Govardhan Shila as one respects the Murti of the Lord. The second meaning is to worship the Lord while residing at Sri Govardhan or any of the holy places that surround the hill where the Lord performed many pastimes. Residence in the holy dham, as indicated here, is synonymous with Srila Rupa Goswami's instructions of living in Mathura. Nitya, in accordance with the rules of devotion. Niti does not indicate simply Vaidhi Marg, or the path where the impetuous is scriptural logic and rules. Those who are eligible for Vaidhi Bhakti will worship according to those rules and regulations. But those on the platform of Raganuga Bhakti or spontaneous devotional service will worship by adopting the rules for Raga Marg set forth by Srila Rupa Goswami. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Manasiksha Bas Song 11. Rajar Nukunja Vani Radha Krishna Sake Shane Leela Rase Nitya Take Bora Se Danan Dina Leela Bahu Bhagye Ye Savila Tahare Bhagyera Badak Jora. Fill yourself with the delectable, intoxicating nectar of Radha Krishna's Leela with their sakis in the forest bowers of Vraja, and remain drunk on it eternally. One who serves them according to their daily Leela is superlatively fortunate. Manayadi Chaha Sedana Sirupena Rupera Sangha Laila Tana Aranchari Haye Tara Tanra Nidista Bhajan. O heart, if you want that treasure, then along with Sri Rupa's associates, become Sri Rupa's maidservant and do worship and bhajan according to Sri Rupa's specific instructions. Hridaye ragera bhave kalo chita seva pave sada rase rahiba mahi majiya bahire sadhana deha karibe bhajana geha nisange va sadhu sangha leila. In a mood of spontaneous pure love, you will receive a service, seva, appropriate to various times of the day, and become enraptured in the mood of service. Externally, in your form as a practitioner, follow your program of worship, sadhana bhajam, at home, either in seclusion or in the association of saintly persons, sadhus. Yugala pujan dhyana nati shruti samkirtan pachamrite sevan govardhane rupa raganatha paya e bhakti vinodachaya dridamati e rupa bhajane. Perform worship of and meditation of this divine couple, offer obeisance to them, hear about them, dance in Sankirtan, and bathe Sri Govardhan with 5 nectars, Panchamrita. Bhaktivinoda longs for the lotus feet of Rupa and Raghunath. His heart is fixed unwaveringly on doing bhajan in this way. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 12. Mana Shiksha Dai Dasaka Varametan Mudharaya Gira Gayati Uchai Samadhigata Sarvarta Tatiya Shiyuta Shri Rupanuga Iha Bhavan Gokulavane Jano Radha Krishna Tula Bhajan Ratnam Salabhate. Becoming a follower of Shri Rupa and his companions, one who, with a sweet voice, loudly recites these 11 supreme verses, which give instructions to the mind and strives to understand all of their meanings completely, obtains the incomparable jewel of worshipping Shri Radha Krishna in the forests of Gokul. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajan Darpana commentary, Slokarta, meaning of the verse. Sayuta, with your own group. One should remain with Vaishnavas who are similarly disposed, dignified, and more advanced than oneself. Sri Lalita and other Sakis, female friends, are independent leaders of their own groups and yet remain subservient to Srimati Radharani. Similarly, the Uttama Bhagavat Vaishnava, or first-class pure devotee, remains a follower of Srila Rupa Goswami, even though such a person may be the spiritual master of many disciples. Srila Rupa Goswami elaborates on this point in Sri Ujjwal Nilamani, Hari Priya Pakarana 3:61. Yuta di patve pi auchityam dadhana ladita daya shrestha radhadi bhavasya lopat sakyaruchim dadhu. Even though Lalita and similar gopis are qualified to lead their own separate groups, they choose to remain as Radha's Sakis due to their intense desire to ensure Radha's pleasure in the groves. Sri Rupanuga, a follower in the line of Srila Rupa Goswami. One should follow the instructions regarding bhajan that Rupa Goswami received from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, based on which he performed his own bhajan. Gokulavane, in the forest of Gokul. Being, quote, in the forest of Gokul, end quote, means to be at any secluded place within the Mathura Mandala. Srila Rupa Goswami describes the glories of Mathura Mandala in his Sri Mathura Stava in the Stavamala. Muktir Govinda Bhaktir Vitarana Chaturam Sachinandana Rupam Yasyam Vidyoti Vidya Yugalam Udayate Tarakam Parakam Cha Krishna Yo Pati Lila Kanar Ekila Jaganmali Ratnasya Sate Vaikuntad Ya Pratista Pratat Yato Mathura Mangalanam Kapalam. Sri Mathura is expert in distributing liberation in the form of devotion to Govinda. She is full of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. In Mathura, 2 illuminating types of knowledge arise naturally. The knowledge to deliver the self from birth and death, Taraka, and the knowledge which helps one cross over the material world, Paraka. She is a mine of the jewels of the birth pastimes and the crest jewel of the world, Krishna. May that Mathura, more glorious even than Vaikuntha, unfold a host of auspicious blessings for everyone. Kotindu spasta kanti rabasa yuta bhava klesha yodir ayodhya maya vitrasi vasamuni hridaya muso divya lila shravanti shasi kashisha mukhya mara pratibhi alam pratita dvarakarya vaikunto gita Ditir disatu madhupuri prema bhakti shriyamva. Mathura's effulgence is greater than 1,000,000 moons. She cannot be influenced by the swift attacks of the threefold material miseries. The enchanting glories of residing in Mathura can easily trouble the enchantments of even the most powerful demigods. In other words, their mystic powers cannot stay here. The hearts of the great sages, Shukadev, etc., are attracted to Mathura, and they directly witness all the pastimes of Krishna here. She can fulfill all desires of her worshippers. Great personalities like Lord Kashishvar, Shiva, and Lord Brahma always pray to be her guardians. May that Mathura, more glorious even than Vaikuntha, bestow you with devotional love for Krishna. Bijam muktar tadar anarta patili or patali nishtarakam tarakam. Dhamma prema rahasya vanchita dura samparakam parakam. Etad yatra vinan sinam udiyate chit shakti vritti devayam matanatu vyasanani mathura purivana arsava shriyam chakriyat. Lord Ram's 6-syllable mantra, Shri Ramam Nam, known as the Taraka mantra, is the seed of the tree of liberation and delivers one from all anartas. Krishna's 18-syllable mantra, Klim Krishnaya Govindaya Gopajana Vallabhaya Swaha, known as the Paraka mantra, bestows the loving spiritual abode and fulfills all spiritual desires. However, for the residents of this Mathura, these two phenomena of Taraka and Paraka, deliverance from anartas and attainment of all spiritual desires, occur naturally. May that Mathura destroy your faults and bestow good fortune to all of you. Adyavanti patat graham kurukare maya sanar vijay. Chatram kanchi grahana kashi parata pindu yugam daraya. Nayodhye Bhaja Sambramam Shruti Katam Nodgaraya Dvarake Deviyam Bhavatisu Hanta Mathura Drishti Prasadam Dade. O Avanti, Ujjain Dham, hold the spittoon for collecting betel nuts in your hands. O Kanchi, Kanchipuram Dham, hold the umbrella. O Kashi, stand in front, holding sandals. O Ayodhya, do not fear your mistress. O Dwarka, please stop reciting her glories. Just see, this queen of Lord Krishna, Mathura, is finally showering benedictory glances on all you maidservants. In his Śrī Vrndavanastakam of the Stavamala, Srila Rupa Goswami beautifully explains the glories of Vrndavan. Mukunda Murali Rava Sravana Pula Hridvalari Kandumbaka Karambita Pratikadamba Kunjantara Kalindagiri Nandini Kamala Kandalan Dolina Sugandir Alnilena Me Saranam Astu Vrindavatavi. On hearing the sounds of Mukunda's flute, the creeper of the gopis' hearts blossom, and they enter each and every kunja with the Kadamba forests of Vrndavan, within the Kadamba forests of Vrndavan. Jamuna, the daughter of Kalinda mountain, flows here. Lotus flowers in the Yamuna move around due to the fragrant winds. May that Vrndavan forest be my shelter. Vikunta pura samshrayad vipanato pi nishrayasat shahasra gunitam shriyam praduhati rasashrayasim chaturmukha mukhar api sprihita tarna deho bhava jagad guru bir agrimai sharanam astu vrindat tavi. The shelter of Vrndavan supersedes the shelter of the liberation provided by Vaikuntha by 1,000 times. For the shelter of Vrndavan provides the ultimate good fortune of the various types of bhakti ras, such as Dasya, Shakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya. The desire to take birth here as an insignificant blade of grass is expressed even by the excellent four mouths of Lord Brahma, the spiritual master of the entire world. May that Vrndavan forest be my shelter. Ana Rata Vikashvara Vratati Punja Pushpavali Vishari Vara Sarban Sharabo Gama Rama Chamat Karini Amanda Makaranda Brid Vitapi Vrinda Vrindikrita Virepakula Vandita Sharanam Astu Vrindatavi. Vrndavan's fully blossomed creeper-filled forest spreads about an excellent fragrance that amazes even the goddess of fortune. The forest is full of wonderful groups of nectar-dripping, flower-laden trees, which cause the hosts of bees to always offer praise to her. May that Vrndavan forest be my shelter. Shana Duti Grahashio Vraja Navina Yujno Padai Suva Glubir Alankrita Lalita Lakshmi Barai Tayor Nakara Badali Shekara Keli Charo Chitayar Vrita Keshala Yan Kurai Sharanam Astu Vrintatavi. Her blades of grass, leaves, and sprouts are luxuriant and are decorated with marks from the sports of the nail tips of the super excellent feet of the lightning cloud of Radha and Krishna. Their feet carry a host of beautiful marks such as lightning and lotus. May that Vrndavan forest be my shelter. Rajendra Nashaka Nandini Subhatara Dikara Kriya Prabhavaja Sukhatava Spurita Jangama Stavara Pralamba Dama Nanuja Dvanita Shamsika Kakali Rasagnya Smriga Mandala Sharanam Astu Vrintatavi. In Vrndavan, the Sakis of Radhika, the daughter of Nanda's friend, Vrishabhanu, manifest a festival of joy for the moving and non-moving living entities by her orders. Vrndavan is replete with hosts of expert Rasika animals who are attracted to the sounds of the flute of Krishna, the younger brother of Balaram, Pralamba's enemy. May that Vrndavan forest be my shelter. Amanda Murdira Budyadika Madhuri Medhura Rajendra Sutar Vikshano Natita Nila Kantokara Dinesha Surid Atma Jakrita Nija Bimano Lasal Lata Kanga Mridagana Saman Nam Astu Vrindatavi. Here in Vrndavan, on seeing the beautiful complexion, like a thick, dark cloud of Nanda's son, the peacocks shout and dance in ecstatic joy. The many creepers, birds, and animals all joyously and resoundingly proclaim the pride of Radha, the daughter of the sun worshipper Vrishabhanu. Her pride is, quote, "This forest is mine," end quote. May that Vrndavan forest be my shelter. Aganya Guna Nagari Gana Garista Gandharvika Manoja Rana Chaturi Pisuna Kunja Punjo Jvala Jagat Traya Kala Guror Lalita Lasya Jagat Pada Prayoga Vidi Shakshini Sharanam Astu Vrindavatavi. The dazzling groves of Vrndavan forest testify to the love battle expertise of Sri Radhika, who is a host of unlimited excellent qualities. This Vrndavan forest is witness to the beautiful dancing of the lotus feet of Sri Krishna, the Lord of all the creative arts in the three worlds. May that Vrndavan forest be my shelter. Varista Hari Dasata Pada Samri Da Govardhan Madhudva Ha Vadu Chama Kriti Navasa Rasa Stala Agudha Gahana Shriyo Madhurima Rajeno Jvala Rajasya Saha Jena Me Sharanam Astu Vrndavan. Śrī Govardhan, who is awarded the fortune of being the best servant of Sri Hari, resides in the Vrndavan forest. This forest is the setting of the Rasa Stala, whose narration amazed even Krishna's wedded wives. Vrndavan is illuminated by the beauty of the various forests of Vrajamandala surrounding it. May that Vrndavan forest be my shelter. Idam Nikila Niskuntavali Varista Vrindatavi Gunasmarana Karip Ya Patati Shitu Padyastakam Vasam Vyasana Muktadira Nisham Atra Sadvasana Sapita Vasane Vasiratim Avapi Vikradati. These 8 verses are a meditation on the excellent qualities of Vrndavan, the giver of all joy, one who is free from vices, self-controlled, resides in Vrndavan, and recites these prayers in a proper mood, will attain love that can conquer Krishna, the wearer of yellow cloth, and will engage in sporting pastimes with him. Shiksha, instructing to the mind. These verses of Shiksha offer instruction to the mind of those devotees who desire to pursue the spiritual bhajan path. Varam, super excellent. These verses of Shiksha are derived from the confidential instructions of Sri Damodar Goswami and Sri Rupa Goswami by the grace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Madhura Gira Uchai, sing loudly in a sweet, melodious voice. One should loudly or clearly sing these verses of Shiksha with perfect meter, either together with others or alone, in a sweet voice overflowing with loving feeling. Samadhigata, thoroughly understanding each and all meanings, one should recite each of the 11 shlokas of Shiksha with a clear understanding of the deeper, confidential meanings. Yesham Sharanga Bhajane Rajasuno Shirupa Shat Shikṣita Matunugaman Naruga Raga Yatnena Te Bhajana Darpano Nama Bhasyam Shiksada Shloka Sahitam Pratan tu Bhaktya. Those who have deep attachment for following in the footsteps of the path of opinions taught by Srila Rupa Goswami regarding the spontaneous loving bhajan of the son of Nanda should, with great effort and devotion, read carefully this instructive Bhajan and Darpana commentary filled with many instructive verses. Thus ends the integrated commentaries Mishra Bhasya composed by Srila Bhaktivinoda named Bhajan Darpana, explaining the meaning or the verses of the Shiksha, offered fully and wholeheartedly to the lotus feet of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Śrī Manaḥ of Raghunath Das Goswami. Part 3. Commentaries by Contemporary Vaishnavas. Verse 1. Goro Goste Gostaliishu Sunjane Bhusuragane Shvamantre Sri Namni Vrajanava Yuva Dvandva Sharane Sadadambam Hitva Kuru Ratim Apurvam Ititaram Ayes Vantar Bharatas Chat Tubir Abhiyache Dritapad. O dear brother, O mind, having given up all pride, please develop unprecedented and excessive attachment to Sri Guru, to Sri Vrndavan, the abode of cows, to the devotee residents of Vrndavan, to all the devotees on this planet, to the confidential mantra given by Sri Guru, to the holy names of Shri Radha Krishna, and to the process of surrendering to the fresh youthful couple of Vraja, holding your feet, I beseech you with sweet words. In his commentary, the question Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur identified as being principal to Mana Shiksha is, what happens when faith, Shraddha, in talks of Krishna, Krishna Katha, occurs in the living being? The answer is stated here, that one develops love for the spiritual master, Vrndavan Dham, the Vrajavasis, Vaishnavas, the Brahmanas, and the holy name, and takes shelter of Radha and Krishna. In an overall sense, this verse describes the development of faith as being the inaugurator of further activities. Raghunath Das Goswami explains the natural course of activities for one in whom Shraddha has become manifest. Shraddha, faith, is a rare commodity. Srila Rupa Goswami says, Janma koti shuktar na labhyate. It is not something that can be very easily acquired, but rather may take many millions of lifetimes. It is not a byproduct of karma, nor can it be acquired by mental speculation. There is only one real means by which one can acquire faith, and that is solely through the association of devotees. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that there is a certain process by which faith, Shraddha, develops. He first explains the position of one who does not possess faith. Even by asking what the condition is of someone who doesn't actually possess any faith, the lack of faith is evidenced, and one remains unqualified to hear Krishna Katha, or specifically, unqualified to take shelter of Krishna Katha and progressive spiritual life. Secondly, because one's hearing must be based on faith, then without it, one is unable to assimilate practical instruction. Therefore, Rupa Goswami says, Ado Shraddha. That Shraddha is the basic ingredients upon which everything else is built. Without it, one cannot advance in spiritual life. One may be the greatest philosopher, Jnani, or one may be the most elevated personality. But if one is devoid of faith, then there will be no progress. So, how is it that faith actually develops? Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that by the association of devotees, one will acquire faith. Somehow or other, that faith may even come unknowingly. It may start by agyanta sakriti, a flickering or indirect contact with Vaishnavas. That contact becomes an adhikara, or their qualification for getting further association. How does this association actually work? The Thakur points out that such association diminishes the reaction of past sins. In other words, by the association of a Vaishnava, one becomes purified of the results of one's past sinful activities, and therefore room in the heart is allowed for Shraddha to enter and develop. This word Shraddha is very nice. Shra means heart, and Da means to give. So Shraddha literally means to give your heart. The process whereby the association of faithful devotees or those who also have Shraddha inspires people to give their heart to Krishna is sadhu sangha, and that results in the development or the growing of faith. It will not grow automatically, but only by the proper process. Faith has natural symptoms by which it is marked. If one has a firm conviction, then one's actions will reflect that conviction. It is stated in this verse that automatically, if faith is strong, a person will take diksha from Guru. Svamantre Śrī Namni. Svamantra means Gayatri mantra, and Śrī Namni means the holy name. These things refer to the actions that reflect one's conviction because one can only get these things if one is actually initiated by a spiritual master. We worship by mantra, the Hare Krishna Maha mantra and Gayatri mantra, specifically Kama Gayatri, which is the means by which Lord Krishna is worshipped. In Chaitanya Charitamrita it is described, Vrindavane apakrita navina bandhana Kama Gayatri Kama Bija Yandra Upasana. Upasana, or the worship of Lord Krishna in Vrndavan, transpires by the process of this Kama Gayatri mantra and Kama Bija. These are not ritualistic activities that we are given to perform for some material purpose, but are elaborate processes of worship. Srila Prabhupada uses the words, quote, very sublime, end quote. Due to our lack of Shraddha and philosophical knowledge, we don't appreciate the instruments and the means of worship we have been given. Sometimes devotees do like to do extreme puja and chant all kinds of elaborate mantras, do yantras, and perform yagas, thinking doing so will improve their worship. But these things are foolishness. Everything is there in the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Everything that you've heard and everything else that you haven't heard is all there in the Maha Mantra. Sarva Vedeshu Drisite. Everything in the Vedas is there. All the procedures are condensed and present in that process of chanting Hare Krishna. Therefore, any process of worship we have preference for cannot be done in any better way than this chanting process, which is available to everyone. When one becomes further qualified by the chanting, more Shraddhavan or faithful, then he or she receives Gayatri Mantra, by which one is considered to be in the mode of goodness, and very quickly comes to the transcendental platform. Kama Gayatri is an expansion of the holy name of the Lord, and it gives a clear definition of who is the object of worship through the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Through this worship, one's faith will mature and one will come to render loving devotional service. This term, quote, loving devotional service, end quote, is found frequently in Srila Prabhupada's books. It does not simply mean following the rules and regulations, but rather refers to spontaneous devotional service or pure devotional service, Raganuga Bhakti. Thus, faith develops further by worshiping both the Shiksha and Diksha gurus and taking association with Vaishnavas. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that association with Vaishnavas is the mula, the root of devotional service. One should not think that at any stage in spiritual life one transcends the position of worship of Vaishnavas or association with Vaishnavas. The quality of the Vaishnavas with whom we associate will reflect the quality of faith we have. If we associate with devotees who have little or conditional faith, then that will also be the condition of our own faith, unless we are in a position to elevate them. Therefore, we always look for the association of superior Vaishnavas because our whole purpose in association is to increase our faith. If someone in any way whatsoever endangers, threatens, or minimizes our faith in Vaishnava, gurus, mantras, or the process, then we avoid them. At least that should be the position of someone who is serious about spiritual life. This verse can be understood in depth by analyzing Bhaktivinoda Thakur's words. Firstly, there are 4 specific questions being answered, so we will address those in summary and then in detail. The first question has been asked, what is someone's duty? The word sharane answers the second question of what is a devotee's duty, as when his faith awakens in hearing about Lord Krishna. One should take shelter in Krishna. Mamekam sharanam braja. The ultimate duty of every living entity, every conditioned soul, is to take shelter of Krishna. The natural question that arises is, quote, how do I do that? And what is the method for taking shelter, or what is the practical process, end quote. And the answer is, by developing love for Krishna. Taking shelter means that Krishna gives us his shelter. But we cannot get Krishna's shelter unless we actually have rati. This word rati is a very nice word, a common word which has multiple meanings and usage. So here, rati means that one has love of Krishna, prema. When we have love for Krishna, then we can receive his shelter. It is something that we have to acquire, that Krishna gives. It is not something we can simply manipulate or achieve by some certain ritualistic or regulated activity. The third question is how to develop this love. And the fourth, is this love developed exclusively for Krishna? No, it is not. Rather, it is stated, Gurus, Vraja, Vrndavan, Vrajavasis, the holy name, and Radha Krishna. We cannot exclude anyone from the realm of our attachment. If one loves one's father, then one will also love one's mother, brothers, sisters, household, everything else is automatically included. Therefore, a devotee is equally disposed, and even more favorably disposed toward those things that are tadiya, related to the Lord, because they are an easier way of achieving Krishna. Tadiya Upashanam is a science Vaishnavas know, or should know. It is easier to achieve Krishna through devotees or through things that relate to him, like the holy name, than it is to achieve him directly. Just like we worship Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because to approach Krishna directly is very, very difficult. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is that self-same Radha and Krishna in the mood of a devotee. A devotee is far more inclined to distribute love for Krishna, or is easier to approach than the Supreme Lord. So one may ask, how will I develop love for all these devotees? And here it is stated, Dambam Hitva, get rid of your pride. This becomes the main focus in this verse. In Mana Shiksha 1, it is stated, Garo goste gostaleisu sujane bu suragani sva mantre shinamni vrajanam yuvadvandva sarane. We should surrender. So, what is this surrender? Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives a nice definition of surrender, which is so very precise and simple. He says that the external indication of one's internal cultivation of love and attraction to Krishna is called surrender. And the external indication, or one's external activities, correspond to one's internal cultivation of unalloyed attraction to Krishna. This is a relevant point because often we hear the argument from Christians that, quote, I love God, end quote. Often we hear it from devotees too. Quote, well, I love Krishna, I love Srila Prabhupada. It doesn't really matter what I'm doing. The important thing is what's inside, end quote. But here, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says something different. He says that the internal symptom should parallel external behavior, that there should be corresponding external behavior that is symptomatic of an internal attachment. That is surrender. That is the means for loving someone. If we do not have the means, then how can we possibly have the end? Therefore, there cannot be a disparity between the devotee's external behavior and their internal advancement. For instance, we might meet a Christian who has a cigarette in one hand and a hamburger in the other and says, quote, I love Jesus, end quote. But by what activity is that person displaying that love? Someone might make a subjective statement that cannot be argued, such as, quote, I know because I love him, end quote. It is a subjective experience, not a subjective feeling that they are referring to, which is obviously beyond the range of anyone else. So it appears we cannot argue the point. But on the basis of Bhaktivinoda Thakur's definition of surrender and love, then we can argue and say, quote, no, whatever is inside should manifest via external behaviors, end quote. There should be external symptoms that evidence one's surrender. There is a process to that surrender, and we will now address that in the following points. The goal that we are striving to achieve is rati, attraction for Radha and Krishna. We emphasize that it is to Radha and Krishna that we want to develop our attraction. This point will be repeated over and over again because it requires emphasis, and it is very rarely understood. This is the specific mood not only of Raghunath Das Goswami, but also Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and our entire Gaudiya line. That Gaudiya tradition is to direct all devotees to the loving mood of the inhabitants of Vrndavan and ultimately to engage in the service of Srimati Radharani and Krishna. Although there are unlimited incarnations of the Lord, we worship and revere all of them as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna manifesting his different potencies to varying degrees. Krishna has unlimited potencies, and when Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead manifests all to a full extent, he is considered to be most perfect. When he manifests only some of these potencies, all of those in their full depth, then he is considered to be more perfect. When he exhibits only some of his potencies, and those only partially, then he is considered to be perfect. So, there are two things here. One is the extent of Lord Krishna's potencies, the quantitative extent, and also the depth of these potencies. Combining the extent and depth, we can have permutations of 4. All these other incarnations, avatars, guna avatars, lila avatars, manvantar avatars, they all fall into these other 3 categories. And it is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam, who manifests all of these potencies to an unlimited degree. He is the original person. It is he who we are worshipping. Swarup Damodar Goswami describes that originally Lord Krishna is one, and he has eternally separated himself into 2. That is Shakti and Shaktiman, the potencies of the Lord and the Supreme Potent. With our limited perception, we see things as happening in time, but there is no question of time. This is eternal activity. The absolute truth, therefore, is both male and female, or masculine and feminine. The masculine is the energetic and the feminine is the supreme energy, and, therefore, the perfect worship, or the complete worship of the absolute truth, is manifest through the worship of Radha and Krishna. It is developing attachment to Radha and Krishna, which is the ultimate realization, the highest goal of life, and the specific gift of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As already mentioned, the process here is developing faith and developing our love for Krishna. Actually, redeveloping is perhaps more accurate because in Chaitanya Charitamrita it is described, Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema Sarup Kabhanoi Shravanadi Shuddhi Cheti Karayodai, that this Krishna Prema is already there within our hearts. But it has to be brought out. Shravanadi Shuddhi Cheti Karayodai. Madhya Lila 22.107. That bringing out begins by the process of hearing from the spiritual master, or Vaishnavas. This process of redeveloping the dormant love for Krishna, which is in everyone, is true self-realization. It is there in a dormant state. Not only is our love for Krishna present in a dormant state, but it is also implied in this verse that our eternal relationship with him is also present in a dormant state. This important point differentiates the Gaudiya Sampradaya, or the Siddhanta Sampradaya, the followers of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, from Babajis, who also consider themselves to be Gaudiyas. These Babajis believe that Bhakti Lata Bij means that you receive your Swarup, or eternal form, from the spiritual master at the time of initiation. We do not accept that. We understand from the explanations from both Chaitanya Charitamrita and Srila Prabhupada what Bhakti Lata Bija is. It is knowledge, the process by which one advances in Krishna consciousness, and the eternal identity of the living entity that is already present in seed form. Rupa Goswami also states in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 122, Nitya Siddhasya Bhavasya, that Sthai Bhava is already there, but it is covered. So, we want to redevelop something which is within us. The question is, if something is already in us, why do we not feel it? What's the problem? What is actually separating us? Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that the problem is due to the influence of the illusory energy of the Lord, which is herein is being personified by this word, dambe, pride. And we have, by the force of illusion, fallen into this material world. By association with this material world, we become further and further covered, and then we become not only covered, but also attached to everything we see around us. We become convinced that this is our home, our eternal place of residence. Thus, Rupa Goswami explains this evolution of the false ego from falling down, association, conditioning, and attachment. But it is described by Lord Kapila Dev in the third canto that this attachment we have for association of home, family, friends, community, wife, and children, that same attachment, when applied to the associates of the Lord, to the association of Vaishnavas, can be the cause of our elevation. Attachment becomes the source of our conditioning and bondage in the material world, but when focused onto the devotees, it becomes the meaning by which we can leave this material world. So, what is really required is to spiritualize our attachment, and the process of sadhana bhakti is meant to do just that. Srila Prabhupada uses this word all the time, quote, dovetailing, end quote. It means dovetailing one's particular attachment. When we analyze the different types of devotees that are discussed here, we see, for instance, the Subhusuragane, which refers to Varnashram Brahmanas. So the entire process from Varnashram to the transcendental position of a Suddha Bhakta is meant to draw out that attachment, redirect it in such a way that it does not bind us and cover us, but rather purifies us and ultimately unearths the real love of Krishna, which is present in our hearts. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada placed so much emphasis on saying that he established this International Society for Krishna Consciousness for the purpose of association, because by such association one can actually practice sadhana bhakti. Otherwise, it is very difficult. In fact, Srila Prabhupada points out in Srimad Bhagavatam that one is living in an hallucination if he thinks that outside the association of devotees he can practice devotional service. But there are some basic, simple principles in the process of this practice. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that the association of devotees diminishes the results of one's karma. Karma is like hridayagranthi, the rope that binds us down. So, by association with devotees, the knots of this rope become slackened, and one has some ability to maneuver and become free from that tight tying down of the gunas. In this way, faith actually starts to develop in a devotee, and then one becomes qualified to hear. By hearing, one assimilates instruction, and this is the symptom of someone who really knows how to hear. We should understand this as a very important point. Hearing is not just listening to something and then writing it down. There must be a consequence to that hearing. Krishna says to Arjuna, Iti te jnanam akyatam guyad guyataram maya vishmis yaitad ashishena yatis chasi tatakaru. Thus, I've explained to you knowledge still more confidential. Deliberate on this fully, and then do what you wish to do. Bhagavad Gita 1863. Then he says, Mamekam Sharanam, surrender to me, end quote. This is the consequence of hearing Bhagavad Gita. Surrender to Krishna. Therefore, one has to be able to assimilate an instruction. Quote, I understand an instruction and practically put it into practice in my own sadhana bhakti, in my own devotional life, end quote. When one has understood, ultimately the conclusion is that yes, one should surrender directly to Krishna. But surrendering directly to Krishna is not possible. Therefore, one surrenders to Guru or Krishna's representative. And that is formalized through the process of diksha. Krishna states, Upadekshanti te jnanam jnananas tattva darshana. Upadekshanti. We come closer by diksha. What does diksha mean? Divya Jnana Hridaya Prakashito, that process by which one receives transcendental knowledge and by which one's bonds of fruitive or karmic activities are slashed or purified. When one takes initiation, he or she receives a mantra by which to worship the Supreme Lord, and by chanting that mantra, service is rendered always in one's mind. One then renders service to Lord Krishna and simultaneously worships Gurus and Vaishnavas. Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives further instruction as to how sadhana relates to this attachment that we have to this material world and to the attachment we want to develop for Krishna. As mentioned above, through sadhana, the bonds of one's karma become slackened and ultimately dissipated. The result is that one develops an inner spiritual strength. It is something that Bhaktivinoda Thakur refers to in many places, that a devotee should feel inner spiritual strength. Devotees have experience of this. Sometimes, when we have practiced Krishna consciousness nicely, we feel confident and strong. At other times, we feel its absence or lacking. Sometimes, for instance, when we sleep through japa, then we really notice it by its absence, that there is no strength there. Bhaktivinoda also mentions a related point in Harinam Chintamani, that a devotee can feel the spiritual strength which is bound within the heart of another Vaishnava. Devotees have that experience sometimes when coming into the presence of another devotee. All devotees who have experience with Srila Prabhupada knew of his strong presence. It was not a material presence or a charismatic presence. It was an overpowering spiritual presence, which was sometimes just too much for people to handle, and they would leave. And we still feel that presence here in this temple room. Even if we bring non-devotees into the room, they can still feel a presence. That is an actual spiritual potency. It is a manifestation of the Lord's Hladini or Sambit potency, which are the manifestation of Sudasattva. When a devotee comes to the platform of pure devotional service, or Prema Bhakti, then this Sudasattva manifests within that person's heart by the mercy of Srimati Radharani. And that Swarup Shakti, that transcendental potency, can then be felt by others who are at least a little sensitive. It has a permanent effect. The result of this spiritual development is that it attracts the mercy of Krishna and devotees. And this is a topic that is recurring in Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha. On one side, by the effort of the devotee, on the other side, by the mercy of Krishna. Both of these are required for advancement in devotional service. And what is the result of this mercy? When we sufficiently attract the mercy of Vaishnavas, Guru, and Krishna, then this attachment will develop and manifest. It is something that we try to cultivate, but ultimately it is bestowed. What we actually try to cultivate is the qualification for receiving it. Ultimately, it is something that is given to us by the mercy of the Vaishnavas and Krishna. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that this sublime attachment is saying that to the degree that this attachment is concentrated, it is called sublime attachment. In other words, the degree of concentration is the degree to which there are no material impediments, there is no jnana-karmani dhyanarvitam, or no other material thing present. To that degree, it is called sublime attachment. There are two important qualifications for receiving this attachment. First, one must be very eager. Tatar loyam ekalam mulam. Second, one must be humble. Without these two qualifications, one will not be able to attract Lord Krishna's attention. One has to be enthusiastic and constantly maintain oneself in a state of enthusiasm. One should do whatever is required to remain enthusiastic and humble. Without being humble, it's not possible to receive Krishna's mercy. And what is the disqualification for receiving it? What is the disqualification for development of sadhana? For advancing in one's spiritual practice and cultivating this attachment? Lethargy. Lethargy, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, is thinking, quote, oh, it will happen of its own accord. I don't have to do anything, end quote. Something may happen, but it won't be what we're expecting or hoping for, advancement in Krishna consciousness. This verse mentions dambam hitva. Always get rid of this pride. The implication in saying, quote, always, end quote, is that we may get rid of it, but it may come back. That means it is a process, not that it's like a shovel filled with dirt and we throw away and that's it. It's gone. Rather, there is a process for purifying our hearts from pride, and this is the first impediment that we will address here. Raghunath Das Goswami says hitva, which means to give up or reject. So how do we give up pride? Bhaktivinoda Thakur says it is by the assistance of the Guru. Therefore, it is described here that one should always remember the spiritual master first, before all activities, so that one becomes free from one's prideful or envious mentality. Bhaktivinoda Thakur addresses 6 different elements of pride: illusion, deceit, pretense, ignorance, deviousness, and offenses, or aparad. These are not pride themselves, but are the elements which constitute pride. And sometimes there is difficulty in differentiating between some of them, so they require definition. Illusion means that one becomes satisfied and complacent by material accomplishments, that we achieve some result which is measured in material terms and become proud. Deceit is that one takes or is satisfied with the externals of spiritual life, which may mean one's dress, demeanor, mannerism, birth, and so on, and uses those to portray one's qualification. Pretense is a quality that is clearly defined by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and that is cultivating a desire for something else in practicing devotional service other than love for Krishna. This problem is defined by the words anibalasita sunyam, whereas that verse, from where that phrase comes, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.1.11, specifically describe pure devotional service. The converse is pretentious devotional service. So, when devotional service is practiced with some other goal in mind other than simply to please Krishna's senses, that is pretense. Ignorance is forgetfulness of one's spiritual identity. Deviousness means that some other motivation may arise, and offenses can be made against the holy name, the devotees, and so on. These are all also elements that cause pride. Shakatasura, the cart demon, personified pride, which arose from residual bad habits carried over from previous lifetimes. Trinavarta exemplified pride from scholarship. Yamalarjuna epitomized pride due to aristocracy or high birth. Kaliyanag represented pride which arises due to crookedness or a devious mentality. The sacrificial brahmanas, the Vedic brahmanas, or the Jagic brahmanas personified pride due to a position in Varnashram. Aristasura showed pride which arises due to practicing false religious principles. Keshi represented the pride which arises from being materially situated in spiritual life, such as being a guru, sannyasi, or in some big position and becoming proud of that particular situation. From these 7 pastimes, we can see present the 6 elements of pride that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur speaks of: illusion, deceit, pretense, ignorance, deviousness, and offenses, or aparad. The particular leelas that these demons or materialists engage in with Krishna fall under the heading of pride. From our limited perception, reading these Leelas may not have much deeper meaning than hearing any other pastime, but a deeper insight is illuminated by the directions we read from Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and thus we can understand that while reading these stories, we should be very open and pray to Krishna that we become free from the illusion of pride, which comes due to scholarship, aristocracy, and so on. Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, "Throw out pride," end quote. But how will we throw it out? Bhaktivinoda Thakur recommends we read all of these 7 pastimes relating to pride, Dambam Hitva, if we want to become free from pride. Krishna will actually remove that pride within our hearts when we have a great desire to be purified by reading and giving careful oral reception to these particular pastimes. The verse then reads, Ratim apurvam atitaram. Rati means love, and apurvam means unprecedented, so the full meaning is a great, unprecedented love. These words in and of themselves are very meaningful. The nature of love of Godhead is that it has no precedent. It has not been freely made available or bestowed until now. Thus, it is unprecedented. The word, quote, great, end quote, in this context means that it is actually the greatest love which a jiva or living entity can contain or possess. This love, Ratim, for whom do we want this love? The very beginning of this verse says, Guru. Guru means spiritual master in the plural sense. There are 2 types of spiritual masters, Diksha Guru and Shiksha Guru, and they are described in Chaitanya Charitamrita in detail, both in the verses and the purports. Diksha Guru gives a devotee Sambandha Gyan, by which process one becomes free from anarthas and is able to advance on the path of devotional service. Diksha Guru is specifically one. Shiksha Guru is that person who gives one abhideya, or the process of cultivating one's relationship with Krishna. Diksha Guru and Shiksha Guru may be the same person, although one may have more Shiksha Gurus under the guidance or permission of the Diksha Guru. The Shiksha Guru instructs and guides the devotee in the confidential service of Radha and Krishna. Traditionally in the Gaudiya Sampradaya, Sanatana Goswami is the embodiment of Diksha Guru, and Rupa Goswami is Shiksha Guru. Both are to be considered manifestations of Sri Krishna and are equal in all respects. One should not distinguish or discriminate between one and the other. Yet, there is a qualification to be made between receiving Shiksha and the Shiksha Guru. One may receive Shiksha or instruction from so many individuals, but the Shiksha Guru referred to here is different than one who simply gives instruction, no matter how relevant the instruction. Shiksha Guru means the Goswamis and Acharyas, the liberated souls who give us specific instruction in the details of our sadhana and service to Krishna. It does not simply mean that the temple commander asks us to mop the floor and therefore he is our Shiksha Guru. Srila Prabhupada distinguishes between these types of Shiksha Gurus in his purport in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. He writes, quote, there are 2 kinds of instructing spiritual masters. One is the liberated person, fully absorbed in meditation and devotional service, and the other is he who invokes the disciple's spiritual consciousness by means of relevant instructions, end quote. Adi Lila 147. Many people give us relevant instruction for our advancement or practice in spiritual life, but they do not come under this more specific meaning of the Shiksha Guru. In one sense, everyone is Guru. Mother's a guru, father's a guru, teacher's a guru. But we may have so many different types of gurus. Anyone who teaches us something, when we use the word guru to mean teacher, that is one category. But when we use guru to mean Gyanan Jana Shalakaya Chakshu Unminitam Yena, or someone who has opened our eyes with the light of transcendental knowledge or has shown us Krishna, then the term refers to this more specific meaning of Shiksha Guru. In either sense, despite their difference in relationship, the gurus are to be held in the highest esteem and are objects of worship and service. Goshte means pasturing grounds, and here, specifically, it means Vrndavan, Raja. When Srila Prabhupada came to the West, practically speaking, as soon as he unpacked his bags, he was immediately making plans for building what he first called his American house in Vrndavan, and then, later on in Mayapur, because he wanted devotees to have a home. As long as they did not go to Vrndavan, they were going to think that their home was somewhere here in the West, in London, New York, or Paris. These are not our homes. Our real home is in Vrndavan. Srila Prabhupada would say, quote, everywhere I go is Vrndavan, but it takes some time for one to come to that advanced stage. So at least one should experience Boma Vrndavan, or the spiritual world manifest here within this material realm, going to Vrndavan and seeing the places of Krishna's pastimes and activities. Nandagram, Varshana, Yamuna, Govardhan, Radhakund, Shamakund. We should see all of these wonderful places where Krishna reveals his transcendental pastimes. And our Krishna Balaram Mandir is situated in Ramanreti. All these places are very dear to devotees, and one of the symptoms of an advancing devotee or second-class devotee is that they become very attached to the holy places. Thus, it is very important that they become attached and learn how to love Vrndavan and Mayapur. There are 3 classes of devotees mentioned here. Goshtalishu means pure devotees, or those who are residents of Vrndavan. They do not aspire to go to Vaikuntha or to worship any other form of the Lord. They reside in Vrndavan. It is not simply that they are residing in Boma Vrndavan, or this manifest realm, but rather they are in Apakrita, or in the unmanifest Vrndavan, either in person or are living there, or by means of meditation. In other words, they are partaking in Krishna's transcendental pastimes one way or another. That is called Goshtalishu, and they are considered to be Uttama Adhikaris. Garo Goste Goshtalishu Sujane. Su means very good, and refers here to practicing devotees, sadhakas, or those devotees who are aspiring for perfection in Vrndavan. They may also be imbued with awe and reverence. In other words, they are not yet fully developed in their intimate relationship with the Lord, or for that matter, they may even aspire for service in places like Mathura or Dwarka. These devotees are considered Madhyama Bhaktas. They may even worship other deities. Then there are Bhusuragane, or Brahmanas who worship according to the Varnashram system. They are considered to be Kanishta, or third class. This is a different division, a subdivision of the first, second, and third class devotees that we generally use. So, in summary, this verse explains how one is developing love for Krishna by worshiping with devotion all the above mentioned, namely Guru Goshte. And the last things to be addressed in this verse are Nam and Mantra, Sri Mantre, Sri Namni, and then Vrajanava Yuva Dvanvasharani. Mantra refers to the Gayatri mantras, both the 24.5-syllable Gayatri mantra and the 18-syllable Gopal mantra. Devotees who are Brahmana initiated should know the meanings of these mantras, which are discussed in Chaitanya Charitamrita in depth, and they should meditate very seriously and conscientiously on these discussions. This subject is not to be taken lightly. Unfortunately, devotees may take it quite lightly. Chanting these mantras is like being requested to do puja 3 times a day. We should be thinking, quote, I am doing arti to Radha and Krishna, end quote. That is what Gayatri Mantra means, that every day we are worshiping on the altar. This is why devotees are meant to do achman, actually purify themselves before chanting. We should bathe before going on an altar, and we dress in clean cloth, apply fresh tilak, and then we worship. But this mantra worship is for advanced people. It isn't simply that we worship with a stick of incense and some ghee lamp and a flower, but rather we are meant to be worshiping svaha. Svaha means we are offering our heart. So when we do not know how to worship with our heart, then we simply get caught up on the mental platform, wondering when we can start on our prasadam. But this worship is what Gayatri Mantra means. It is meant as an internal worship which should be done very seriously by Brahmanas. Brahmanas are actually worshiping Krishna by offering themselves to Krishna. The same understanding applies to Shri Nam, the holy name of the Lord. Chanting the holy name of the Lord is also offering ourselves, quote, O Lord, O energy of the Lord, please engage me in your service, end quote. This is an offering of ourselves, our body, mind, and soul in service to Krishna, to Radha, and to Krishna in Vrndavan, engaging in their eternal pastimes. We want to be engaged in that kind of service. We're asking to be engaged in that service. The first symptom of proper chanting is that one will be very serious and will beg Krishna to accept us and engage us in that service. All of these mantras are meant to be chanted without offense. Even if one does commit offenses, still the best thing to do is simply to chant the holy name of the Lord. But if one wants the real effect of these mantras, they should be chanted properly. We can compare the situation to doing puja. If when you are doing puja, you're going on the altar dirty, or you're doing all kinds of nonsensical things, then you will not get the same result as if you do everything strictly according to the rules. Ae svantar bataschatubir abhichyate dritapada. We are falling at the feet of our mind and begging to be able to engage in this type of service because we're trying to get some very, very great thing, some unprecedented thing. Ratim apurvam atitaram. As previously mentioned, the word, quote, unprecedented, end quote, is important. Radha and Krishna are the supreme lover and beloved, and Krishna himself comes to try to appreciate the love that Srimati Radharani enjoys in his presence. Even Krishna cannot taste that, because he is the object of that love, and therefore he cannot taste it. Unless he comes as the actual receptacle of love, he cannot taste it. So he comes as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, just for that particular purpose. There are so many inhabitants in Vrndavan, beginning with the blades of grass and the cows, the servants, the cowherd boys, Yashoda, the gopis, and so on. All of them enjoy a different gradation of loving relationship with Krishna. This is all called rati, but none of them are apurvam atitaram. They are all fully satisfied in their service, and they are fully satisfied in their loving relationship. But amongst all of the loving relationships which transpire, that which is manifest or exhibited between Krishna and the gopis is considered to be the highest because it is the most complete and the fullest expression of the ability to love without any condition whatsoever. This is covered in detail in the 4th and 5th chapter of the Adi Lila and Chaitanya Charitamrita. We know that Radha and Krishna are surrounded by the Astashakis, who are their most intimate associates. But there are even more intimate associates, those who are assistants to these gopis and who are sometimes known as maidservants. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami writes this verse in the Govinda Lilamrita 11.137. Shri Sati Yadi Mukundo Radhikam Tat Sakinam Bhavati Vapushi Kampas Veda Romancha Baspam Adhara Madhu Mudasyas Chet Pibati Eshayan Yatnad Bhavati Bharatad Asamata Ta Chitram Etat. This verse explains the position of these maidservants. They have a mood of friendship, but at the same time servitude, to Radharani. Just as the author of Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, exhibited the same unalloyed dependency on Srimati Radharani's mercy. The gopis tend to be in the mood of friendship, but these other maidservants are in friendship and servitude. They are very intimately related with Radharani, so whatever particular ecstatic symptoms Radharani feels, they also feel. This is the purport, a love that is unprecedented. The unique thing, the reason why it is considered to be great, is because it does not depend on direct contact with Krishna. Rather, by serving Radharani and making arrangements for her and Krishna to meet, these gopis automatically experience the highest pleasure that Radharani feels, even from a distance. So, Radha and Krishna are dancing and smiling and having a nice time, and these maidservants don't have to associate with Krishna in order to experience the same bliss. They experience it from afar. This is how Srila Prabhupada encouraged us not to worry about having direct relationship. Actually, the most elevated relationship, as described here, apurvam atitaram, is experienced automatically. Tene brahmare dayadi kaviye. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.1. It is manifest through the heart, and all the ecstatic symptoms that manifest in the body of the heroine, Srimati Radharani, are automatically also manifest in the bodies of her maidservants as well. The nature of these devotees of the Lord, the nature of their love, is that it completely brings Krishna under control. Not only does it bring Krishna under the devotees' control, but Krishna becomes purchased. He is respectful and reverential to the love of the devotees who are situated in this particular category of followers of Rupa and Raghunath Das Goswamis. Commentary by Satchidananda Swami. After some faith has awakened, how do we become fully Krishna conscious? Raghunath Das Goswami says first of all we have to give up damba. Damba is a word that means deceit, religious hypocrisy, arrogance, and pride. This word comes from the root dap, which means endure. It also means to deceive and to go. So when you want to start Raghunath Das Goswami's guidebook, you have to first of all learn to give up pretense, hypocrisy, and deceit. As long as we pretend to be someone we're not, we cannot enter the path of Raghunath Das Goswami. We only hurt ourselves by keeping up such a farce. If you want to advance, give up your pride before Krishna makes an arrangement for your pride to be taken. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur describes a dangerous moment in the life of a devotee. This is when the thought comes, quote, I am a Vaishnava, I am a devotee, end quote. He says if we think we are a Vaishnava, then we should look forward to receiving respect from others. If the desire for fame and reputation pollute our hearts, then we shall certainly descend into hell. Therefore, Bhaktivinoda Thakur speaks of this dangerous moment, the thoughts that we are Vaishnavas, that we have done vratas, we have finished extra rounds for Kartik, we have distributed extra books, or given very well-claimed lecture. If so, then we don't run to Krishna. We run in the opposite direction. We run for fame, name, prestige, and our hearts will be polluted. How will love ever come into such a heart? It is not possible. So, Raghunath Das Goswami's final instruction is to first of all give up pride, because if our bhajan becomes kevala kaitava, full of cheating, then we cannot progress. What do we do when respect comes our way? Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that when we are glorified, we should immediately offer the glorification to our spiritual master and the previous acharyas. A servant of the spiritual master should never accept it for themselves, but offer it to the previous spiritual master. For example, if someone says, quote, you gave a very nice lecture, end quote, you should respond, quote, I just repeated some points I learned from my spiritual master and the Vaishnavas. I cannot really accept your praise, end quote. I recently glorified one devotee who did exceptional service, and the devotee said something very pleasing. He said, quote, I had good helpers. I didn't do anything, end quote. Immediately, when praise comes our way, we should deflect it and go where it should go, and it usually goes to the previous acharyas. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati said this on his 60th Vyasa Puja. Think that the glorifications offered to us really belong to the previous acharyas. We cannot accept the glorifications and offer all to them. Think, quote, those of you who glorify me now are all great personalities. What you are giving to me, I am not qualified to accept. So today, I am offering it to my guru, end quote. If we don't use this, quote, transparent, end quote, technique, the glorification can kill us. If we don't become transparent and let the waters of praise continue on to and flow where they belong, then our pipe will burst and blow into pieces and create mishaps. My dear devotees, between us and the Lord as a mountain of Mahamameti, the foundation of pride. Prideful thoughts create samskars and aggressions from which our whole svabhava is formed. This is also true with praise and respect that is shown physically. For example, in India, people touch the feet of those they hold in high esteem, and when someone accepts this, they can fall ill because they take the karma which can burn health and mind. Sometimes Indians are strong wrestlers also. They have hold of your feet, and you have to behave like a civilized person or as a sannyasi, so you can't avoid it. In such a case, one should think, quote, this person is touching my feet, is thinking that I'm a specialist in bhakti or because I have white skin, but I'm really a mercy case of my spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. Whatever good this person sees in me, it is by your mercy, your investment into me. It belongs to you, end quote. We then can really see how the karma goes through us and does not make us sick. But if it stops at our feet, we can become very ill. It is said that we should give up all pride. How should we do it? Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, develop unprecedented love for Guru, end quote. How do we develop love for our spiritual master or for Srila Prabhupada? We can shout, quote, Prabhupada, end quote, until our vocal cords ache, but our minds can still shout, me, with all the same strength. To cure this problem, we should meditate on something very nice about the spiritual master that is true. Krishna is the original guru, the Adi Guru, who reaches the conditioned souls through the Vyasti Gurus, individual gurus. Now, how do these individual personalities become carriers of Krishna's mercy? It is because Krishna invests his Karuna Shakti, mercy potency, in the spiritual master. This is the way Krishna chooses to show his mercy. When water is touched by cold, it becomes ice. So when Krishna shows his compassion for the fallen souls, he becomes the Guru Tattva. I always like to say that I was a dark end on a dark stone on a dark night in a dark universe. No light in my life. But my spiritual master found me and saved me by bringing me in contact with this process of Krishna consciousness. It is simply self-deception to call the Lord and try to surrender to God by trying to jump over Sri Gurudev, who is a tangible form of the Lord's presently occurring mercy before us. We can go to God and say, quote, God, end quote, and tell him so many things. But if we stand before our spiritual master, we can easily see what is real and what is unreal. Imagination doesn't work when our spiritual master is before us. We can't cheat ourselves. It is magical. If we turn to our spiritual master with the sincere desire to be helped, we will see how the Karuna Shakti becomes activated and something wonderful will happen. Now, what to do if faith in Guru is lost? I want to recommend to you, if you can't worship your Diksha Guru nicely, go to Prabhupada or look for a Shiksha Guru. But take to this principle, because Krishna has invested his mercy Shakti in his devotees. Bhaktivinoda Thakur tells us how we should see our Guru. He says, do not see the Guru as merely a great sage, but rather see him as your intimate and well-wishing friend. I personally have come to realize that this understanding is very important in our discipleship. We need to come close. If the Guru is an abstract concept for us, we won't have that heartfelt connection where we can tell him everything, and we won't call upon him like we call to a friend when we're in trouble. The first verse goes on to explain that we should love Vrajadam, the residents of Vraja, and finally, Shri Radha and Krishna, who are eternally the eternally youthful divine couple of Vraja. Krishna explains in the Bhagavatam how we can develop love for him. The wives of the Brahmanas came to him in the forest and offered a meal. They saw Krishna standing in the forest, twirling a lotus flower and with one of his elbows resting on the shoulder of a friend. Krishna told them, quote, just like I am twirling this lotus, I am twirling your heart. Can you feel it? End quote. The Brahmana's wives said, quote, yes, end quote. They wanted to talk with him through the forest while he was herding the cows, but that would have been a violation of social etiquette. Highly aristocratic Brahmana ladies walking behind a cowherd boy, adoring him, throwing flowers and singing, quote, oh Krishna, end quote. The whole society would have been scandalized, and Krishna did not wish this. So he sent them home and told them, Shravanad, Darshanad Dhyanam, Mai Bhavo Nirkirtanat, Natata Sanikarshena, Pratiyata Gatogrihan. It is by hearing about me, seeing my deity form, meditating upon me and chanting my names and glories, that love for me develops, not by physical proximity. Therefore, please go back to your homes. Srimad Bhagavatam 10:23-33. Krishna is serious about these points. He speaks the same verse to the gopis, but there is one difference. The Brahmana wives return home and the gopis do not. So again, Shravanad, it is by hearing about me that you develop love. Women like to stare at men, and men like to stare at women. So do that to the deity. Then you will develop love for Krishna. Stare at him. Meditate about Krishna. Chant his names and glories. Then you'll develop love, not by physical proximity. Krishna rested his left cheek on his shoulder in order to play the gamakas, ornamented notes, a vibrato in the descending and descending notes of the ragas. Krishna tilted his head to the left side. At the same time, Krishna crossed his legs and assumed a charming threefold bending form which enchanted the three worlds. Krishna tilted his neck. He rested the flute on his lower lip and lips, and he made his eyebrows dance to attract the attention of Subal and others to the skillfulness of his songs. Krishna was playing a flute with 7 holes, which are covered by his fingers. Because Krishna never worked, his fingers were softer than those of other men, but they were somewhat harder than his other limbs because his fingers would cover the holes of the flute. Krishna's body was as soft as yogurt when you touched it. It's cooling and so soft. In this mood, Krishna is there in this beautiful form, which we can see in the temples, playing his flute and enchanting the mind. Now, we have heard about Krishna, so now we should stare at Krishna with unblinking eyes. First, see his lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada writes, the mind of the conditioned soul is, on account of its association with the material energy from time immemorial, contained heaps of dirt in the form of desires to control material nature. This dirt is like a mountain, but a mountain can be shattered when hit by a thunderbolt. Meditating on the lotus feet of the Lord acts like a thunderbolt on the mountain of dirt in the mind of the yogi. If a yogi wants to shatter the mountain of dirt in his mind, then he should concentrate on the lotus feet of the Lord and not imagine something void or impersonal. Because the dirt has accumulated like a solid mountain, one must meditate on the lotus feet of the Lord for quite a long time. One who is accustomed to thinking of the lotus feet of the Lord constantly, however, it is a different matter. The devotees are so fixed on the lotus feet of the Lord that they do not think of anything else. Srimad Bhagavatam 3:28-22 purport. Srila Prabhupada states that if you are a yogi, you take advantage of this process of smarnam and meditate on the lotus feet for a long time. But the bhakti yogis, us, take special advantage of the process of hearing and chanting in this sambandha, in a relationship where we think of Krishna and make our chanting so wonderful that we feel some devotional feelings. This is the ladder of our lives. We can go in the direction of kama, become degraded, sad, disappointed, frustrated, and keep taking birth after birth, or we can go to the same ladder of desire, go up to the level of love, to the beginning states of gratitude and appreciation of Krishna, feeling closeness to the Lord. Then we feel some bhakti, and finally some spiritual energy will really start working intensely in us, and then there will be ruchi and asakti and bhava someday. But we can start now, and it's only a matter of which direction we look. Do we want to look toward the material energy, or do we want to look toward Guru, toward Vrndavan, toward the Brahmanas, toward the Vaishnavas, and all these personalities we've heard about in Shiksha? Train the mind to look at these residents of Vraja, the Vaishnavas, and to the Diksha mantras, the holy name, and we will see, without any doubt, that we will become free from this kama, this lusty, selfish desire that makes us miserable and disappointed. When we're in the association of devotees, something happens. A sadhu is someone who practices bhajan and who helps us do bhajan also. So when we come together with proper devotees who practice Krishna consciousness and who will preach to us nicely, I can guarantee we will faint when we smell the fragrance of the cup full of honey that will be opened up in their association. In the association of materialists, our head turned downward and we go down. In the association of sadhus, our heads turn upwards and we go up. It's that simple. The entire universe is full of miseries, and therefore the inhabitants of this material universe are always shedding tears out of intense grief. Srimad Bhagavatam 3:28-32. There is a great ocean of water made of such tears. But for those who surrender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ocean of tears caused by kama and krodha, anger, the all-devouring enemies of this world, is at once dried up. We need only see the charming smile of the Supreme Lord. In other words, the bereavement of material existence immediately subsides when we see his charming smile. Commentary by Bhaktivedanta Goswami. Shiksha by Raghunath Das Goswami is comprised of 12 instructions to the mind. The author makes the point right at the beginning that these instructions are meant to help us serve Krishna based on spontaneity by his use of the term raga, attachment. Everything we're doing should be based on our heartfelt aspiration, not on some heartless planning for gain, but on an emotional impulse. He further explains how to form such an attachment. Raghunath Das Goswami offers invaluable instructions on how to acquire taste in devotional service. What should the principles of our service be, and what should be happening in our hearts for us to develop this taste? We need an attachment. In the beginning, when we take to devotional service, we develop a taste for it. Everything is new and unusual. This novelty thrills us and makes our practice inspirational. But then our practice sometimes becomes a dreary routine because we've already learned how to put on a dhoti and apply tilak. Lord Chaitanya said the reason he appeared in this is that the whole world is following Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. Everyone follows some principles out of fear. We think, quote, if I do it, I'll be better off than if I don't do it, end quote. There were 4 schools or sampradayas preaching Vaidhi sadhana bhakti and teaching it how it should be followed. In contrast, Lord Chaitanya said that he came specially to teach how to develop the kind of attachment that eternally resides in the hearts of the residents of Vraja. Lord Chaitanya set the example. He cried in the Gambhira and spent sleepless nights listening to bhajans sung to him by Ramananda Roy and Swarup Damodar Goswami. It was actually Swarup Damodar Goswami who taught this kind of attachment because the Lord instructed him by saying, quote, teach others, give them a chance to satiate themselves, end quote. Our tradition, which Lord Chaitanya founded, is composed of 2 schools of thought, or 2 trends, explaining in a slightly different way the method and principle of attaining this attachment. One of the schools originated from the instructions originally transferred by Swarup Damodar Goswami to Vrndavan Pandit, who was one of Lord Chaitanya's personal associates in Navadvip and later in Puri. Vrndavan Pandit, in turn, transferred it to Gopal Guru Goswami, and Gopal Guru Goswami transferred it to Dhyana Chandra Goswami. This is the path called Bairanga Rupanuga Sadhana, or the practice to develop attachment by means of external methods. In this school, Swarup Damodar explained the way we can develop attachment by worshipping deities. Gopal Guru Goswami and Dhanachandra Goswami wrote a detailed manual, Padati, of how to worship Krishna with attachment, what mantras to chant, how to treat the Lord, how he should be imagined, how to meditate while worshipping deities. In other words, they translated the language of Archana into the language of Raga, the language of attachment. The other school also goes back to Swarup Damodar Goswami from the instruction he gave to Raghunath Das Goswami. When Raghunath arrived in Puri, having finally escaped from household life, he addressed Lord Chaitanya through Swarup Damodar, quote, I do not know my duty or the goal of my life. Therefore, please personally give me instructions from your transcendental mouth, end quote. Lord Chaitanya said, quote, I don't know. I'm just thinking about Krishna. There's no sadhana to speak of. I'm just crying for Krishna day and night. How can I explain it to you? But if you insist, I can tell you in a few words, end quote. And then Lord Chaitanya spoke one verse which explained the fundamental principle. He said, Amani manada hana Krishna nama sada labhe Raji Radha Krishna seva manase karibe. Chaitanya Charitamrita Antya-lila 6:237. Externally, we should be humbler than a blade of grass, without an ounce of false pride or desire for honor. In addition, Krishna Nam Sabdalave. We should chant the holy name. We have often heard that we should be humble, and sometimes we walk around bearing a yoke of humility which lies heavily on us. We walk around harassed and oppressed by this humility. We've been told more than once that externally we should be chanting the mantra, but we think everything internal will come automatically. But the school of thought that originated in this verse is about what should be happening in our heart. Lord Chaitanya explains it in the next line of this verse, Vraja Radha Krishna Seva Manase Karibe. Quote, within your mind you should render service to Radha and Krishna in Vraja, end quote. But what that means and what should be happening in our hearts is not an easy question to answer. Lord Chaitanya then told Raghunath Das Goswami to ask Swarup Damodar for details. Certainly, externally, we must be humble. Externally, we should try to offer respect to one and all, not expecting it in return. Externally, we should chant the holy name, but bhakti is not a mechanical process. We need to think what should be occurring in our hearts. That science is what Raghunath Das Goswami explains in Manasiksha. In this first instruction, Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, O my brother, my dear mind, I'm offering my obeisances to you. I'm taking a very humble position. I'm taking hold of your feet, and I humbly pray to you, please give up all your pride. Sabda sada dambam hitva, end quote. He then prays, quote, I pray to you, O mind, try your hardest to develop attachment, end quote. The reason for this instruction is contained in the first two lines where he enumerates to whom and to what we should develop our attachment. Garo, to Sri Guru, Gosta, Vrndavan, Gostala Vishu, to the residents of Vrndavan. Shujune means devotees. Bhusharegane means brahmanas. Svamante means in our own Diksha mantras, Sri Namni, the holy name. Vraja Nava Yuva Dvandva Sharane, the shelter of the lotus feet of Kishore Kishori. Each word or phrase carries an important message which helps us to have a clearer idea of how we should chant the holy name and perform devotional service. Addressing the mind. First of all, Raghunath Das Goswami describes his mind. He says, Svanta Brata, my inner self. It is very important, first of all, to understand what the mind is. Sometimes it's very difficult to explain to people that they are not their mind. Understanding that we're not the body is easy, but to understand that we're not the mind is difficult. Raghunath Das Goswami explains a very important point about Svanta. We should understand that in the conditioned soul state, the soul delegates the functions of our personality to the mind. Actually, it is as if there is no soul. It is sleeping. All is dedicated to the mind. Therefore, we find it so hard to detach ourselves from our mind. For this reason, Raghunath Das addresses his inner self with much respect. The soul is eternal, full of knowledge and bliss. It is pure. So where do the vices reside? The answer is the mind. We have merged with it so tightly that we have delegated to our mind the functions of ourselves. It has the general power of attorney. Whatever we do, it is our mind. All of the past life impressions, samskars, make up our personality. A child is born a ready-made personality with an endless stream of desires. The seeds of these desires are already in the mind. This situation is the reason why we should treat our mind with much respect. Raghunath Das Goswami demonstrates that respect here by saying, quote, my dear brother, my mind, I'm addressing you, Chatubi. Chatubi means with sweet language. In other words, quote, I want to flatter you, which is a very important point because the mind is very hard to cope with. It is like a sponge, absorbing everything. An avid material mind, attached to material things, absorbs everything. We absorb all these material impressions, living a material life, and we don't know ourselves how we're going to act. The mind is like a vacuum cleaner. It accumulates material impressions, storing and classifying them. And finally, it starts acting, being guided by these impressions that it has absorbed, as if it is us. The 19th century Russian poet Nekrasov, when explaining the nature of the Russian peasant, explained the nature of the mind. He said, quote, the Russian peasant is like a bull. Once an idea has taken hold of the brain, it's almost impossible to eradicate, end quote. Arjuna was also speaking about this problem 5,000 years ago, how very difficult the mind is to deal with. It has power to generate it by material impressions. Therefore, as the Niti Shastras explain, in dealing with the mind, we remember that an enemy can be treated in different ways. If we are stronger than the enemies, we punish them. But if we are not sure whether the enemies are stronger or not, we approach them to see if we can win them over. Some people try to defeat their mind with coercion, trying to rein in their mind through force. But if you just try to rein in the mind, it will kick up like a wild, unbroken horse and throw off its rider. Therefore, Raghunath Das Goswami takes a tactful approach. He says, quote, "Oh, my mind, I love you so much. I love you so much. Trust me, I wish you well," end quote. This method is very important. Some people try to reform themselves by force, and others say that you should just love yourself no matter how you behave. But Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, "No, I'm addressing you gently with touching, sweet words. My brother, my mind, you should make some profound changes in yourself, which are bound to be painful," end quote. This very first verse is the instruction to the mind, which raises the first important problem for anyone attempting to follow a spiritual path, no matter which path they are following. If we are trying to overcome the influence of the material energy, what we first need to overcome is identification with the mind, which is very difficult to conquer. In Patanjali Muni's Yoga Sutras, he explains that a person identifies the self who can see with their ability to see or with their tools of sight. These two concepts are confused, the tool being used and the self who is using these tools. Patanjali explains that this confusion is what is called the false ego, which gives rise to all other difficulties and in turn develops into ignorance. What tools do we possess? These are the mind and senses. When we use these tools, we identify with them because we derive pleasure from them. We can run, and since we derive some pleasure in running, we like to identify with the tools that enable us to do so. The same happens when we drive a car. We feel enjoyment associated with the subtle psychology of dominion over this material nature. We are reluctant to take the position of the observer. In reality, according to the highest spiritual philosophy, we are always the observer. However, we do not like being an observer because the observer cannot really enjoy. Unless the observer identifies with what is going on, there is no enjoyment. The observer does not enjoy, and the enjoyer does not observe. For example, if we are watching two people fighting, we will not be able to enjoy the fight if we do not identify with one of them. We are given tools, and by using them, we can experience a feeling or a sensation. But having come to the material world to get various experiences, it's very easy and natural for us to identify with those experiences. In the moment when we identify with the experiences, we may feel nothing but enjoyment. However, the consequences are very sad. Any yoga or any spiritual path teaches that we must withdraw and take the position of observers. Raghunath Das Goswami tells us the first thing we must do is detach and look at ourselves with an outward eye. This is very difficult to do precisely because there are two aspects of the Lord's illusory energy, avaranatmika maya and prakshepatmika maya. Prakshepatmika maya makes us identify with the body and the senses, and avaranatmika maya covers the mind and gives us the feeling of happiness. A very good example of how we voluntarily immerse ourselves even deeper into Maya is by drinking alcohol or taking drugs. The chemical substance affects the mind, and the mind changes or transforms. Since we identify with the mind, we immediately identify with this changed mind. This is prakshepatmika maya. The mind changed by drugs or alcohol is experiencing a pseudo-liberation. A drunken man, for example, feels that he can do anything. He identifies with his, quote, liberated mind, end quote, and now feels no boundary. And at that very moment, having identified with it, he thinks he is experiencing happiness. To the eye of an enlightened person, we are no less a pathetic image than a drunk is. We are squeezing something out of ourselves, trying to enjoy. But a sober person, a yogi, has taken the position of the observer. Any control of the mind, any kind of yoga, means that we are somewhat recovering from this state of intoxication. Only when we take the position of observers do we cease to create karma. We all know that the main problem in the material life is that anything we do creates karma. But as long as we identify with the body and enjoy what we do, we will continue to create karma because the impressions of what we do remain in our mind, as does the enjoyment we derive from our actions. There are 3 possible psychological reactions to the emotions that we experience. The first reaction, for instance, is when someone comes up to us and insults us in some way. A mind identified with all the material qualities immediately becomes filled with self-righteous anger. At such times, we can manifest our freedom. We possess freedom, which means that, having become angry, we can still act differently. As a rule, someone who has no freedom, who is completely under the power of the law of karma, who perpetuates the chain of karma, what do they do when they become angry? Depending on their level of culture, they either act through their cognitive or acting senses, but generally there is no difference. If they are intelligent, they will respond, quote, "I am not a fool, you are the fool," end quote. Or an unintelligent person will just start fighting. This action, whether verbal or physical, is the first kind of karmic reaction. The second kind of reaction of a well-mannered person who is trying to be in control is that they suppress their anger. The first reaction is to give vent to an emotion. The second is to try to suppress it, whether by swallowing the words that are burning to be spoken or clenching fists in an effort not to use them. But have we ceased to create karma in this way? No, because this suppressed emotion goes deeper inside and takes on ugly forms. Sooner or later, it will force us to act in accordance with our individual karma. The third option is that we have to start preaching to ourselves. We start explaining to ourselves what we're doing, and this way we try to overcome our anger. We attempt to somehow explain or justify it. But all these reactions are wrong. Instead, we merely have to observe. We need to simply stand back, see that the wave of anger has arisen in our mind, and think, anger, Hare Krishna, end quote. All spiritual paths, in essence, give the same advice to look with this outward eye. The difference which distinguishes the various spiritual paths is in the method in which we can detach from identification with the body and mind. A most effective way to try to look at ourselves with an outward eye is to tolerate. Just tolerate and perform our duty. When we're tolerating, we're acting as soul. The mind is unable to tolerate. It keeps saying, quote, "I can't, I don't want." We say, quote, "Shut up, you should," end quote. Tolerance is how we can detach ourselves from the mind. Another way is not identify with all these reactions with the body, the mind, or with the emotions that take place, is to always be immersed in Krishna consciousness and take the standpoint of the scriptures. In the depths of our soul, we should always look at the world from the perspective of Krishna's teachings, which he presented in the Bhagavad Gita. The advice that Raghunath Das Goswami gives us in the first verse is that, having given up false identification, we must develop proper identification. In other words, the external world we live in constantly forces some role upon us. We play the part of a mother, a father, or spiritual master, but in reality, we are a servant of the servant of the servant of the Lord. Gopi Bhattur Padakamalyor Das Das Anudas. The path of spiritual life is a way of removing the false identification with the material body and with the roles that we play here. Simultaneously, it is a way of developing our spiritual attachment and attaining our spiritual identity. How do we attain this spiritual identity, and whom should we identify with? Raghunath Das Goswami says that at the beginning we should identify with our attachment to Guru. We should have to identify ourselves with the amazing atmosphere of Vrndavan, the atmosphere of pure, selfless love. Then we must somehow or other tie ourselves with the strong threads of friendship and love to the devotees. We must understand who we are in this spiritual atmosphere of Vrndavan and in this spiritual society of devotees, starting this path by identifying with our Guru and by developing attachment to him. And then the most important thing that needs to occur will do so, which is to identify with our attachment to the holy name. Attachment to the holy name will become a part of our personality. Ultimately, what all this was started for will take place, and we will take shelter of the eternally youthful couple of Vrndavan. Therefore, cultivating the position of the observer is not enough. In the case of a person following the path of mystic yoga, the ideal is to become an observer. But for bhakti, the ideal is to become a servant of Krishna. We can remain in this state if a prayer is ceaselessly vibrating within. Inwardly, no matter what is going on externally, we must chant the holy name. We must always be in Vrndavan, remembering our spiritual master and in the association of devotees. Externally, we'll go on acting in various ways, playing the parts we have to play, but inwardly, we must remain devotees. Always give up pride. At the moment, we are victims of a false program installed in our mind, a program called karma. This program causes us to suffer, making other people around us suffer too, due to all the vices residing in our mind. And here, Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, "There is one thing, I beg of you, sada dambam hitva, cast away all pride," end quote. This is the first request everything is supposed to start with. This is the first instruction to the mind. Sadam dambam hitva. Sada means, quote, once and for all, end quote. Hitva means cast away once and for all. And damba means pride, deception, or propensity for deception, and hypocrisy. Bhaktivinoda Thakur goes on to analyze and explain the anatomy of damba, the anatomy of what we should initially give up. To put it simply, damba is both false ego and a propensity for deception, and not just deception, but self-deception. We have to cast away this tendency towards self-delusion in order to reach our spiritual goals. For Christians, the mind plays the role of the devil. What we call the mind, they call the devil. The devil appears as the serpent, tempting us to eat the apple, so we can become God. This describes our propensity for deception. The mind flatters and charms us, saying that we can do anything and be anything. Hence, Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, "The first step should be sadas dambam hitva." We should cast away this damba, pride, not just once, but always, because the serpent isn't sleeping. It is there. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that this damba, or pride, has 6 constituents. He continues, quote, "First, it's maya, or illusion. We're all apt to be an illusion. As the famous Russian poet Pushkin said, quote, 'Oh, it takes little to assure me I'm so willingly deceived,' end quote. Then Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, quote, 'Chala, the tendency to deceive,' end quote. Not everyone allows the cheating tendency to manifest itself externally, but everyone should know that we all have this propensity to cheat. Then there is kapatata, which means hypocrisy or pretense, when we're trying to pretend to be something or someone. Then avidya, ignorance. The 5th is kutinati, dishonesty. And the 6th and the last is depravity or corruptness. These make up damba, which Raghunath Das Goswami implores us to give up. We have this damba, pride, and sometimes we even take up spiritual practice for the sake of becoming famous. We study the scriptures and quote them to serve our own purposes. That process is what is going on in our minds. So Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, "If you want to have a taste for spiritual life, you should, first of all, dispose of this propensity towards deception. Don't let your mind deceive you," end quote. Srila Prabhupada called his translation and commentary of the Bhagavad Gita, quote, "Bhagavad Gita as it is," end quote. And this term has a deep philosophical meaning. It means that we're not trying to interpret the scriptures the way we want to please or benefit ourselves. We take it as it is. Honesty is the first rule in order to remove this tendency to deceive. There was a Muslim living in a dissipated life, carousing, drinking, eating, and indulging himself. A religious leader, mullah, approached him, saying, quote, "My son, don't you know the Quran says that one shouldn't do this because one is going to destroy one's internal soul? You're carousing, drinking, and corrupting people," end quote. Quote, "How come, mullah, that you don't know the Quran? It says, eat, drink, and have a good time," end quote. Quote, "My son, there's more to that line. Quote, eat, drink, have a good time, and you will destroy yourself," end quote. The debauchee replied, quote, "Holy Father, no one can follow the scriptures meticulously. I prefer to follow the first line of the verse. It says, eat, drink, and have fun," end quote. The first thing we should understand is that the enemy is within, and is always ready to deceive us and to justify its actions to us. It tells us we are the best, and it is finding fault with others, saying the fault lies with others, not us. One woman who had just joined Krishna consciousness said that she loved the Bhagavad Gita, particularly chapter 16, because it describes that there are only two types of people, the demons and the devotees. She said she realized that she was a devotee and the rest are demons. Prabhupada called the mind the best lawyer. And what is the lawyer paid for? The best lawyer is the one who can lie convincingly. He's going to win. Within us, there is the best of lawyers working for free, always lying. You're always right. You can't be at fault. When two devotees are having an altercation, an attempt to pacify them, I said that one of you may be at fault, but the other party could also be wrong. And one of the devotees replied, quote, "I'm not sure about him, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm 100% confident that I am always right," end quote. Thinking yourself always right is the foundation of pride. Raghunath Das Goswami says that unless we cast away this damba, pride, manifesting itself through this deception, we will never be able to understand or progress on the spiritual path. Therefore, Raghunath Das Goswami says, Sada dambam hitva, always be on your guard and remember that the mind is forever willing to deceive. We should always remember that the source of damba is within us. Damba means identifying with the material body and even more with the material mind, which plays roles. We all have a split personality. In the spiritual world, there's no difference between the soul, its mind, its feelings. Here, though, there is a difference. Sometimes people start doubting whether they feel something or not and who feels it. Is it my mind or is it myself? During a kirtan, we experience some ecstasy, enthusiasm, and inspiration. Then suddenly we think, quote, "Is it me who's experiencing and feeling this?" End quote. And it's hard for people to detach themselves from the mind. It is hard to understand that we are the soul. I once was on a train with a man who had been drinking. In my compartment, there were 3 other drunken men sleeping and snoring, so there was nothing else for me to do but to go out into the corridor and chant japa. The other person who couldn't sleep approached me while I was chanting and asked, quote, "What are you Buddhists doing here?" End quote. As the conversation went on, I started to explain to him about the nature of the soul. I said, quote, "You're a soul. Just look, everything about you has changed. Your mind, your body. In your childhood, you were different, but the soul remains unchanged. You remain unchanged. Try to remember what you were like as a child," end quote. He kept thinking for a while and then said, quote, "No, it wasn't me. It was another soul," end quote. The mind is the source of pride. It makes us play every role possible. In the long run, we try to work these prideful roles into the spiritual realm. There's a very important point we have to understand. Even being on the spiritual path and theoretically accepting that we are servants, and any authentic spiritual path teaches this position, we don't always reconcile this within. Jiva Goswami gives a very interesting explanation of what knowledge is. He says that knowledge is the essence of experience. Knowledge is what we have experienced. It is equal to perception. When Krishna begins speaking about what knowledge is, he starts with these two words, Atmanitvam Adambitam, Abitvam, Bhagavad Gita 13, 8 through 12. To gain true knowledge or true experience, to approach God, we should first of all cast away our passion for honor, Amanitvam, and this pride, Adambitvam, consisting in our ability to deceive and delude ourselves. There are two forms of pride that exhibit themselves on the spiritual path. At times, devotees are naturally naive. As a rule, they come with their hearts open and expect a miracle. Most expect something to happen during or after chanting the Maha Mantra. If they experience some miracle, they consider it as proof of genuineness on the spiritual path. However, sometimes miracles do not prove that the spiritual path is true. In southern India, there is a so-called incarnation of God who works miracles on a regular basis. Although he does some tricks, he can also perform miracles. Many people can attest that he materialized an object in front of their eyes, or he came into their dreams or saved them in some situations. At the same time, this person claims that he is the complete incarnation of God. Some people in their frenzy get stigmata on their hands and begin bleeding. However, this is not at all proof of the true spiritual experience. It is not at all proof of their intimacy with God, because the mind can be the cause of all these miracles. We can instill something into our own minds, and it will work such wonders, making us think, quote, God must have come to me, end quote. There are lots of examples of false spiritual experiences, quote, contactees, end quote, psychics, mediums, magicians, and pseudo-incarnations. Sometimes we even see devotees trying to rush a miracle. We are so impatient. We have spent hundreds of lives here in the material world, wasting our time, and then at last, when we become spiritual, we think, quote, a miracle must happen now. God must appear before me, end quote. And sometimes he may falsely appear to wearing a peacock feather with a blue body. I remember chanting the Maha Mantra for the first time with a devotee who had continuously had a blue finger appear before him. Patanjali describes false ecstasies or false visions as the last of the obstacles on the spiritual path. This is what is done by one category of sahajas. They sometimes cry, spin, roll on the floor in the dust, and most surprising is that they sometimes seem to have some love of God. But then they go out and smoke a cigarette. This is how this self-importance manifests itself through illusion or false visions, and how we are reduced to the sahaja level. Srila Prabhupada warned again and again not to rush things. Advancement is supposed to come naturally. Waiting for what is natural is the way the acharyas describe, and it is not easy. It is one type of pride to be impatient. We think, quote, I deserve more than what I have. I need my spiritual experience right here and right now. God should come to me, or I should experience some kind of miracle, or I'll bring myself to some state to make everyone understand that I'm the smartest and the most remarkable, end quote. This fault resides in the mind. There is even a more profound mistake we can make on the spiritual path. When we achieve some success in the practice of our devotional service and learn how to touch people's hearts with the word of the Shastra from Srila Prabhupada and our initiating spiritual master, all of a sudden, we imagine ourselves to be something important. We forget we have received those merits and achievements from our spiritual master in Krishna. We should always remember that we owe God and our spiritual master everything we have. On no account should we attempt to claim the credit by saying, quote, yes, I made all this happen, end quote. Aside from the above, there is another more profound manifestation of pride, which is vanity and conceit. Bhaktivinoda Thakur gave the most amazing definition of humility, because humility is the opposite of pride and vanity. Sometimes we think we are humble, but we are acting humble only for the sake of showing off how humble we are. The mind sometimes says, quote, be humble because this is the way of receiving honor from devotees, end quote. So we become humble. Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives a definition of humility we can use to check whether we are humble or not. He says that true humility is to not expect anything from anyone. Next time when we're going to take offense because someone hasn't done something or we expected them to, remember this instruction of Raghunath Das Goswami, Sada Dambam Hitva. Keep renouncing pride because it manifests itself in resentment and the mood that someone owes us something because we are exceptional. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to teach us, quote, everyone can see God. Everyone has the open way before them, regardless of what family they were born into, regardless of where they came from, regardless of the sins they've committed. Even if we are at death's door, we can see God, end quote. He also taught that the important thing is to develop true humility because it is the basis of genuine spiritual experience. Whatever occurs on the basis of pride is false spiritual experience. In this verse, Raghunath Das Goswami says, Sada Bandam Hitva, Sada. Whichever level you've reached, be careful of pride. Moreover, the higher level you have attained, the more reason you have to become proud. We should always monitor this carefully. As soon as you become proud, you are bound to fail. This is the instruction Raghunath Das Goswami gives us. He says further that we should cast away our pride. Pride generates attachments. Pride is our way to exist in this world. Pride is the roles we are playing. It is easy to say, quote, cast away your pride, end quote. But can we cast away our pride? How can we exist without any kind of self-concept in which we feel satisfied? We can't. Giving up pride means, quote, take off all false coverings, all this armor that you've put on. Give up all pride of the roles you're playing here, end quote. But what is the problem that we immediately face when we hear this advice? We're told, quote, give up all the roles that you're playing here in this world. Stop being a man or a woman, a mother or a father. Stop being a Shudra, Vaishya, Kshatriya, or a Brahmana, end quote. Essentially, Raghunath Das Goswami instructs us to, quote, undress, end quote, because all of these shells are the clothes we have put on. How would we feel if we suddenly had to, even not physically, but at least internally, uncover ourselves? We would feel unprotected and defenseless. Pride is a shield, an armor that we've created, a shell that we've put on. We are like oysters. On top we have a shell, and we are inside thinking, quote, I'm fine, I've protected myself. Let them try to hurt me, end quote. When we hear the advice to become a small, defenseless soul and take shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna, completely giving up pride, it is very difficult to follow this advice and abandon our pride because we have suffered a great deal. We worry that if we become as humble as possible, others will exploit us, and that may very well happen. This is why, at first glance, it may seem that such advice is impractical. This is the internal work that we must do. Sada dambam hitva kuru ratim apurvam atitaram. We must try hard to obtain our spiritual identity. This is the advice of the first verse. We can externally remain what we are, and we must remain what we are, playing different roles, but internally, we must remain a tiny soul who is constantly linked with Krishna by millions of ties, and who is always looking for ever new ties, ever new affection for Krishna. In the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada tells a story about Narada Muni that illustrates this verse very well. Narada Muni is a great preacher, and the power of his words and his purity is so strong that everybody he speaks to becomes a devotee. Once he preached to a cobra, who also became a devotee. This reptile was accustomed to biting and hissing and was very spiteful. But when he saw Narada Muni, his heart changed. It turned out the cobra could live without biting and hissing, and instead he became a happy soul. This is effective preaching. This is the fact that we suddenly see how we can live in a different way without pretending to be something we are not, and no longer having to defend ourselves against anyone. This snake saw Narada Muni and believed him. The snake's heart was changed. However, The story of his love for and devotion to Krishna is quite a sad tale, because all those who had previously fled in terror at the sight of him suddenly realized that the cobra had started to behave strangely by constantly smiling. As a result, the villagers eventually became completely impudent toward him. Once the snake became a devotee, life became absolutely unbearable with everybody humiliating him. Finally, the cobra found Narada Muni and said to him, quote, "What have you done to me? I cannot live like this anymore. Everyone is beating me because I no longer bite anyone. Sometimes I want to, but I just can't." End quote. Narada Muni, looking at the snake, said, quote, "My dear disciple, I did tell you not to bite, but I didn't tell you not to raise your hood. So from now on, you can puff up your hood." End quote. He began to behave like in this way, and naturally everyone again started respecting and fearing the snake. This parable contains a very deep meaning, for the pride we have is like a snake's venom. The advice that Raghunath Das Goswami gives us is that we should not let the position of pride reign in our hearts. Externally, we can, quote, raise our hoods, end quote, and we must go on playing the parts that we have to play, but inwardly we must ceaselessly pray to Krishna and chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Attachment to Guru. Raghunath Das Goswami also says, Kuru Ratim Apurvam Atitaram, to develop attachment to the Guru. Guru Goste Gostale Yishu Sujane Bu Suragani. Try hard to develop attachment to the Guru, the Vaishnavas, the inhabitants of Vrndavan, to Vrajadam itself, and the Brahmanas. What does it mean to develop attachment? It means that having renounced our material roles, we have to accept our spiritual roles. After having broken off our material ties, we should then develop spiritual ties. Here, Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, renounce your material self-designations and develop a spiritual self-designation through attachment to the spiritual, end quote. This is his first instruction. Through a strong attachment to Apurvam, an extraordinary attachment to spiritual things, develop your personality in the spiritual world, because we are not impersonal there. What is a personality, and actually who are we? How do we designate our real personality? If we are asked who we are in this world, we would say, for instance, quote, I am the husband of such and such. I am the father of these children. I was born in such and such a country. I have this or that educational background, end quote. In other words, our personality are our relationships. Raghunath Das Goswami says to renounce your material ties, but develop spiritual ones straight away. And he begins by saying that the first attachment we should develop is the one to the Guru. He makes it a point that we should make every effort to achieve this. The point of this instruction is that we can develop such an attachment. Here, Raghunath Das Goswami says that we shouldn't remain, quote, warm, end quote. If we want to achieve something in spiritual life, we must develop a strong attachment. Where your spiritual attachment begins, there begins the formation of your spiritual personality. Essentially, he is explaining how we can change our material personality for a spiritual one. But first, we need to develop this extraordinarily strong attachment to a guru. Jiva Goswami explains what a strong attachment to a guru is. He first explains why we need an attachment to a guru. He quotes verses from Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 7, which states that the result of serving the guru is that we first remove our faults. Just by communicating with a spiritual master or remembering him, we can see our insignificance, because we can see how great our guru is. When we stand before a spotless mirror, which is the heart of our spiritual master, we will see our pride and envy. When we see the person who has no envy, we very clearly see our own. Narottam Das Thakur cries, quote, the only thing I fear is that these faults will go on living in my mind, end quote. Therefore, Jiva Goswami says that service to the Guru can deliver us from our faults. But that's not all. Jiva Goswami also says that there is an exclusive perfection that we obtain by serving the Guru and no one else but the Guru. According to Narada Muni, there are different ways of removing faults, but this exclusive perfection is a special mood in which our Guru serves Krishna and which we cannot obtain from anyone else but from the Guru's heart, and only by his mercy. So, Jiva Goswami says, quote, "It is the greatest gift we can receive, and it only comes due to personal communication with and service to a Guru," end quote. Without the right mood, we cannot reach the spiritual world. We chant this mantra, Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Karamayam Dadati Swaparantikam. Prema Bhakti Chandrika, verse 2, Narottam Das Thakur. When serving someone, we should respect his mind and try to penetrate his heart, understanding his mood, and turn develop his service mood. If we consider all the things Raghunath Das Goswami touches upon, we will see that they all possess a certain mood, helping us cast away our own enjoying mentality and developing the true mood of a servant. This channel is first of all supposed to occur between the spiritual master and the disciple, having full faith that he can give all blessings. A wonderful pastime illustrates this mood. Bihari, a simple man from Vrndavan, was Jagannath Das Babaji's disciple. Jagannath Das Babaji died when he was 147 years old. He was so old that he needed someone to lift his eyelids for him, which had drooped so much over his eyes due to old age. Bihari had been carrying his guru in a basket for approximately 40 years, serving him faithfully. Once, Jagannath Das Babaji asked his disciple to read Chaitanya Charitamrita because he could not see. Bihari replied, quote, "Guru Maharaj, I'd be happy to, but I cannot read or understand Bengali," end quote. His spiritual master replied, quote, "If I told you to read, you should read," end quote. With faith in these instructions, Bihari opened Chaitanya Charitamrita and suddenly found himself reciting the Bengali script. Anything can come by the Guru's mercy. Yase prasada bhagavat prasada. Shri Guru Vastakam. Another similar incident occurred that displayed the true Guru and disciple relationship. Once, Jagannath Das Babaji told Bihari, quote, "Play the mridanga," end quote. He replied, quote, "I can't play the mridanga. I can't even play the kartals, what to speak of mridanga. I can't play this 1-2-3 beat," end quote. But his guru insisted, quote, "Play the mridanga," end quote. Once again, he thought that everything is possible by his spiritual master's mercy. He started to play the mridanga, playing beats that even professional mridanga players could not play. When Jagannath Das Babaji was departing this world, he said, quote, "Bihari, you have been serving me faithfully and unfailingly. You have done so many things for me, whereas I have done none. I feel guilty. Do you want something?" end quote. Bihari replied, quote, "What can you give me? I know you are a mendicant and penniless. You may die in peace and quiet without worrying about me. I will survive somehow. I'm still strong," end quote. Jagannath Babaji said, quote, "If you would like me to, I'll ask Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to provide you with 5 carts laden with gold right away. What do you want, Bihari?" end quote. He said, quote, "I don't want anything. I want you. There's nothing else I want. Just having you by my side," end quote. Pleased by this, Jagannath Das Babaji smiled and said, quote, "Thank God. I was about to give you these 5 carts, but I wanted you to hear it from you first. I'm giving you my blessing that you'll never experience any problems. You're going to have whatever you need. All your desires will be fulfilled. You're going to live to be 100 years old, and I'll always be by your side. All the time you'll hear my voice within your heart," end quote. According to Rupa Goswami, after the disciple has been initiated, Vishrambena Guru Seva, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1-247 or 74 to 75, they should begin serving their Guru, and their service should be filled with the spirit of Vishramba, unconditional trust. Vishramba is the mood in which Krishna communicates with his cowherd friends. It means that the disciple is trying to perceive the spiritual master's mood, trying to feel the way he feels without trying to merely imitate. Jiva Goswami says that a guru should become like our God, but people find that difficult to understand. But he explains, quote, "For karmis, the guru is God," end quote. Why is the guru God for karmis? Because It is the spiritual master who can fulfill any wish of the disciple. He mentions this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 11:17-27. Acharya mam vijnanayan navamanyeta karichit. Krishna says, the Acharya is not different from myself. Therefore, you should by no means be envious of him. End quote. Seva Deva Maya Guru. The spiritual master is a representative of all the demigods, which means that the guru can fulfill all our material desires. If you want to obtain knowledge, the guru can give it to you. But the most valuable thing the guru can give you is bhakti. He can bring us nearer to God. In another prayer, Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, everything that I have was given to me by my guru. He brought me to Mathura. He gave me my Sarup. The Guru gave me Govardhan Hill and Radhakund. He gave me the company of Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami. End quote. We should understand that Krishna acts through our Guru and by the Lord's mercy only comes through our Guru. We should develop loyalty to the spiritual master, trust and love him in our hearts. This is what we should work on consciously. So here, Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, attachment to Guru is the first thing we should achieve to find our spiritual personality in the spiritual world, end quote. The process is not about being formally initiated or being presented with chanting beads and a new name. It is about developing love for the spiritual master who gives instructions and initiates us into the mantra. This is a very important thing for our devotion to develop. Love for our spiritual master must be genuine, not false, and it should not be a personality cult, but must be based on our spiritual attachment to him, attachment to the Diksha mantra. Raghunath Das Goswami says that the mind should be taught how to grow attached to spiritual things because this is the nature of our mind. It shouldn't be taught how to be attached to material things. In this verse, Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, my mind, my brother, my friend, my relative, my comrade, my dear, why do you need all these? Sadadambam pitva. Cast away your pride. Pride is identifying ourselves with the material body, which is essentially identifying with the material world. So he says, cast away your pride and all your perceptions of happiness in this world, because our perceptions of happiness in this material world means Ishwaroham, aham bogi, siddho ham balavan sukhi. Bhagavad Gita 16:14. Quote, I am the Lord, I am the enjoyer, I am perfect, I am the strongest, I am the most powerful, end quote. Giving up pride is the first step we should take on the spiritual path. Having taken it, we will gradually be able to develop the highest spiritual love, which leaves no place for any kind of contamination in the heart. Lord Chaitanya explains in the last verse of Shiksha, Ashrishava paratam panashtamam darshanam mamritam karotava yatatata vadvatatu lampato manpranastu sevana pra. He explains, I am not bothered by my own happiness and distress, but if my distress pleases you, I am ready to suffer it. If my distress will be your happiness, my distress will become my happiness, for it pleases you. End quote. This is the kind of real self-interest we should strive for, because in the material world, all our emotions, all our feelings, all of our relationships are contaminated and clouded by selfishness. In the long run, we want happiness for ourselves. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, love conquers all. He gives an example from the Puranas to explain this text. A faithful wife loved her leper husband sincerely, although he was diseased and a lecher. He had lost sleep and his peace of mind because he had fallen in love with a prostitute. When his wife asked him what he wanted, he answered, quote, I want the prostitute, end quote. The prostitute was very expensive because she was a royal concubine. Kings lined up for her, taking off their crowns and putting them at her feet. And this leper, with a distorted nose, with his hands trembling, wanted to enjoy her company. So, to please her husband, his wife went to serve this woman. And when the latter tried to reward her, his wife said, quote, I don't need anything. However, if you promise to grant my wish, I will tell you what I want, end quote. Quote, but of course, the prostitute replied, whatever you want. If you want jewelry, I have lots. Choose whichever you like, end quote. The faithful wife replied, quote, I don't need anything. Just spend a night with my husband, end quote. The prostitute agreed. So the woman brought her husband in a basket because he couldn't walk anymore. And when her husband saw what his wife had done, he cried out of repentance and love. He said, quote, "Take me back home. I don't want anything else. What have I been chasing while having you by my side?" End quote. She put him on her shoulders, and took him back. On the way back, the leper happened to touch Markandeya Rishi, contaminating him with his touch. So the Rishi cursed him, quote, "You are going to die by sunrise," end quote. His wife was resentful. She thought, quote, "This is my husband and some Rishi has cursed him. He's not going to die. And if it takes the sun not to rise, it won't rise," end quote. And the sun did not rise that day. So strong was the power of her chastity and love. It is said that the moment Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwar descended and asked her, quote, "What do you want?" "We'll do anything you want because you've won us with your love," end quote. They cured her husband, delivered him from the curse, and sent the sun on its path. Love can conquer everything, but one should learn to love purely. People mistake lust for love. When explaining this verse, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati says that love rather than lust is what distinguishes true bhakti from prakriti sahajas. Prakriti sahajas want to enjoy Krishna. They come to a spiritual movement which is like the spiritual world and take to a spiritual practice because they want to enjoy the Lord. But they don't sacrifice themselves, which turns their spiritual life into a travesty. When we first receive Diksha, when we first start chanting the Gayatri mantra, we are beginning to restore our true spiritual identity. The beginning of the mantra contains the bija om or kleem. This bij already contains a seed of a relationship, which is the seed of the mantra. The mantra ends in nama or svaha, meaning that we are surrendering or renouncing ourselves. Krishna's name is in the middle of the mantra. Any mantra has this structure. Sprouting through chanting of the holy name, this bija or seed of a relationship is supposed to lead to self-surrender. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu speaks about what happens during the Diksha ceremony. He says, "Diksha Kali Bhakta Kare Atma Samarpana," Chaitanya Charitamrita Anti Leela 4:192 and 3. The moment we receive Diksha and a mantra from our spiritual master, we should do Atma Samarpana, which means we should sacrifice. And the moment we surrender, the moment we receive the mantra, say Kale Krishna Tare Kaha Atmasana. Krishna makes one equal to himself. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu goes on explaining what is happening. When a person receives a mantra, with it, they receive their spiritual body, Siddha Swarup. At that moment, our true relationship comes into being. Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Jaiva Dharma describes two heroes, Vijay Kumar and Vrajanath, receiving this mantra from their spiritual master. Tears came to their eyes and they started to cry, "Gauranga, Gauranga, Gauranga." Their hair stood on end. The Guru looked at them and said, quote, "You purified me today when I saw what had happened to you," end quote. The moment we receive a mantra, we should undergo a transformation within the heart. After Vijay Kumar and Vrajanath had received their mantra, they summoned all the Brahmanas of Navadvip, the Babajis, and all the devotees there. They made a huge feast for everyone. And while they were sitting modestly aside, waiting for everyone to finish their meal in order to take the remains of their food, they saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates come to participate in that celebration. This is a process that has two conditions. Both parties must make the effort. In our case, we may take a little longer to see Lord Chaitanya, but in the long run, a mantra is to change our consciousness so that we begin to see the world in a different way, because we are removing the cataracts of selfishness. We chant, Om Jnana-tamanandasya Gananjana Shalakaya. Shalakaya means a surgical instrument used to remove a cataract. Even in the distant past, they performed eye surgeries to remove this clouding. It is like we have a cataract on our eyes removed by our Guru, and the Guru removes it with this mantra instrument and opens our eyes with Gyananjana Shalakya, the torch of knowledge. Receiving a mantra is called Dvija, second birth, and the person who receives the mantra is called Dvija, twice born. Birds are also twice born. First, a bird is born in an egg, and the second birth is a bird coming out of the egg. What is the difference between the first and second births? The second one enables a bird to fly. During our first birth, we are figuratively inside a shell, bound hand and foot. We're struggling in this conditioning shell, wanting to break free. We are naturally free souls. We want to love, we want to fly, but we're trapped inside an egg. Therefore, we need a guru who will break this shell of material conditioning. The difference between the first and second birth is that during the second birth, one gets unlimited freedom and can fly. He gets the whole sky. During his first birth, he gets a shell. He feels much better in this shell than in the mother's body, but it is still cramped. Gopakumar is another example of the power of a mantra. He had seen the Guru and began to serve him on Govardhan, providing him with milk. Once his Guru was chanting a mantra, and as soon as he had chanted half of it, he got a lump in his throat. He hardly finished the mantra and then fainted. Gopakumar ran to fetch some water and bring him to his senses, but when he returned, his master had vanished. So Gopakumar started chanting the mantra. Gradually, the seed, which a mantra is often compared to, sprouted. In other words, there are two things that occur during initiation. First, our Guru puts his spiritual experience into the mantra. When receiving the mantra, we receive Brahmanishta, or our spiritual master's spiritual experience. All this spiritual experience is supposed to sprout in our heart if our heart is ready to have something sprout within. As a rule, the conditioned soul's heart is barren. Nothing grows there, whether you plant anything or not. Our hearts should be fertile. The spiritual master puts certain energy into these words, the energy of his understanding, his realization, his spiritual experience. Secondly, we make a commitment to grow what we've received. A small seed contains the energy necessary to make a tree out of it. But if this seed falls down into barren soil, the tree won't go. This energy is going to be wasted. For example, one lady told me that she had read Bhagavad Gita by Srila Prabhupada. When she was reading it for the first time, she was crying from beginning to end. When I was reading her letter, I thought, quote, "Why am I not crying?" End quote. I've been reading Bhagavad Gita for years, but I've never gotten tears in my eyes. She explained why. She said it was because she had immediately understood that each word in that book was true. That is what she realized. This is the power that Srila Prabhupada put into his words. This same power is put into the words of the mantra by the spiritual master. But at the same time, the person who has received the mantra should possess certain qualities for this power to manifest itself. As I've already mentioned, the heart, or the soil of our heart, should be fertile. Srila Prabhupada explained that receiving a mantra is Dvija Gyan Hride Pakashito. When we are speaking about Divya Gyan, or transcendental knowledge, the seed of that spiritual knowledge is within the mantra. In fact, the whole spiritual knowledge is within the mantra. And the essence of Divya Gyan is that when we chant a mantra, Madana Mohan, who is a personification of the spiritual master and gives Sambandha Gyan, becomes attached to it. When chanting the mantra we receive from the spiritual master, we should understand that our spiritual body is supposed to be growing. Srila Prabhupada often laughed when speaking about how Vivekananda received divine knowledge. In one of his books, Vivekananda wrote about how he once visited Ramakrishna. He said, quote, "Master, give me the knowledge," end quote. Ramakrishna touched his forehead, and at that moment, as if an electric discharge occurred between them, Vivekananda fell down to the ground, unconscious, and Ramakrishna fell too. Then, when both came to their senses, Ramakrishna said, quote, "I have given you all of my knowledge. There's nothing left in me," end quote. Srila Prabhupada questioned, what kind of knowledge can you give away, leaving nothing for yourself? This is nonsense. Vaishnavacharyas say that knowledge, Divigyan, comes from the sound of a mantra. But for the chanting of the mantra to be really effective and for us to get a response, it is said that we should have 4 qualities. When we are chanting a Gayatri mantra, the first thing we should have is Shraddha, deep faith that the mantra is capable of saving us and creating our spiritual bodies, that in the long run, it will take us to the spiritual level equal to God himself. The second is Saranagati. We should surrender. We should be putting into the mantra the power of our surrender. The third is mantra dhyana. We should be meditating on the mantra and be deeply focused on the sound of the mantra in our mind. And the fourth one is the spirit of self-sacrifice, svaha, when we are losing ourselves in the mantra. These are the ways we should be chanting the words of the mantra. When we have these four qualities and chant the main 18-syllable mantra, Klim Krishnaya Govindaya Gopijana Vallabhaya Swaha, we're going to feel the mantra responding. In Brihad Bhagavatamrita, Sanatana Goswami says that a mantra can take one to any level of existence. For example, Gopakumar visited all of the planets and became Indra. He would go to a planet. He'd like it at first because he saw how they worshipped Krishna. Then a revolution or something would happen, and Indra would be displaced, and Gopakumar would become Indra only because he chanted the mantra attentively. Then he reached the planet of Brahma, and something happened to Brahma too. He was displaced, and Gopakumar became Brahma. He moved from one level to another, from one planet to another. He was going up, all due to the mantra. Sanatana Goswami explained that his mantra was leading him all the way. Sometimes his guru would come to him. It is said that we first get a mantra from the guru, and then it becomes our guru, our guide. It leads us. Sanatana Goswami says that a mantra contains the highest relationships. If the guru has put these highest relationships into the mantra and we chant it, what level will we reach? We tend to be pleased with whatever we reach, Indra or Brahma. In fact, we can be pleased with $1 million or a skyscraper or maybe a mansion somewhere in California. We will forget about everything else. When Gopakumar would reach a place, he would feel initially satisfied. He would continue also to chant the mantra, and at some point, a terrible pain would start to break his heart. He would begin to feel that the level he reached wasn't what he wanted. He became Indra. That isn't what he wanted. He became Brahma. That isn't what he wanted. He reached Vaikuntha. Again, it wasn't what he wanted. He needed to go further. Thus, this moving forward is where the power of a mantra lies. If we chant a mantra in the proper way, it will prevent us from resting on our laurels or being content with something inferior. We'll always be striving to get higher and higher. It will help us achieve the highest goal. Such is the power of a mantra. But for power to become manifest, we should be attached to it. We should chant it properly. That's what happens during the initiation, Diksha. Raghunath Das Goswami says that we should have rati for svamante, how we should be attached through understanding what a mantra is. And then he says, Shrinam. This is the very last thing Raghunath Das Goswami says regarding the beginning of the relationship with the Guru. Shrinam is the holy name. This is what we should get attached to, and before getting attached to the shelter of the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna. If we consider Garogoste Laishu Sujane Burshuragane, we can understand that all the things Raghunath Das Goswami enumerates here, the Guru, Vrndavan, and the land, where the land is made of philosopher's stone, where desire trees grow, where the residents, the Vaishnavas, the Brahmanas, your Diksha mantras, and finally the holy name, have one quality in common. They can fulfill any of our desires. Our Diksha mantra can fulfill any of our desires. Attachment to the holy name. Nam, the holy name, can fulfill any of our desires. Nam is Chintamani, the philosopher's stone, which can elevate us to any level. From the Padma Purana, Nan Chintamani Krishnas Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha Purna Siddho Nitya Mukto Minitvam Nama Namino. But Raghunath Das Goswami appeals to us to develop pure attachment, to change our attitude from, quote, how can I benefit from it, end quote, to, quote, what am I supposed to want, end quote. I am supposed to want the highest love, not anything else, only love for Krishna. The true attachment to the holy name is when I chant it in such a mood. But there can be bhukti nam, which is when the holy name gives bhukti, material enjoyment, and there is mukti nam, when the holy name gives us liberation. When we are chanting the holy name, we should be asking Krishna, quote, Krishna, 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 bring me closer to you. Krishna, purify my heart, end quote. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that when chanting the holy name, we should not have any desires. But we can still have one desire, the desire to purify ourselves. The first prema bhakti seems like a very abstract thing. If love is too abstract, then at least when we're chanting the holy name, we should have this desire, quote, Krishna, make my heart pure, end quote. When we chant the holy name, we should feel that something is saving us. Rupa Goswami glorifies the holy name in Namastikam as the only thing that can save us. He says, quote, O Krishna, you manifest in two forms, Vachya and Vachaka. You can be an object of description, Vachya, like Krishna himself, and your second form is Vachaka, the name, end quote. They are non-different, but nevertheless there is some difference. The difference is that the name is more merciful than Krishna himself. We can offend Krishna, but if we start crying, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, we can get tears of ecstasy. We can offend Krishna, and we can offend the holy name, but the holy name can even forgive the offense we committed towards God. The holy name can deliver us from numerous offenses. Therefore, when we are chanting the holy name, we should have this feeling that something is saving us. Jiva Goswami says that in Kali Yuga, persons can only become great devotees under the condition that they serve the holy name and give it to others. We should give the holy name out of mercy, out of compassion, and in the right way, in a joyful way. It is said that the holy name is the angi of devotional service. In Nectar of Devotion, Rupa Goswami enumerates 64 angas, limbs of bhakti. But chanting of the holy name is not an anga. It is angi, the body itself. Chanting the holy name is the most important part of devotional services and the most essential thing we can do. If we do it properly, in a proper mood, in a proper state, we can get everything. Ramananda Roy and Sarp Damodar asked Lord Chaitanya, how should one chant the holy name to receive prema? What is the method of chanting the holy name? What is supposed to be happening in the heart? We also chant the holy name but feel no prema, end quote. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu smiled and said, quote, what is the method of chanting the holy name to receive prema? Tanada pisishana torara pisishana manidena kirtanyasada hari Shiksha verse 3. If I chant the holy name in this humble state of consciousness, in this state of mind, prema becomes attracted by this chanting of the holy name, end quote. Attachment to the divine couple. Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, O my mind, take the shelter of the divine couple of Vrndavan, Shri Radha Krishna, end quote. Such shelter is the reason why Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to this world. Nowhere else can we get what we can get from Lord Chaitanya because lots of people worship Krishna. The Sri and Madhva Sampradayas worship Krishna, the Ramanuja Sampradaya worships Krishna, the Nimarka Sampradaya worships Radha and Krishna, but nowhere are Radha Krishna worshipped as Lord Chaitanya's followers do. What's the difference between worshiping Krishna and worshiping Radha Krishna? When he is by her side, his heart is all syrup. When he is by her side, he gets sweeter. When Srimati Radharani is by his side, he is even sweeter because he feels she loves him. And when he feels her love, he is eager to become sweeter. It is said that when Radha is approaching Krishna, she makes him get sweeter. And when Krishna gets sweeter, she loves him even more. And Krishna becomes even sweeter. This is a chain reaction. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says that this situation is the paradox of love. He says one of the paradoxes of spiritual love is that it is eternal, but despite it being eternal, it is ever growing. It is impossible to understand how something infinite may be ever expanding. How can Krishna's everlasting sweetness become even sweeter? Here, Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, try to understand that you should get attached to them, not just Krishna. We should get attached to Radha and Krishna because in this case, Srimati Radharani enables us to taste Krishna's sweetness more than we can. Prabodhananda Saraswati compares Krishna's sweetness with a drop of the ocean of sweetness one experiences when seeing Krishna and Srimati Radharani together. The miracle that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu brought and gave us is a chance to worship this love. In Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila, Srila Prabhupada writes that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu didn't come to give people ordinary religion. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu doesn't care. He's indifferent to ordinary religions. During Rath Yatra celebration in Ivanovo, I got a glimpse of what the Lord's indifference to ordinary religion might be like. Ivanovo is a poor town. According to statistics, it is the poorest town in Russia. For the parade, a businessman who had arranged for the Rath Yatra to be held brought boxes of bananas and oranges to be distributed from the chariot. The guest of honor was supposed to give the bananas and oranges to a crowd of hungry Ivanovo residents who had only seen bananas in picture books and had eaten oranges only in their early childhood, which they had received from Santa. Everybody was quite indifferent to the festival until we started to throw the bananas, and then the crowd became really enthusiastic. Immediately, the people developed apurvarati, an extraordinary attachment in their hearts, and everyone went running after the chariot. In the first 6 minutes, I relished handing out the fruit. I felt like God. There was a crowd around me stretching out their hands, quote, give me, end quote. People were smiling, praying, quivering, and you couldn't help but feel so generous, magnanimous, and able to make everyone happy. Finally, if I wasn't giving in the way that they wanted, people started pulling and poking me as if saying, quote, can you see, I want a banana, end quote. It went on for 2 hours until the bananas were gone, and then suddenly, all at once, they lost interest in me. Nobody cared about me anymore. I remained the same, but the bananas were gone. Therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, ordinary religion, where people serve God just to get something from him, is not interesting. No one needs such religion. We only need pure love. It is pure love that can make us happy. Here, Raghunath Das Goswami is begging his mind. Quote, my mind, try to understand what you need. You don't need anything else. You don't need bananas, dates, pears, diamonds, emeralds. You only need love for Krishna. You can only get pure love if, little by little, you develop attachment. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. In his book, Jaiva Dharma, Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes, quote, Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha has laid down a systematic procedure, pradhati, for one to enter into and become absorbed in the pastimes of Shri Radha Krishna. One should follow it without guile, end quote. A padhati is a kind of instruction manual. Verse 1, first of all, establishes the audience for these verses. One who is qualified to take up these instructions and follow this procedure. Those who study and practice these verses are expected to be initiated by a spiritual master into the chanting of the holy name and the Gayatri mantras. Otherwise, there is no possibility of having, quote, unprecedented and excessive attachment, end quote, for what one does not have. A reader who does not yet have a guru, or one whose guru is not yet given initiation, diksha, is not, however, forbidden from studying this work to know what it is ahead. Certainly anyone even somewhat interested in this subject can put into practice some portions of the book on the principle of swapamapyasa dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Bhagavad Gita 240. Even a little progress on this path can protects from fear and is not lost. Raghunath Das Goswami joins together the concept of having great love for others with giving up our inner pride. If we explore that relationship, we will find that love and humility must go together. Even in ordinary life, when we are convinced that we are great and so deserve to have others serve us, we can neither serve them selflessly nor appreciate the value of the service they do for us. Thus, the essence of love, being fascinated by the beloved, valuing the beloved, and caring for the beloved, cannot happen authentically in the presence of pride. Certainly in the spiritual realms, sva prema bhakti paramananu kulam dainyam mahapuštikaram, Brihad Bhagavatamrita 3.574, utter humility nourishes pure love. We should note, however, that the giving up of pride required to begin following this instruction manual cannot be absolute, because the last obstacle we must abandon, the desire for fame and honor as explained in verse 7, undoubtedly involves pride. After all, Srila Prabhupada writes in his purport into Bhagavad Gita 13:8-12, humility means that one should not be anxious to have the satisfaction of being honored by others, end quote. First, we have already explained that any authentic love at all, even a small degree of love, demands at least some measure of humility. Indeed, our depth of humility and depth of love are proportional. Second, because this path of bhakti, as we will see in verses 4-7, involves facing and rejecting deep, ugly, and embarrassing evil in our heart, a lack of pride is essential. Proud persons rarely admit fault in their actions, what to speak of faults in their motives and desires. Third, one of the main methods of spiritual progress that Raghunath Das Goswami repeatedly gives is to beg for mercy, to cry out for help. Proud persons cannot do so, as Queen Kunti explains, Srimad Bhagavatam 1.8.26. Jamaishwarya Shruta Shribir Edha Mana Manda Puman Naivanahati Abidhatumbai Tvam Akinchana Gorochuram. Considering how the lack of pride is essential in these three ways, with each step in the procedure given in Mana Shiksha, we must let go of at least enough pride to take that step. By the time someone has followed the instructions to arrive at verse 8, no further pride remains at all. We should especially note that we are told in verse 1 to have great love for our gurus, the spiritual masters who show us the path, instruct us, and initiate us into the chanting of mantras. Krishna tells us in the Bhagavad Gita that we must serve a guru to receive transcendental knowledge. Such service, however, is not merely official, nor in the mood of an employee. As Srila Prabhupada explains in his purport to Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 17:15, quote, the words snigdha, very peaceful, and susnigdha, affectionate, are used in verses 14 and 15 respectively, and they are also found in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.8. Bruyu snigdasya shishyasya guruvo guyam apiyuta. A disciple who has actual love for his spiritual master is endowed by the blessings of the spiritual master with all confidential knowledge. Srila Sridhar Swami has commented that the word snigdasya means premavata. The word premavata indicates that one has great love for his spiritual master, end quote. Thus, the exchange of service and knowledge between guru and disciple is that of love. Raghunath Das Goswami also instructs us in the principle that everyone who loves God should love all persons and places connected with God. We may ask how to have, quote, the concept of kinship completely reposed, end quote, Nectar of Devotion, chapter 19, in Krishna if we were to spread our love among the given list given here in verse 1. The answer is found in Srimad Bhagavatam 11:11:43-45. My dear Uddhava, one may worship me among the Brahmanas by respectfully receiving them as guests, even when uninvited. I can be worshipped within the cows by offerings of grass and other suitable grains and paraphernalia for the pleasure and health of the cows, and one may worship me with the Vaishnavas by offering loving friendship to them and honoring them in all respects. One may worship me within all living entities by seeing the Supersoul within all of them, thus maintaining equal vision. If we want to know more about how to love the Vaishnavas, then we can study the 6 loving exchanges that Rupa Goswami lists in his Upadeshamrita, verse 4. It is of particular interest how Bhaktivinoda defines the beginner, immediate, and advanced devotee in his commentary to verse 1. We may note that understandings of devotees' levels of realizations are described according to different parameters in various parts of the Shastras and by various acharyas. These descriptions are not necessarily parallel. In other words, an intermediate devotee, according to one set of criteria, may not be an intermediate devotee according to another set of criteria. Just as in embodied life, a human matures physically, socially, intellectually, and so forth, but maturation in one level may not be equivalent to maturation in another. So spiritually, one might be understood as a beginner in one way and an intermediate in another way. Such is explained in Madhurya Kalambini. Nishtha sadhana bhakti must be achieved in body, mind, and words, and this steadiness in each generally happens sequentially, not simultaneously. The general order is to first achieve steadiness in body, then speech, then mind. However, the order of where steadiness is achieved may vary from one practitioner to another. Of course, it is expected at some point a person is at the highest level overall. Śrī Manaḥ Shiksha of Raghunath Das Goswami. Part 3, Verse 2. Commentaries by contemporary Vaishnavas. Na dharmam nidharmam shrutigana niruktam kilakuru. Vraje Radha Krishna parachura paricharyam ihatanu. Sachi sunam nandishwar pati satut tatve guru varam. Mukunda prestatve smaraparam ajashram nanamana. Indeed, do not perform any pious acts prescribed in the Vedas and supporting literature, or sinful acts forbidden in them. Staying here in Braja, please perform profuse service to Shri Radha Krishna. O mind, unceasingly remember the son of Sachi as the son of Nanda Maharaj, and Sri Guru as the dearest servant of Lord Mukunda. Commentary by Shivaram Swami. The first verse dealt with the question of what one should do when faith in Krishna Katha arises within the heart of the jiva. And the answer to that was, Goro Goste Gostalayishu Sujane Bu Suragana Svamantre Shinamni, that one should take Diksha mantra by accepting a spiritual master, serving Vaishnavas, and worship Radha and Krishna. There are certain implied questions in that first verse, namely, that if one is always worshipping Radha and Krishna and chanting Hare Krishna, how is one meant to maintain oneself or live within this world? So the answer to this is covered in the second verse, as well as how to see the position of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the position of the spiritual master, and how this process of worship should be done. Commentary by Sachidananda Swami. This Padhati is a guidebook for those who have developed faith in Krishna as their complete shelter, including their maintainer. It answers the question, quote, if I have now developed my faith in Krishna, then what is my duty? End quote. Once, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Srivas Pandit and asked, quote, Pandit, are you only reciting Gita on holding kirtan festivals at your house, and this doesn't bring money? How do you maintain your family with its numerous members? Srivas Pandit said, quote, if we serve you, if we have trust in you, if we have faith in you, you have said that you will maintain us. If for one day you don't maintain us, no problem. For the second day you don't maintain us, also no problem. Even for the third day, we can still keep on fasting. We can fast 3 days, no problem. On the fourth day, if on the fourth day nothing comes, we will all go down to the Ganga and drown ourselves because you have failed on your promise. End quote. The Dharma function of the conditioned soul is to run around the world and make arrangements for maintenance according to pious rules given in the Vedas. The ignorant cannot work without such rules and regulations, otherwise their activities become inauspicious and immoral. But those who possess knowledge of the soul and their sambandha, relationship to Krishna, do not require such scriptural rules and regulations. They are called wise. They are ready to embrace the path of surrendering to Lord Krishna. However, grahastas need to maintain their families and also try to support the brahmanas or the renunciates. This is the old tradition. Such earning of livelihood should be done while we make ourselves absolutely dependent on Krishna. Then it works. A friend of mine married and took the position of astrology, but it didn't work. No money came. So he went one day to Balaji and said, quote, Balaji, whenever someone comes to me for astrological consultations, I promise to give you 1/10 of the income, end quote. He made himself dependent on Balaji, and customers came, but he forgot to give the 10th. His business ran down, and one day his good wife said to him, quote, the reason why you are so poor is you don't make yourself dependent on Balaji. You keep everything for yourself. You don't donate. Donate. So he gave the 10th, and now he's one of the richest grihastas in ISKCON. With this somewhat clumsy example, I am saying our life situation may change, but we should not change the idea of making ourselves dependent on Krishna. How to have this dependence? This verse tells us that we should meditate on Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It is so important because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu opens for us the road of mercy. Because of Mahaprabhu's appearance in this world, we have access to these highly exalted subject matters. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given us the key. Just chant the holy name, avoiding the 10 offenses, and then we enter the road of prema and we go upwards. There is a song by Vasudev Ghosh where he asks, would anyone have ever heard of something known as prema and as the ultimate aim of mankind if Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had not come and been compassionate? Could anyone know of the divine power of the holy name if Gauranga Mahaprabhu didn't come? Had anyone ever entered the sweet, charming forest of Vrndavan without Gauranga Mahaprabhu? Did anyone know that Shri Radha is the embodiment of the highest transcendental ecstasy? Then, this second verse of Mana Shiksha says, you should see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as non-different from Radha and Krishna. And when you meditate about Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Krishnadas Kaviraj tells us that we should think of Gauranga Mahaprabhu as Krishna, but as Krishna in a special mood. He is descended in the mood of Srimati Radharani to teach us how to develop devotion. Once, Krishna sat with Radharani in the forest of Vrndavan. He took Radha's hand in his own and said, quote, would you please give me something today? End quote. Radharani was in a very special mood. Her heart had melted. Krishna said, quote, could you give me this love? End quote. Radha said, quote, this love would be too heavy for you to bear. End quote. Then Lalita chimed in, quote, this will be too heavy. When our Shvamini has this type of love in her heart, her everything goes to you, Krishna. She cannot be pacified when you are not there. We put sandalwood paste on her body, but it falls off like leaves of paper that are dried. We put her on a bed of damp lotus petals, but the lotus petals burn up. This would be too heavy for you, end quote. Then Krishna took the hand of Radharani, quote, I want to experience this love, end quote. Radha said, quote, all right, Shyam, I will give you this love, but in addition to this, I will cover your beautiful blackish body with my golden complexion. Then, when you stumble and fall and bruise your body, you will be protected by my effulgence, and this way you will not harm your soft body, which is so dear to me, end quote. So Krishna came with a golden complexion, and he danced, calling like Radha, quote, O Krishna, where are you? Where are you, O moon, have arisen in this dynasty of Nanda Maharaj in Yasoda? Where are you? When Krishna had this love, which would make him cry so much that the stones melted, he would crash down like a tree that was felled by a gale. Then that beautiful shining effulgence of Radha would protect him. This is how we meditate on Gauranga Mahaprabhu if we follow in the footsteps of Raghunath Das Goswami and Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Verse 2, the Mana Shiksha, says how to meditate on the Guru, and I find this very practical. You should think of the Guru with this attitude. He is dear to Mukunda, the Lord who gives liberation. See him as a dear friend of Krishna, doing Krishna's work. There's a verse in the 4th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam where the Prachetas addressed Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva had taught them a special mantra called the Shiva Gita, the song of Lord Shiva. It is a beautiful song, describing attractive features of Krishna as glistening like a rain cloud lit up by a flash of lightning. The Prachetas sang this song, meditating upon it. They saw the deity of this song, Vishnu, and said to him, quote, "Dear Lord, by virtue of a moment's association with Lord Shiva, who is very dear to you and who is your most intimate friend, we were fortunate to attain you," end quote, Srimad Bhagavatam 4:30-38. It is important to see your guru as a friend of Krishna or Mukunda Presta, very dear to Mukunda. See his essence even when he chastises. The spiritual master wants to give you Krishna and he wants to bring you to Krishna because that is what Krishna wants. Krishna wants you. Of course, the guru will help in Krishna's mission. That is the meditation we should have. Verse 2 of Mana Shiksha also says, quote, "Staying here in Vraja, please perform profuse service to Shri Radha Krishna," end quote. If you want to worship Radha and Krishna in Vraja, there are 6 ingredients that are very important. First of all, you must learn to offer obeisances. When you are in Vraja, offer sufficient obeisances. Bow down and touch the dust. This is a sadhana on the path of bhajan. Raghunath Das Goswami paid 2,000 obeisances to the Vaishnavas every day. This practice is important. When I was introduced to Dandavat Parikram, I decided to do it at midnight so no one would see me. In Radhakund, I readied myself. There was no one on the streets, so I started. I thought at first how advanced I am and so on. But then, very quickly, I noticed it was strenuous. I said to myself, quote, "Maybe there's another mode of consciousness here that is more appropriate," end quote. Immediately, just by placing my body on the pilgrim's path with prostrated obeisances, I remember a feeling of humility swept over me. Then came my challenge. I came to a herd of pigs blocking my path. First of all, my false ego sprung up, and I said to the superior pig, quote, "I am the son of a director. Get out of my way, please," end quote. The pig didn't even look at me. So then I thought, quote, "Okay, I learned to be a street fighter when I was very young. He can have it the other way," end quote. So I went with my hand bang on the pig because I really wanted to go out of my way for my glorious bowing down exercise. The pig just gave me a smile and made me think, quote, "This pig may bite me and then I'm going to have to go to the hospital, so I better not hit him," end quote. So I really prostrated myself and thought, quote, "Again, my false ego has appeared. This time I'll pray very hard to Radharani and Krishna." I paid my obeisances and came again to that head pig who studied me very carefully. I said to the pig, quote, "Please let me do this service. I know you're a great soul. You have been sent by Radharani to test me, and I failed my first test," end quote. I really prayed, Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrndavaneshwari, because I was going around Radhakund, the lake of Radha. The pig then ran to the side, leading the other pigs to the side as well. So I went through the pigs easily. I've never felt so cleansed in my life as I felt among the Sangha of pigs, because they had told me in their own graphic way that I have to be humble. I had to do it for Radharani, otherwise they would bite me. We may not offer so many obeisances as in a Dandavat Parikram, but we should offer a sufficient amount of obeisances. Especially we can use the time when we start and end the Gayatri Mantra and when visiting the holy dhams to pay obeisances. This is the Marg, path of devotion. The second ingredient is prayers. The Goswamis wrote prayers one after the other because they would sing these wonderful prayers that encourage devotion in the heart. Their prayers are full of devotion, and when we chant them, we will also be overwhelmed with devotion. The third item is to offer activities. That means to do something for Krishna. When visiting the holy dham, for instance, I do some broom seva. That is a wonderful service, just to sweep the holy dham, clean Braja, like you clean a place before you sit down. do something practical. The fourth is similar to the third. Offer the fruits of all your activities, which means perhaps giving a donation to the deities and to good sadhus, or offering your services. Fifth is to learn how to meditate on the lotus feet of the Lord, called smaranam. Finally, sixth is to hear the topics of the Lord sufficiently. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur writes that we should learn to do these six when we want to do bhajan or worship. These 6 items are also referenced in Srimad Bhagavatam, 7th Canto, Chapter 9, verse 50, where Prahlad Maharaj describes them to us. Now, at this verse of Mana Shiksha, where we have been introduced to dependence on Krishna, meditation on Lord Chaitanya, Mahaprabhu, and the Guru, we might ask, what would be wrong in practicing some eclectic spirituality from various spiritual schools and paths, reading different books, going to a variety of lectures, maybe listening to the Dalai Lama? We could just construct our own spirituality with bits and pieces that we have collected here and there. We could ask whether or not it is possible to attain residence in Vraja and execute devotional service with this intense attachment and love, accepting Diksha and Shiksha from other sampradayas, from other spiritual schools. This question will be addressed in verse 3. Commentary by Bhaktivigyan Swami. One pointed in our goal. This second verse of Mana Shiksha contains a very important element, the principle of a single goal. Raghunath Das Goswami explains how a person who lives in the world and performs the duties associated with the world can attain this unity of spiritual direction. In the early verses of Mana Shiksha, Raghunath Das Goswami speaks of the various obstacles that arise on the sadhaka's way. One obstacle is that our minds are many-branched. We are accustomed to setting many goals and pursuing them, but by doing so we can never reach Krishna, because, as the saying goes, quote, if you chase 2 rabbits, both will escape, end quote. Unfortunately, we are practiced at trying to accomplish many things at a time. This is the same obstacle that Krishna speaks about in the 2nd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. For a person who follows the path of conventional religion, dharma, there are many regulations, one of which is the instruction to worship God. The prescription for the person who has chosen bhakti and wants to attain bhakti is just one, however. God is not merely included. The only goal is to attain God. This should be the only goal, and everything else is a means to attain this goal. In other words, we should develop chastity to God. As Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 18:66, Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja. Krishna also says that foolish people worship the demigods, and their minds are stolen by illusion, maya. Ultimately, a person must have one goal, which is love of God, not just worship of God. When we worship God for material gain, then the gain we want is to get more important. It is more important to us than God himself. In essence, we put this material goal above God. For us, God is nothing but a means or a tool of fulfilling our desires. Raghunath Das Goswami is stressing that a person must clearly understand that they have only one goal and everything else serves that goal. For example, Dronacharya, marveling at Arjuna's accuracy, asked him, quote, how do you hit the target so precisely, end quote. Arjuna explained by saying, quote, first I see the bird, and along with the bird I see the tree in which the bird is sitting, and I see the branch on which it is sitting. Then I see only the branch on which the bird is sitting, and the bird. Then I see only the bird. But I do not shoot the arrow until I stop seeing everything else but the eye of the bird. The arrow then flies there by itself because I do not see anything else, end quote. This is the quality we need to develop. When we look, we should not see anybody except Krishna. In conditioned life, we look and see Maya. As we practice, as Raghunath Das Goswami speaks about in this verse, we gradually stop seeing everything else. Ekanta. Ekanta means a person who has only one goal. And when we do not see anything else, then our hearts are filled by faithfulness toward God, just like a faithful wife toward her husband. After all, God is Ishwar, the supreme pati, or husband. When we scatter our minds over various goals, it is as if we're being unfaithful to Him. This unfaithfulness manifests itself in various ways, either subtle or gross. In Vedic culture first teaches a person to be chaste in an ordinary way, but the highest chastity consists in reducing everything else to this goal and seeing how everything else brings us to this goal. And here Raghunath Das Goswami says, Narb dharman nadarman shrutagana niruktam kilakuru. Reject all dharma and all adharma for Krishna's sake. We wear kunti mala, we eat with our right hand instead of a fork, because it pleases Krishna. Krishna, believe it or not, likes it when we sit on the floor and we wear neck beads. A chaste wife decorates herself with ornaments only for her husband. An unchaste wife also puts on ornaments, but she wears them for everyone. In the same way, we must adorn ourselves with our virtues and qualities, not for the sake of the virtues themselves or to make a show of these virtues, but so that Krishna enjoys them. We keep this secret deep in our heart. I am following this dharma, all that Krishna wants me to, for the sake of pleasing Him. It is said that there are different categories of gopis. When Shyamsundar Gopinath stands under the Vamsivat playing his flute, the gopis run to him, but they face different obstacles on the way. There are impediments from some sadhana siddha gopis, of which there are different categories, meet on their way to the forest. Some run to Krishna to face no obstacles because they have no obstacles in their hearts. But there are other gopis who hear the sound of the flute. They want to rush to Krishna, but their husbands bolt the doors, stand before them, and exclaim, quote, "Where are you running to?" End quote. These gopis remain at home and die of love for Krishna. Some gopis' husbands seem non-existent and do not bolt the doors. Those gopis run out and come directly to Krishna. However, with other gopis, there are husbands and bolts. The restricted gopis still have an attachment to dharma, to their righteousness, attachment to the idea, quote, "I am such a righteous gopi," end quote, and, quote, "Yes, Shyamasundar is playing his flute and I want to run to him, but here is my husband," end quote. Immediately the husband turns up and says, quote, "Did you call me?" end quote, and he bolts the door. When a person retains even the slightest attachment to the notion of being something other than a person who loves Krishna, this is attachment to pride. This attachment to pride can become manifest even as attachment to virtues, and it will create an obstacle on the way. In the process of spiritual practice, we must overcome all these hindrances, and when we overcome these internal obstacles, the external ones will disappear. When we hear the sound of Krishna's flute, we will run and dance and embrace Krishna. We should clearly understand that we have only one goal, which is love for Krishna, and the only way to achieve this goal is by chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We do not need anything else. Guru and Lord Chaitanya. Raghunath Das Goswami says, Vraje Radha Krishna Prachura Paricharyam Ihatanu. I start worshipping Radha and Krishna. Then he says, Sachi Sunam Nandishwar, how I should see Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya, son of Sachi, I should see as the son of Nanda Maharaj. When we worship Lord Chaitanya, we worship him as Krishna. We see him as Krishna, who brought us love of God and came to teach us to love God. My Guru, I should see as Mukunda Presta. In other words, Raghunath Das Goswami says to learn to see one goal in everything we do. If we approach Guru, worship him as someone who is most dear to Krishna. Worshipping Guru should not turn into a personality cult. Sometimes people, blinded by their so-called love for Guru, start worshipping apart from God. We worship Guru only because he is dear to Krishna and because through him we can come to Krishna. We want to come to Krishna. We don't want to come to anything else because there is nothing else we need except Krishna. We need love for Krishna. We need chastity in our hearts. This is what Raghunath Das Goswami asks his mind in the second verse. He says, quote, "Give up everything else. You need Krishna. Everything else should not become an end in itself for you. You should learn this art of how to connect everything you do to a single goal, to see that at the end everything is Krishna, who is bent in three places, with his flute to his lips, who is calling us all to dance." End quote. Sattva-gun, detachment, faith, and love. Krishna establishes some principles, adherence to which allows us to gradually purify our hearts. When our hearts are pure, what should then appear in our hearts? Love won't immediately appear, but gradually, by following the principles of Dharma, the four regulative principles, and the other principles of Vedic culture, we will rise to the level of sattva. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th canto, Krishna says that sattva and dharma are synonyms, that sattva strengthens dharma, and religiosity strengthens goodness. Purity, or adherence to the principles of purity, following the principles of sattvic life, will make a person more religious, and religion makes a person live in more purity. These are integrally related to each other. If we simply live a pure life, we will become more inclined to God, and this inclination will, in turn, make us live an increasingly pure life. But we do not need mere material purity or material sattva. Ultimately, purity will certainly result in love of God, but love is preceded by something else. Faith. Therefore, Krishna explains to Uddhava in the Bhagavatam 11:29, "Tavat karmani kurtvita na nirvidyeta yavata matkata shravanadova shraddhayavan najayate." If a person performs some dharma, some Vedic rituals, then gradually something wonderful happens. Na nirvidyete yavata. Detachment from the material world appears in our hearts. If a person follows the principles of Vedic Dharma and what they attain is indifference to the temptations of the material world, the sign of purification of the heart. A pure heart is the heart that is gradually drifting away from the temptations of the material world. As a result of detachment, faith in Krishna Katha will spring into our hearts. As we become more aloof from the stories of the material world, from all this Jadakatha or Maya Katha, proportionally faith in Krishna Katha appears. By watching the news on TV, for instance, we actually strengthen our faith in Maya Katha. I do not know how many thousands of shlokas there are describing Maya Katha, but every day there are more mundane stories in the form of films and the news and everything else. But if a person begins following the principles of sattva, rising early in the morning, chanting japa, following other principles, then gradually they feel detachment from mundane katha and faith in Krishna Katha, giving up adharma. There are general fundamental principles of renouncing adharma that apply to everything which we should follow. In our practice, these are called four regulative principles, which Srila Prabhupada called the regulative principles of freedom. They are the foundation of Vedic culture. In 1983, there were attempts to recruit me into the KGB. I was promised various benefits if I worked for them, and I was also threatened with dire punishment if I refused. I did not want at all to work for them in any way, but at the same time I was frightened. Finally, I plucked up the courage and went to the person who had threatened me and to give him my final answer. I stood in front of him, a man twice my size. I was a graduate student then and was trembling. As I stood before him, shaking like an aspen leaf, I took a deep breath and I said, quote, "I thought about it and I decided that I will not work for you because this does not correspond to my principles." When he heard this, he cried out, quote, "What principles do you have except for the four regulative?" End quote. I was shocked by the fact that even the KGB knew about the 4 regulative principles. But in essence, these 4 are the basis for the development of bhakti in our hearts. These are the basis of dharma, the basis of a happy life in this body, not to mention life in the next world. We must clearly understand where this foundation is, because sometimes we have deeply hidden doubts that can make us stray far away. We hide what we treasure most, so we hide our values. We hide our doubts about Krishna deep in our hearts as something most treasured. As long as I have these doubts, I can enjoy in this world. When there are no doubts, there are no more chances. In a sense, we should have no doubt in the regulative principles. They're the basis of a normal life in this world. The first regulative principle, no meat eating, is obviously foundational. Our hearts become cruel if we eat meat because we become contaminated by living at the cost of another being's life. Any person with even a little intelligence understands that meat eating should not be done. I knew a boy, now a young man, who became a vegetarian because his mother accidentally put a rabbit's eye in his stew. He saw the eye and he realized that where meat was coming from, and he stopped eating it. Usually devotees have no problem with following this principle. I also know a 5-year-old boy who became a vegetarian under someone else's influence. Since then, he has been saying to his grandmother, quote, "Grandpa, why are you eating corpses? How can you eat these corpses?" End quote. His grandma replied, quote, "Why are you always spoiling my appetite?" End quote. But there are principles that are harder to accept, such as no gambling. The 3 remaining principles, gambling, intoxication, and illicit sexual relations, have something in common. Our future in Krishna consciousness depends on how well we understand this point. They have passion and attachment to the body in common. Because of attachment to the body, a person does many things that tie the person to the body. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada calls these principles the regulative principles of freedom. All the 4 sinful activities enslave us, forcing us to become addicted to the body, so much so that ultimately there is no self-control. Whether we take intoxicants, gamble, or have illicit sex, we will ultimately become slaves to that activity. It may seem like the price we pay isn't so high, but the price is suffering. We may spend some money gambling, but the winnings can be huge. Drugs that may cost a certain amount, but we think the result is worth it. But when we want to buy something very big for a cheap price, it is called cheating. And we cheat ourselves. Therefore, the ultimate result is pain and suffering, and the inclination to deception becomes increasingly stronger. Yes, a person has the right to experience the material pleasures of sex, but what price must be paid for it? Because of lust, children will need to be cared for and worried about over the next 25 years. If we want to be happy and have a peaceful mind free from any worry, what price should we pay for it? We could meditate and purify the mind, but why should someone do that if they can go and buy some LSD or similar substance and imagine that they are already there in the spiritual world having visions, and blue complexion Krishna is there too? But all of this is deception. We're only deceiving ourselves. When we drink or take drugs, we do not become happy. We simply turn into slaves. If we engage in illicit sex, what we get eventually is pain, and terrible things happen to us. Leo Tolstoy's wonderful novella, La Kreutzer Sonata, describes this very deception underlying illicit sex. But since the result at first glance is huge and the price seems very small, we become attached to these activities. Therefore, these 4 principles are the basis of a civilized life. They're just like there are 4 pillars of religion: satyam, truthfulness; tapa, asceticism; diet, charity; socham, purity. We must follow the regulative principles, and if we do not, then we're cheaters and rascals, as Prabhupada used to say. Since by following the four principles we are trying to avoid sin in our lives so that our hearts become purified, we need to clearly understand the nature of sin. There is a lie behind the sin, and that is why Raghunath Das Goswami implores his mind in the first verse, quote, "Give up the lie that makes you pretend to be something that you are not," end quote. In our so-called normal life, when we pretend in one way or another to be God, the enjoyer, we commit certain actions that reinforce this proclivity to deceitfulness. This attempt to deceive God and take something very valuable without paying a proper price for it, unfortunately lives in the heart of every conditioned living being. Not all conditioned living beings are deceivers, but the proclivity to be deceitful is there in us all. In other words, not everyone is a cheater, but everyone is a potential cheater. If we allow this tendency to become manifest, we turn from being potential cheaters into actual cheaters. Give up attachment to Dharma. The second verse makes us think about how to go on playing our role in the material world and simultaneously inwardly find ourselves in the spiritual world, in Vrndavan. Again, Raghunath Das Goswami is instructing his mind, saying, quote, "O mind, nadharmam nardamam shrutigana niruktam kilakuru," end quote. You must stop acting in accordance with the Dharma described in the Shruti or in the scriptures, and you must stop acting in accordance with adharma, that is violating your Dharma. In other words, you should not follow Dharma and you should not follow adharma. From the beginning, Raghunath Das Goswami says, Shrutigana, Vedic scriptures. The scriptures describe every possibility of being a living being, both Dharma and adharma. There are two categories of living beings. The first is the intelligent, who are enlightened, possess spiritual knowledge, who live in accordance with the philosophy of Srimad Bhagavatam, Vigya. The second is the ignorant, the unenlightened, Agya. Raghunath Das Goswami's instruction, Nadharman Nardamam Shrutigana Niruktam Kilakuru, is addressed to the Vigyas, the enlightened people. Jiva Goswami gives an interesting definition of the ignorant person, or the person with materialistic tendencies, as someone who identifies with the body. In essence, most of us are faced with the same problem. We do not understand that we are soul, and we identify with the body despite the numerous instructions that we have heard. Jiva Goswami also gives a slightly different definition that allows us to understand more clearly how to stop being an ignorant person. He explains that an ignorant person is someone whose mind and intelligence are not absorbed in the message or teachings of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. These people are not focused on the teachings set down in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, and have not learned to see the world through the prism of these teachings. The only way to remove the ignorance of identifying with the body, as we explained in verse 1, is to stand back and look at ourselves with an outward eye from the point of view of the Bhagavad Gita and other scriptures. We take Krishna's standpoint. Why does Srila Prabhupada call our path, quote, Krishna consciousness, end quote? It is because of how we should look at everything. For example, the first time Srila Prabhupada flew on a plane, he was going from New York to San Francisco. The plane started approaching San Francisco, and he saw small houses and cars moving on the roads, which fascinated him. He started saying, quote, "Look, they're like matchboxes," end quote. Then he called his servant and pointed at the tiny houses through the window, which delighted the servant to look at all this together with Srila Prabhupada. Then Srila Prabhupada looked at him and said, quote, "Now imagine that this entire world looks from Krishna's perspective. How this entire world looks from Krishna's perspective if it appears so small even from a plane. And the people running around are very insignificant, so imagine what all this looks like to him." End quote. The path of Krishna consciousness means that we look at everything from Krishna's perspective and that we try to see everything in terms of Krishna. If we have learned to see the world from his viewpoint, then we move from the category of the ignorant to the category of the enlightened. What does an ignorant person need to do in order to move to this other category. We have already established with certainty that we fall into the category of the ignorant. What we need to do while we are still ignorant? We need to follow Dharma. We can't identify with philosophy. We cannot see this world from Krishna's perspective, so what can we do? Focusing on Krishna isn't so simple. We should focus on how to observe the rules of the scriptures that constitute Dharma, and this is something that anyone can do. Now, we must very clearly understand at what point we can and must reject all these instructions of Dharma. Here, Raghunath Das Goswami says that we must do it. Na dharmam narbadamam shruti gana niruktam kilakuru. However, we need to understand when we must do that, because we must be careful not to do it prematurely. If we could do that too early, the result can be very unfortunate. What Chaitanya Mahaprabhu brought is not just bhakti, but a special form of bhakti that we all must aspire to as the highest religious principle. He came to give people raga, a form of practice that should develop in our hearts as a burning desire to serve Krishna, just like the inhabitants of Vrndavan have done and are still doing. The instructions of Shiksha are supposed to be followed so that ultimately this raga, attachment to Krishna, is awakened in our heart. The first verse introduced us to the sphere of spiritual attachment, explaining the major obstacle to the development of this attachment, which is damba, pride. Pride forces us to identify with this body and the roles we play in life. It forces us to become attached to the material world. This is the weakness of the heart. Later, Raghunath Das Goswami describes specific forms in which this pride manifests itself. But at the very beginning, he says that in order to develop attachment, we must overcome our pride, and simultaneously we must start forming our spiritual identity, which consists of spiritual emotions. From his first instruction, Raghunath Das Goswami explains that we should try to attain our spiritual selves, being attached to the spiritual world, Vrndavan, the inhabitants of the spiritual world, the spiritual master, the holy name, the mantra, which the spiritual master gives us, and ultimately to the ever-youthful couple of Vraja. Beginning from the second verse, he explains step by step what we should do. The first step Raghunath Das gives to his mind is, quote, "O mind, give up attachment to Dharma and Adharma," end quote. Give up attachment to following religious principles and non-following of religious principles. Although this is a seemingly paradoxical statement, Bhaktivinoda Thakur resolves this contradiction. On the one hand, we are told to follow the principles of Dharma, and we promise our Guru that we will follow the four regulative principles. Yet on the other hand, we are told, quote, "Well, give it up. All this is nonsense," end quote. Sarva dharman pratyajya mamikam sharanam bhaja. Bhagavad Gita 1866. Even if you are an absolute ignoramus, you can still go back to Krishna. Even if you are a malecha and have nothing to do with Brahminical culture, you can still go back because these things are unimportant. Yet it is easy to become confused whether Dharma is important or unimportant. We may oscillate from one extreme to the other. Vedic culture, true culture, is so important because it actually reflects the laws of the spiritual world. The principles of Brahminical culture, strictly speaking, are not just some fanciful conventions. These are profound laws that help us tune into the right mood, which is very important because the laws of the spiritual world is to always be in the right mood, the basis of which is to surrender to God. The materialistic Brahmanas forget about this detail of mood, although they observe everything else. Therefore, any religious preacher or true messenger of God comes and says, Na dharmam shruti ganat niruktam kilakuru. All this good and bad is just nonsense. However, it is very important not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because these principles are nonetheless essential. The primary principle is love of God. We should forget about ourselves and give up our selfishness. We must purify our hearts so that there will be an outpouring of pure love to serve Krishna. But there are also secondary principles. The secondary principles mean, for example, that we should eat with our right hands and use our left hands to take care of what comes out as a result of food intake, or we should not give or accept anything using our left hand, which is the behavior of someone familiar with Vedic culture. But in no way should we confuse the primary and the secondary with each other. In Sri Chaitanya Shikshamrita, Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives us a recipe or an algorithm we must follow. He explains all these secondary principles and says that a person who does not follow them develops hard-heartedness and adverse condition. In one way or another, if a person does not follow these principles of the Vedic culture, their attachment to the modes of passion and ignorance grows stronger. Therefore, Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains in which way the secondary principles should be combined with the primary principles. First of all, he says a person should follow all the primary principles. There are only 5 primary main principles of devotional service. Panchanga Bhakti, Sadhu Sangha, Nam Kirtan, Bhagavat Shravana, Mathura Vas, Trimurtira, Shraddhaya Sevana. Those are the association of devotees, chanting the holy name, studying the scriptures, living in a holy place, and faithful service to the deity form of the Lord. We should always, at least in our minds, live in a holy place. We should hear the scriptures, first of all, Srimad Bhagavatam. We should chant holy names, we should associate with the Vaishnavas, and we should worship a deity. Therefore, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that first we should adopt these 5 principles. They must become the center of our lives because in any situation, whether it is a conditioned situation or a situation in spiritual life, they're the basis of spiritual existence. In the spiritual world, we will do the same. What do devotees do in the spiritual world? Where do they live, first of all? They live in a holy place. They live in the spiritual world. Do they worship a deity or not? They do. Krishna. They take care of him, they feed him, they bathe him, and they dress him. What else do they do? Do they hear Srimad Bhagavatam? They do because they're constantly speaking about Krishna, and that is it. Do they associate with sadhus? Certainly. Do they associate with materialists? No, because there are none. Do they sing the holy name? Yes, they do. In other words, those 5 items are both sadhana and sadhya at the same time. These principles constitute not just the method, but also the goal of our spiritual practice. When we attain the goal, we will do the same, but in this right state of mind and heart, when our hearts will be absolutely pure and overflowing with love. Therefore, when asked, quote, what is the result of your chanting the holy name, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, end quote, Srila Prabhupada would reply that we will chant even more. But at the same time, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that along with these 5 basic principles of bhakti, we must decide what to do with the secondary principles. Some of us choose the option to follow what we want. Others follow all the principles, and others follow only the principles that they've been taught. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that from the very beginning, never mind how difficult it may be or no matter how long it takes, we should try to follow all the secondary principles. From the very beginning, not only should we adopt the basic principles, but also we should study and achieve perfection in following all the details. As bhakti develops in our hearts, Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains, we must give up all those principles that cannot contradict bhakti. What is most surprising is that at the beginning, he suggests we follow all the principles, even those that contradict bhakti. There are actually many principles of Varnashram that contradict bhakti. When we talk about Vedic culture, the first item that comes to mind is worship of the demigods. We're advised to worship this demigod or that demigod. For instance, Sachimata used to worship the goddess who protects children. She worshipped this goddess of snakes to prevent reptiles biting her little Nimai. Yet, worshipping devatas contradicts bhakti. Another principle of Vedic culture that contradicts bhakti is that we must respect a person according to their varna or social position. Following a similar principle of bhakti, we respect a person not because of their varna or their external position, but because of their devotional qualities. Nevertheless, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that at the beginning, we must follow all the principles. This is because, first of all, we're attached to the body, and secondly, because we do not yet have sufficient bhakti ourselves to see bhakti in the others. Therefore, from the very beginning, when we just begin our path of devotional service, we must follow the maximum of what is possible of secondary principles. We must not neglect any details, and nothing should be considered trifling. The second step is that we renounce that which interferes with our bhakti. And the third step is that we give up everything and become a pure soul. And the third stage, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, is when we begin to understand that all the principles of Varnashram are servants of the main principle. It is in this way that we follow the principles of Varnashram and understand which ones we ignore and which ones we do not ignore. In other words, if we return once again to the main thesis, we must first follow the maximum principles of Dharma for our stage of advancement. Only as bhakti develops in our hearts may we gradually give up some small things and see whether or not they hinder the development of the basic principle. There are also other very important points related to the principles of Vedic culture which we should consider. In the 11th canto Srimad Bhagavatam 11.11.32, Krishna formulates the attitude of Vedic culture, to Vedic culture. These are the words of Krishna himself, addressed to us. Krishna explains to Uddhava who is the best of men. Agyan yaivam gunan doshan mayadustam api shvakan dharmam santyajya yasarvan mam bhajeta satu satama. Quote, a person who, understanding good and bad aspects of Dharma, as taught by me, gives up all his duties and simply worships me, is the best of all. End quote. Krishna states that the best human being is the person who perfectly knows that the Lord is given the principles of Vedic scriptures to purify the heart, and that the principles of Vedic scriptures are beneficial. The best person knows that someone who rejects these principles begins to degrade and eventually goes to hell. But despite knowing that Krishna himself has given these principles to purify our hearts, and that those who neglect these principles go to hell, such a person rejects these principles and starts worshiping Krishna. What Krishna defines in this verse is exemplified by the gopis. We can reflect on their rejection of all principles, even though those that are not rejected in decent society. They rejected not just some detailed dharmic principles, but they in fact abandoned their husbands and their children. They abandoned everything they could and ran away to Krishna. In the dark, at night, they ran to the forest, to a stranger, to some cowherd boy who started playing his flute. The gopis gave up everything. However, in the above verse, Krishna makes an extremely important statement that the best of humanity is not the person who rejects the value of Dharma. At the outset, Krishna says that the best persons are they who know that it is Krishna who has given the numerous principles of the Vedic scriptures, that these principles purify our hearts, and that if we violate these principles, we will become degraded. Despite this, the person gives up everything and sees these principles as an impediment to serving Krishna. For example, when Krishna had a headache, at his request, Narada Muni started asking different people, quote, can you give Krishna the dust of your feet? Because only the dust of your lotus feet can save him, end quote. What did they say? Quote, we can't do that. We'll go to hell. This is a violation of Dharma, end quote. However, when Narada Muni found the gopis, they said, quote, here, take the dust of our feet immediately, end quote. Narada asked, quote, aren't you afraid that you will go to hell, end quote. Quote, who cares about hell? The main thing is that Krishna will stop having a headache, end quote. Therefore, we should know all the principles of Dharma, knowing that they are meant to purify the heart. We can have such knowledge only in practice, not theoretically, understanding that these principles purify our hearts and nevertheless give them up at the right time. In other words, first we have to understand that following Vedic culture is good. The first aphorism is of the Karma Mamsa Sutra by Jaimini Rishi is Atato Dharma Jignasa. Now that we have obtained a human form of life, we should ask questions about Dharma. We must ask ourselves what is good and what is bad, what is religion and what is not religion, what we should follow and what we should not follow. The simplest definition of Dharma is that by following certain rules, we get the benefit in this life and in the next. If people follow the laws of Dharma consistently and as a principle, they will reap the benefit of both now and the future. If they do not follow these principles, if they are engaged in adharma, and if someone violates these principles and acts against them, it is called vikarma, kukarma, or ugra karma. Such a person then is engaged in terrible activities which bring pain even in the present and bad reactions in the future. An important point here is that principles of morality need to be applied realistically. For example, we can say that sex is bad and that the highest principle of morality is not to engage in sex at all. But it is an unrealistic goal for most people. Therefore, the Vedas say that we should marry and perform Visakha yaga. Sex should be done as a yaga, as a sacrifice. We should focus our love on one person and develop a relationship with that person. In the 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 3rd chapter, Krishna says that if a person has not curbed their senses and has also given up the principles of the Vedas, they will inevitably fall down from spiritual life. If by our inner state of bhakti we have not yet developed our love to such an extent that we can renounce everything, but we still try to live according to the principles of renunciation, the result is very unfortunate. Therefore, the Vedas try to make allowances for conditioned nature and operate in such a way that the conditioned nature does not impede the development of bhakti. The Vedas offer the opportunity for Visakha yaga so that we can live with our lawful wife or husband, and there will be no sin attached to it. The result is actual moral principles. This is the glory of the Vedic principles. They try to give us an opportunity to actually progress and simultaneously cleanse our hearts. Krishna says that if you want to be rich, if you want to be happy, if you want to have a nice family life, then follow the principles of Dharma. Along with this candy, Krishna also gives a medicine inside the sweets. A person swallows the candy and thinks, quote, "how sweet," end quote. Eventually, when they reach the center, the very essence, they suddenly realize that they didn't need the other part they had been sucking. Despite this greatness of Vedic Dharma, Raghunath Das Goswami says, na dharman na dharmam shruti na gana niruktam kile kuru. Give up all Dharma. In the end, attachment even to Dharma is unfavorable for 3 very important reasons. First, when we are attached to Dharma, we start to naturally depend on it. In other words, when attached to Dharma, to the laws in our lives, we tend to put Dharma above God. We can see this flaw in the classical religions such as Judaism or Islam. A Jewish rabbi once said that the best religion is Judaism because to be an exemplary Jew, one doesn't even need to believe in God. All Jews need to do is to follow all the Jewish principles and rules. Faith in God is not required. If a person becomes used to this, they become what Jesus Christ called them, a legalist, a Pharisee, a scribe. When the law displaces God from the heart, instead of depending on God, such a person starts to depend on the law and becomes a karmi. That is why we speak disdainfully of karmis. But remember that karmi does not mean the general populace in the material world who are not karmis. Karmis are those who actually follow the principles of Dharma. Sometimes we may speak derisively of the Griyamedes, but Griyamedi literally means a person who perfectly follows all the principles of Dharma. They perform sacrifices every day, pour ghee into the fire, chant mantras, and so on. A Griyamedi is a high term for a person who follows all the principles, but who nevertheless has forgotten the most important thing that these principles are meant for. Second reason why attachment to Dharma prevents us from attaining the supreme goal is a natural consequence stemming from the fact that as we become attached to the adherence to Dharma, simultaneously we become attached to the pleasures that come from Dharma. As explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5.15, Jugupsitam Dharma Krite Nushu Sata Sambhava Raktasya Mahan Vyaktikrama. Narada Muni came to Vyasadeva and started rebuking him, saying, quote, "You have brought about the ruin of human society. You have given them all these Vedic scriptures, and so have ensured their degradation." End quote. He said this because people who will follow and become attached to the result, after which they ultimately forget about these very rules or dharma. In this way, human society becomes abased. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains the third reason. He says that human psychology is such that we try to follow principles which are higher than our capability or qualification. What drives such action is pride, because people want to prove as soon as possible to everyone that they are the greatest devotee. I was once approached by a man who said that he had wanted to be great 3 times. Once when he had finished school and did not yet know what kind of great man he would become. Then he decided to join the armed forces to become a great military man. He did not succeed in achieving greatness in that way, so his third attempt was that he decided to become a great devotee. Therefore, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that we first must achieve stability in initially following some principles, such as chanting the Maha Mantra, before going any further. For instance, I may have started chanting 6 rounds, but I should not immediately try to chant 16 rounds if it is difficult for me. First, I must become very stable in chanting 6 rounds, then further on, I must become stable in chanting 8 rounds. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that in order to move successfully from stage to stage, I must first be firmly established on the current platform and not jump over 3 or more stages. So, we must achieve stability on a certain stage if we want to before we raise the bar too high. Another problem is that when we achieve stability at this level, we can become attached only to this level. We may think that we don't have to advance any further. This attachment or pride to following the standard of a particular stage we have achieved becomes manifest in our attitude towards others. We despise those below us, and more importantly, we despise those who are higher than ourselves. We develop attachment to our particular level and say, quote, "My level is the best. Those who are below me do terrible things," end quote. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that we can see this tendency at all different levels of development of human consciousness. Consider the attitude of those who are living uncivilized lives to those who live by specific rules and principles. They often think, quote, "They are wasting their precious human life. Human life is so rarely achievable, and we can enjoy anything that no one else can enjoy, yet they spend their lives by following rules," end quote. And people who follow certain rules have a contemptuous attitude towards those who believe in God. Those who just believe in God hold those who are very devoted to God in disdain. They say, quote, "These bhaktas don't understand anything," end quote. The bhaktas who follow the principles of Vaidhi Bhakti think the Raganuga Bhaktis are mere sentimentalists. Therefore, we must equally take care of our own hearts and neither hurry too much nor linger too long at each stage. When we have reached a certain stage, we must go higher. And that is why the Shastras describe going the whole way up. Sometimes we may wonder whether we need to hear descriptions of prema, but we need to know what the supreme goal is. Occasionally, the description of prema may even frighten us. However, the principle should be that we gradually move from one stage to the next, and therefore attachment to varnashram can be a hindrance. So, Raghunath Das Goswami says here, Nardamman Nadaman Shruti Gana Niruktam Kilakaru. Do not get attached to either dharma or to adharma. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. Raghunath Das Goswami advises us to abandon both dharma and adharma. Such is not a call to become an avaduta who appears crazy to the world. Indeed, Rupa Goswami tells us in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, quote, not to be neglectful in ordinary dealings, end quote. Rather, the point in verse 2 is to absorb our mind in eternal truth, tattva, rather than in the details of what is right and wrong in karmic sense. Such details are hard to discern even for the wisest persons. We can easily be diverted from love of God trying to unravel those complexities. Ultimately, the underlying natural desire for the soul is balance, harmony, and goodness, which prompt our dedication to service or to justice, morals, and ethics, is only found completely by transcending those concerns to come to full spiritual realization. Nor should we calculate as to what actions of ours are likely or unlikely to bring us good results in a material sense. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.7.8, one whose consciousness is bewildered by illusion perceives many differences in value and meaning among material objects. Thus, one engages constantly on the platform of material good and evil and is bound by such conceptions. Absorbed in material duality, such a person contemplates the performance of compulsory duties, non-performance of such duties, and performance of forbidden activities. Generally, Krishna wants his devotees to act in ways equivalent to material piety and to avoid behaviors equivalent to material impiety. After all, such rules of piety and impiety originate with him. Dharmantu shakshat bhagavat panitam. Srimad Bhagavatam 6.3.19. A serious practitioner of bhakti should act to please Krishna as foremost, whether externally it appears that such a person's actions is fully in line with pious karma or not. After all, only low-level clerks enforce company rules blindly. At higher levels, employees know the essence of company policy, can adjust externals according to specific time, place, and circumstances. Indirectly, therefore, here, in the second verse, we find a further implied description of the intended audience for this instruction manual. These verses are intended for persons disinterested in karma or the attempt to better oneself through enjoying the fruits of material action. Yada yasyan grunati bhagavanatmi bhavita na jahati matim loke vedecha parnistitam. When a person is fully engaged in devotional service, he is favored by the Lord, who bestows his causeless mercy. At such a time, the awakened devotee gives up all material activities and ritualistic performances mentioned in the Vedas. Srimad Bhagavatam 4.29.46. Furthermore, verse 2 indicates that this book is intended not only for persons who aspire to the service of Krishna in Vrndavan, but also specifically for those who follow the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.